All right, and here we go. Hopefully this camera does not, I forgot I keep looking at the damn teleprompter, or at least front of the screen here. Yeah, so again, I usually make videos when I'm really inspired. It's been itching me to do this shit, but I got so much other shit to do. But anyways, without further ado, this is a conversation between this guy named Gary and this guy. I watched a very long interview with this guy and of course Gary as well. Again, just to give you some context, Gary made millions, but what I like about him is that uh, there's so many things I like about it, but the ultimate what it boils down to is that he's a very wealthy guy, right? Of course, it's peanuts compared to like I guess you could say the ultimate wealth or whatever, bigger wealth or whatever. But relative to the average person, right? He's very wealthy, and anytime anybody gets into that kind of, let's say, tax bracket or level of wealth, they're very anti-taxes, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not about taxes either, which you guys will see here. So let's rewind, right? I got to this far. It's 2 hours and 26 minutes. Of course, this is not going to be some freaking, uh, this conversation is a complex conversation, right? And so that's why I'm doing this to kind of show you how I take Miro, and I've been this is nothing. You guys have no idea. Let's see if I can show you over here. Yeah, this is my other board. Hold on, let me show you. Oops, god dang it. I hate when it does that. Uh-oh, where'd it go? Seriously, there it is. Okay. So let me actually, come on, man. There you go. Oh, nope. Forgot about that. Yeah, so it's gonna be right about here. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna have it this down here. Okay. As you can see, this is like this is not my only board either. I got other boards because I'm boggling this shit down. All right, so that's enough. All right, I'll show you there. Come on. Yeah, we should go. Okay. So what I do, actually, let's split it right now to begin with. Let's split it right now. 3, there we go. And there we go. Okay. So we're gonna work on a new thing over here. Let's put this over here, right? And we're basically gonna start from scratch from the very beginning. I should show you guys, showed you a background of my whatever. Actually, now that I showed you all this, I'm just gonna go to the my overall 49-inch. Oops, that's not it. Sorry. Oh, where the fuck is there? It is. Okay, there we go. All right. So again, this is all live, no editing. I don't have time for editing, as you guys will see why. All right. So let's see. Um, they lied about the economy recoveries, financial apocalypse coming. Yes. So yeah, let's see. Emergency. I think he's trying to copying the Tate brothers with like emergency meeting, so emergency debate. I know he is. He's mentioned them, but obviously he's more of a PC and he has to tread lightly on this stuff, right? So, um, sometimes I have respect for these people and sometimes I lose respect for that. It's like, but I get it. I get both sides. As I'm going to show here, I get both sides. But ultimately, again, I like to put things in percentages because at least it allows you to somehow quantify things, right? So I say Gary is 80% correct. And Dan here, shout out to the Dans. That's me, one of them. Um, Gary's 80% correct and Dan is 20% correct, right? But still, I want to get more into the nuance. Emergency debate with Gary and Dan. All right, let's start from the beginning, even though it's all, obviously kind of a fish bait. Come on, really? Bro, you gotta be shitting me. Am I already freezing? Let me reload this real quick. Maybe it's going on. Exit page.
If you give me 20 seconds, I will guarantee that you sign 20 clients. How? Well, I'm going to help you use the exact same system that helped me sign 2,500 high ticket clients in the last 4 years. I know you might not believe me. Just give me a second. I'll explain exactly how it works. Hey, my name's Charlie Morgan. That's my face. This is my company. We're an 8-figure company with a 20-person headcount.
Can't believe this is happening. Hold on, let me pause this. All right, here we go. That's what I love about OBS. You can pause shit.
Millionaires telling kids who can't afford to turn the heating on, you just need to be more entrepreneurial. It's sick, Dan. It's sick.
Well, your video where you talk about if you don't have a rich dad, you're screwed. Well, to me, if I had have come across your content at 19, 20 years old, I would have been screwed.
My friends can't feed their kids, okay? If it was that easy, why is everybody not telling it?
Tell you why people aren't doing it. It's because
Today's debate is fiery to say the least, but important nonetheless, as I sat down with two leading experts in wealth and entrepreneurship and the economy to discuss the state of the US, the state of the UK.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to preface this by saying that I like Elon Musk says, yeah, I listen to that shit 2.0. It depends on the talker and stuff like that, but generally I am listening at 2x or 1.5 at least. But yeah, so sorry for those people who I have clients, who are like, why is it 2 times fast? I'm sorry, that's my brain works faster than most people, right? I have a higher processor, I guess, higher, capability processor. But all right, let's do this because again, 2.5 hours. I don't know if I'm going to do the whole thing because I think we get to the core of it pretty quickly, which you'll see why.
The Western world.
Do you think the reason the average Brit American are getting poorer is because they don't know how to create wealth?
no, the reason people are getting poorer is because of big governments, record levels of taxes, an outdated schooling system, technology, and remote working.
You sure about that?
How do you disagree with those opinions?
Living standards are falling because of growing wealth inequality. If you allow the rich to get richer, they squeeze the middle class and the poor class out of things like housing. There's cut tax to people who are working hard, and it's raised tax on the richest and most powerful people in the world.
That's an overly simplified view. We now have 1,000 millionaires a month leaving, which means every ordinary person who pays 10 grand a year in tax will now have to pay 20 grand a year in tax. You end up cutting off your nose to spite your face.
If we are a country that don't try and do things which are necessary because they are hard, then our kids will live in poverty.
What do you want people to do?
There's a lot of different things.
Buckle up. This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to the show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favor before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support me and my team to make sure that this, thank you so much, with Gary and understand a little bit about your backstory and who you are. And having been through the trading game and read and watched many of your videos over time, I have a sort of deep understanding of that. But for anyone that doesn't know you, can you give me a picture of the context that has brought you to where you are today, writing about the things you're writing about today and running the YouTube channel and speaking to the subject matter that you're talking about today? Take me right back and give me as much as you possibly can.
Okay, so my name's Gary Stevenson. I was born in a place called Ilford, which is in outer East London. Quite a poor family, little terrace house by the railway, playing football in the streets kind of stuff. Always very good at maths since I was a kid, very talented maths student. Eventually able to get into the London School of Economics, which is an extremely elite university, economics university in the centre of London, which is basically a kind of investment banking income. Got a job as a trader. Started working full-time as a short-term interest rates trader at Citibank in London in June 2008. I went up to 21. Obviously, yeah, exactly. That's just before the big credit crash, the big Lehman crisis. And I watched the Lehman crisis happen in front of my eyes. I was short-term interest rate trading is basically like short-term loans. And during the credit crisis, what credit crisis is nobody can borrow any money. So like short-term loans become really, really important. My desk, which was like historically an unfashionable area of trading, became like the center of the crisis. Well, one of the centers of the crisis. People started making tons of money. I was working with all these crazy people. And you can imagine me, like I turn up 21 years old, and then like within 3 months, like everyone around me is making a ton of money during the credit crisis. But what really interested me was what happened after the crisis itself, which was, so we're betting on interest rates. Long story short, interest rates come down when the economy is weak, and they go up when the economy is strong, when the economy is overheating from an inflation perspective. In 2008, all the interest rates go to zero. So suddenly, our job is basically predicting and betting on when will those interest rates go back up, which is when will the economy recover. And this is super interesting, right? In 2008, because all the interest rates went to zero so quickly, before 2008, it's important to remember rates would move from like 5.5 to 5.25. And then here in 2008, everywhere in the world slashing to zero.
0.5%.
Exactly. And everybody, all the economists were like, well, this is going to cause a massive recovery because they thought that interest rates were powerful. And everybody predicted that rates would come back up in 2009, which of course we now know they didn't. Then everybody predicted that rates would go up in 2010, which we now know they didn't. And then at the beginning of 2011, everybody was predicting rates will definitely go up this year. And this to me was so interesting because I studied maths and economics at one of the best economics universities in the world, and now I'm working with these traders who are getting paid million pounds a year to predict the economy, to predict interest rates, and everybody is wrong year after year after year. And this was, it's so amazing to me for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's like, wow, like this is a big thing that we as a society should understand, and like, we're getting it wrong. But secondly, if all of the best guys in the world are getting this wrong, then if I can figure this out, I can make a ton of money here.
Gary, how much money did you make for Citibank at the age of 24 years old?
That year, 2011, I put this big bet on that it would get worse forever. And I was Citibank's most profitable trader in the world that year. And I made them just over $35 million.
You made them $35 million. You eventually decided to leave Citibank.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, I think that's an interesting question, right? In the sense that I'll just explain to you what happened, which is I made a ton of money by betting on the collapse of Western society. I did it in 2011. I did it again in 2012. I would prefer for it not to collapse, Stephen. And I'm trying to stop it from collapsing.
When you say it collapsing, what exactly are you referring to? That you don't want to collapse?
So you born in Botswana, right?
Yeah.
You still have family there?
I've got family in Nigeria, which is where my family are from. I was born in Botswana because we were visiting there. But
Okay.
got
Do you,
family in
do you
Africa.
go to Nigeria much?
I've got home in Cape Town in South Africa, so I see it's a great place if you want to see inequality.
I think there is a naivety in this country, places like the US, that the kind of inequality, the kind of broad poverty that you see in places like South Africa, in places like Nigeria, in places like India, can't happen here. It will happen here. That is the future of this country. That's the future of the US. And I'm not just saying that. I'm betting on it. And I've been betting on it for 15 years, and I've been right for 15 years. That is what I'm trying to avoid.
Daniel, where do you come from?
Yeah, so I grew up in Australia. I was born to low-income family. I grew up in a place that had 24% unemployment. Pretty much the only jobs or opportunities around me were things like the trades, building, construction, pest control, hospitality and tourism. So at 14, I got a job at McDonald's, and then I got a job in a bar and Pizza Hut delivery driving. And I discovered entrepreneurship. So I discovered books about entrepreneurship, and I discovered that some people make millions, similar to yourself. You saw Canary Wharf. I read a book about business ownership.
And as we sit here today, can you give me the overview of your business success since then?
Yeah, so I now have a group of companies that I've either started or bought. I've just sold a company, so there's 7 companies in the group. I've started a couple of software companies. One of our companies is now one of the fastest growing companies in the UK. We're a software business. I've got a couple of agencies. I've got an education and training business.
And when you think about the UK and broadly the Western world today, what is your assessment of where we're at as a country and what's concerning you? Because Gary expressed quite articulately that his big concern is that because of wealth inequality, we're going to end up in a similar position to the likes of India. What are you concerned about?
I agree that it wasn't that long ago that we had real serious wealth inequality in this country. There are amazing photos from like 100 years ago of kids working in mines and kids doing oyster shucking and all this horrible work. And there's a book Charles Dickens wrote called The Tale of Two Cities, and the opening line of the book is, "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times." And I think we've actually gotten to that point here where some people in the UK, it's the best of times. If you like in your situation, you're booming, you're a globally successful business. I've got a globally successful business, and then there are a lot of people who completely cannot relate to this. Energy prices are now the most expensive in the Western world. House prices are completely unaffordable. It used to take 3 years to save for a deposit. It's now 20 years if you theoretically 20 years if you can save for a deposit. Food prices are through the roof. So we're in a really difficult, like for anyone who is not tapped into digital economy, fast growth and all of that sort of stuff, life is getting harder and worse, and things are collapsing if you would go with that. There's a predictable path countries go on, and there's this thing called the Economic Freedom Index. And the Economic Freedom Index basically says, how economically free are you? How much access do you have to free markets? Can you start a business? Can you scale a business? Does anything inhibit your ability to run your own life? Countries that have high degrees of economic freedom have very low poverty, they have widespread affluence, and countries that have low economic freedoms have high poverty. And it can be the difference between less than 10% right up to 70% poverty rates. And when countries go on a path towards economic freedom, poverty just drops. So India, for example, has been on that path, and they announced today that they've almost eradicated abject poverty or extreme poverty. The UK went on that path of low economic freedom to high economic freedom, and we saw poverty rates come right down. But in 2008, when the global financial crisis happened, one of the things that happened is the government said, we need to step in and we need to take charge. And everyone said, please do. So they came in and they said, all right, we're going to ramp up debt, ramp up taxes to pay for the debt. And we're also going to put all regulations in. And unfortunately, that starts to reduce economic freedom. Then the pandemic happens and they say, oh, we're going to spend more money again through debt. We're going to have more taxes, more regulations, less economic freedom. So the UK, we went from an 82, when I arrived in 2006, we went from 82 out of 100 down to 68 out of 100. So we're less economically free. And predictably, what we will always see happen, if you lower people's economic freedom, more poverty, less affluence, the millionaires and the wealth creators leave. The people who are stuck in dead-end jobs or no jobs get incredibly frustrated. Everyone starts looking for someone to blame. People are angry and they're like, who do we blame?
And who do they blame?
It's very different because in the US, US blames someone different to the UK. So we have a historical cultural memory. In the UK, we have a cultural memory that the people to blame are the rich. So we have landlords and aristocracy and the landed gentry. Those guys are to blame, right? So blame the rich is what we say in the UK. In the US, they have a very different view. Their cultural memory is that they're anti-government. They want limited government. In 2023, there was this song that came out called Rich Men North of Richmond, and it was the #1 song in America. And the lyrics of the song basically says, people in Washington do not care about working people. They are taxing everything we touch. You can't earn money. They depreciate the dollar. They tax, and they want to control our lives. Those are the lyrics of the songs, controlling our lives and taxing us. So the American reaction to this is, who's to blame? Government. So we want smaller government. We want a Department of Government Efficiency to come in. We want someone as a wrecking ball who will come in and smash government. The British instinct is hate the rich. It must be the rich's fault. So when we look for, like all of the Western countries that implemented lower economic freedoms, created more poverty, less affluence, and more disruption to their economies. So both US and UK, for example, and Australia as well, but both sides of the pond want someone to blame. It's just that the Americans blame government and we blame the rich.
Gary, I'm sure you have a lot to say there. I know you both used the word collapsing, so you agree that there's a problem here. But I think from studying both of your sort of perspectives, you think that the solution and the cause of the problem is different.
I mean, I put bets on. That's what I do. I put bets on. At the beginning of COVID, we knew the government was going to give an enormous amount of money out. Total amount of money now. UK government deficit since the beginning of COVID is £1 trillion. US number is $14 trillion. That's £20,000 per UK adult. My background is I understand that when the distribution gets worse, when inequality gets worse, living standards fall. So when the UK government was going to give £1 trillion out, all I wanted to know was who's going to end up with that money. That's all I wanted to know. And I mean, the US number, 13 trillion, 14 trillion, it's just outlandish. But I think that the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my whole life was that at the beginning of COVID, the very beginning of COVID, we knew governments across the world were going to be giving out tens of trillions of pounds, dollars, euros. Nobody even thought to ask who's going to get tens of trillions richer. Nobody in the Conservatives, nobody in Labour, nobody in the Republicans, nobody in Democrats, nobody in the media, nobody in academia, nobody in the central banks. Nobody asked this. It's almost beautiful. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So I said, and I did the analysis at the beginning. Because lockdown is essentially banning the spending of the rich and replacing that spending of the rich with printed money from government. What happens is the government gives workers money, they use that money to pay their bills, pay their rent, pay their mortgage, it goes to the rich can't spend it because they're locked indoors, and what you get is essentially an enormous amount of money from the government to the poor, to the rich, and this massive, massive transfer of wealth. That was so obviously going to happen at the beginning of COVID. Nobody discussed it, which I think is itself amazing. Let me ask you a question, right? If we were now to pause the economy for 2 years, and during that pause, massively increase wealth inequality, what do you think would happen to broad living conditions when we unpaused?
See, one of the things that I think happened during the pandemic is everything went digital. And entrepreneurs and investors did actually think about what would happen. The investors immediately boomed stocks like Zoom and Microsoft, and we ended up with the Magnificent Seven. I don't know if there's 7 big tech companies in the USA market. And those big 7 companies have gone from 5 trillion valuation to 17 trillion valuation in the time of the pandemic. And if you think about what did the pandemic do, everyone had to work from home, so we all had to have Microsoft subscriptions. Everyone went onto websites, so we all went to AWS, Amazon. We all started buying and learning how to buy from Amazon rather than buying from our local high streets. Every business in the world figured out how to run their business remotely. We had this massive transformation. It's actually a wholesale transformation of society that we all learned how to live and work differently. I saw a boom in entrepreneurship. So what I saw as an entrepreneur accelerator, someone who runs an entrepreneur accelerator, is just there was this sudden boom in people launching businesses, setting up Shopify accounts, setting up YouTube businesses. So the money really has moved from the traditional economy, the 2019 high street economy, over to the digital economy. And what we see is that the investors know what's going on, and they just invest in this Magnificent Seven company. I think 50% of the gains of the S&P 500 is tech companies. So all the money just goes flooding into the technology companies. My belief is that technology is really dividing people. That essentially, if you take anyone from any background, if they work in technology, if they're in media tech, finance, any of that stuff that operates online, they tend to actually do pretty well after the pandemic.
I'll ask you a question.
Yeah, go for it.
Do you think the average Brit, American, Australian, wherever the person out there is watching, if they quit their job and go work in tech, do you think they'll be able to get financial security relatively easily?
Depends when you define financial security. The issue with house prices.
The ability to raise a family, have a home.
So they're having a.
All right. So again, as you can see here, I'm just kind of right now. It's gonna be boring, but that's what it is, man. Success is boring. So that's what a lot of what people would call normies or whatever, or average people or sleepwalkers or whatever, don't understand. But so yeah, this is the work, right? People wouldn't want to do. This is the it's not hard laborious work, but it's sometimes seems like the mental work is a lot more. People perceive the mental work a lot harder than it is physical work, right? So, all right, and you see here, what do you say? Define wealthy.
Issue, right?
Go work in tech. Do you think the average Brit, American, Australian, wherever the person out there is watching, if they quit their job and go work in tech, do you think they'll be able to get financial security relatively easily?
Yeah. Financial security definition.
Depends when you define financial security. The issue with house prices.
The ability to raise a family, have a home.
So they're having.
All right, financial security definition. Ability to raise a family and buy a home. Okay.
Having a home is a big issue, right? So here's what I see with houses, because houses annoy me as well. My dad bought a house for $18,000, which is.
Okay, let's see. Let's put it here. Where they agree. And I guess these will be the disagreements in a sense, and points, which are kind of disagreements as well. Where they agree. Housing prices are off the charts. As an explanation, like it's off the roof, off the charts, not good. Prices are off, are not good.
Which is about £10,000 or less than £10,000, and it's probably worth over $1 million today. So something went wrong. And this, by the way, is not UK specific. the socialist countries had house prices go through the roof. If you go to Norway or Sweden, their house prices grew by 600%. In the
It's happening everywhere.
It's really-
It's not specific to any, it's happening everywhere.
but what happened? What has definitely happened in the UK is we actually have a housing traffic jam. So in this country, in the UK, we have 9.5 million homes that have 2 or more spare bedrooms. Big family homes have 2 or more spare bedrooms. And when you look into who owns those houses, 78% of housing wealth is baby boomers. And now, anecdotally, I take my kids trick or treating at Halloween, and we go down a street that is big family homes, and you go knock on the doors, and it's all people over 65, right? And they're living in a big family home with empty spare bedrooms. We have
You think the average American over 65 is living luxuriously?
the average American over 65, so more than half of the US economy is in the hands of baby boomers, right? So they own all the houses. The houses got bought up cheap. Baby boomers still own those houses to this day. The big family homes with multiple spare bedrooms are empty. And now that creates this traffic jam with people my age.
My grandparents.
Yeah.
They all own property. All of them.
All right, I have to step in here. So what he's trying to say here, I think this is where again Gary is correct, right? And Dan's misreading the numbers. So okay, so what if they have a house? Okay. That's not what this is why I have to put up here, as you guys can see, right? The difference between net worth, well, net worth is kind of like this, right? It's usually a mixture of liquid slash cash, right? Cash in the bank, that's liquid, right? Actually, so it's more like whatever, it's the same shit, right? And then there's assets, and I put a star, right? Because there's there's a lot of other assets, but the prime and core one is real estate, right? And then stocks. And then businesses is different because you actually have to run them, unless again, depending on the business, right? Of how undeveloped it is, and does it already have operators, where these inheritors of wealth may also inherit businesses, okay? That they don't have to do anything. They already have their operators. Like you'll say later, right? Steve Jobs died, but did that take away the value of Apple? No, right? Because as I'm going to try to explain here, what Dan is missing, right? He's seeing the tree instead of the forest or whatever, missing the forest for the trees or something like that, right? So let's continue.
All 4 of them died with nothing, because that wealth which they had in property was used in equity release schemes. It was used in paying for their retirement. It was used in end of life care. Do you think when
Yeah, see, so so even though these boomers, right, that he thinks are holding all the wealth, which is true, okay, but okay, there we go, perfect. Let's put some of these other players here, okay? Boomers. You got, so Gary's trying to explain the poor boomers, right? And Dan's just saying, oh, the boomers overall just have wealth, right? So let's say the rich, right? Because there's always the rich and the poor, the rich and the poor, right? It's like it's black and white like that. No, there's the poor, the middle class, and the rich, right? And then there's the ultra rich. You see, there's levels to the level. So we'll put that in there, and then we'll say the rich. Again, I always put star because it's very very subjective. Rich boomers. So what Dan's saying here, let's put the types or spectrums of boomers, right? And so before I go into that, I want to say this. I want to put, okay, poor, which we can also, again, we can either say like this, because what does that mean, right? And we can put a star as well. I like to do it, right? There's poor. You can break it down to lower, middle, let's put mid class, middle class. And mind you, no one there is, I mean, the governments may have their own definitions or whatever, right? And they do. But then again, those are usually very distorted and not really as accurate as they should be, right? So this here we, because here I'm gonna explain the different spectrums as well, right? So a middle class, upper middle class, and we could find the definitions online, right? From the government sources and non so government sources, right? Because the media usually does, they start doing their own thing, and some people reference that and then others, right? Then there is, yeah, upper middle class. Then there is the rich. Again, well, this one we're not really going to put the star, right? We're going to kind of define these things. And then the ultra rich, right? And then now I'm going to say the uber rich. Okay, uber rich, right? So now, because again, so I could give you an example, right? When I ask Kevin, I'm like, okay, you hate the rich, right? You don't like the rich. Okay, but let's define the rich. What amount of money do you need to I think actually I didn't even ask him how much. I think so in a sense, in his world, uh as long as they have 5 million and above, basically they're rich, right? So yeah, so let's talk about this, right? Let's start with the poor, right? There is, let's say, African slash third world, and that's a loaded word as well, right? Because there's a spectrum to the third world as well, right? So, but generally Africa is, pretty bad. I mean, India as well, right? So, Africa, maybe that's why it's spelling out. I know, it's because it's not capitalized. Who cares? Africa, India, in tired. India. Yeah, I just got off from a massage. I should be relaxing, but I got inspired when I listened to this when I was eating dinner. All right, Africa, India, third world. Africa, India, third world. Wait, yeah, Africa, India, etc. Slash third world. Poor. And then there is American slash UK, and then even then, the American UK income thing is a spectrum in of its own. American UK's slash first world poor. Okay, so yeah, in every country you're gonna kind of have this for the most part, right? Maybe in smaller countries they don't have a billionaires at all, but let's just say this is just the well, fuck, we really do gotta see. So sometimes they do clarify. Okay, it's like, okay, well, right now we're talking about the U.S. Right now we're talking about the U.K. And the reason why they're kind of changeable is because in a sense, the U.S. is a branch of obviously Greater Europe for the most part, but primarily England because of George Washington's heritage, where he came from, right? And Queen Elizabeth and all that other jazz. So, all right, so there's that. We'll get back to that later. Let's keep listening.
When those old people die, young people today will be rich.
There is half the
Oh yeah, sorry. So okay, so uh types of boomers, right? So Gary is talking about the poor boomers, right? The poor boomers. Come on. They use their gains, right, on their right, from their homes to pay for end of life care and services, but by tapping into equity, and equity is debt. So they have to pay monthly payments on that too. So it's not even free money at all. And of course, any kind of tax, well, that's not really tax per se, right? Now, if they sell the house, well, they're going to be taxed on that and so forth and so on. But in this case, they're just going to extract the value out of the house through an equity. And because maybe they have, again, Social Security coming in or whatever, maybe family members helping them, they're able to, I guess, service the equity per se. So
economy held by baby boomers, it's either going to be passed down or passed into the aged care industry or passed into. But the issue of why we can't get homes, two things. Government massively inflated the value of homes through debt. So they just injected like low interest rates that you're involved in.
Who is the debt to?
Well, the debt is to anyone who can take out a loan because if 0% interest rates or 2%
Do you
interest,
think it's the debt to ordinary families? Do you think ordinary families are the creditors?
when you say ordinary families, you mean bottom
So
third?
if your average British or American
Let's
family
face
now
it,
has £500,000
Yeah,
of debt,
it's anyone
who
who
has the credit?
it's anyone who could get their at that particular time, anyone who could get their hands on a loan to buy.
okay, see, perfect. So this is where the disconnect comes, right? Because he's just looking at more of, again, the forest as opposed to the trees, or maybe, sorry, the tree instead of the forest, right? So let's put that in there too. Okay, so he's saying, okay, government, right? So here we go. Oh, we didn't even put it in there too, right? So he's saying government, okay, So put that over here. This is his explanation, right? Let's go over here. Let's go down that pipeline. Yeah, government inflated house prices by allowing cheap capital. Okay, so yeah, government inflated yeah, government inflated the inflated house prices by allowing cheap capital. Let's see here. See, so this is okay. This is one of the, I guess, one of the I guess the arguments. So we would say, let's put this here. Gary's, Gary, Dan. All right. So now, how to put this? So Gary is going to say basically, the rich got the money and bought homes and rents them out. Uh, uh, See, the thing is that he's yeah, again, he's missing the forest for the tree, right? So he's saying well, yeah, I mean, to a degree, okay, so let me explain this, right? Again, I try to use the Pareto rule, right? Let's see. Pareto rule. Predator rule. Fuck it. We're gonna do the 80/20 rule. Okay, much easier to understand. All right. So how to put this here? See, that's why the boards get kind of crazy, but then I can organize. Right now it's pure chaos, and then you organize things. Okay. So 80/20 rule. So 20%, wait, 20% of the money to went to the work, we'll say the working class, right? Because you need to be able to afford it, right? So only 20% of the people can get whatever the new money was made from the thing. He's just looking at sorry. Oh yeah, yeah. So I'm trying to explain what really happened. So yeah, 20% went to the working class, right? But 80% went to, and this is what, shout out to Gary, man. I know I'm gonna bug you until you watch this video, so that you have a visual representation of it and follow, and you can basically follow the money and hopefully overcome the semantics with these visuals, right? So 80% went to the rich. Again, we're gonna have to, that's gonna be a loaded word, and we'll define that later, but at least I'll define it what I define it as, right? So maybe they'll cover it here too, but so yeah, 80% went to the rich and they bought, yeah. So there we go. So 80/20 rule, right? And put it under here for this. We should probably go like this, yeah. The rich got the money and bought the homes and rents them out. Dan's just saying basically, okay, okay, even okay, let's say Gary did say this, right? But he would say, okay, but still, those 20% who got the money too were part of the effect of inflating the prices. So even though yes, they were the working class, right? They still played the same role. That's why I try to tell people there's a difference between a new let's say here, let's again, I always want to make visuals of this, right? uh, the spectrum or levels of landlords, okay, slash basically RE investors. So you have beginning or beginner, right? So that will say owns one property, right? See, that's kind of like because this is where you're gonna get, right? Let's just call it beginner, just to ease of sake, beginner level 2, right? Owns one property that he / she plan on improving. Now, improving can be short time or even long term, right? Improving and reselling later, right? Oops, reselling. Okay. Beginner level 2 owns 2 properties. Come on. And I'm gonna have AI basically shorten this, right? Owns 2 properties. One I'll just say he because it's mostly men doing this shit anyways. One he lives in, and another he rents, right? Then yeah, beginner, or let's just call it landlord level 1. All right. I think you guys get the gist, but I have to map it out, right? Landlord level 2. Okay. And landlord level 3, right? Oops. We'll go 4, 5, all right? Because you guys get the gist. All right. All right. Owns 2 properties, right? And let's get more into like let's say owns, I don't know. Usually this is what I see. Usually they own like, let's say owns, mm, they're always going to own their home, their home, right? For the most part. So even if you I guess, yeah. Oh, sorry. So let's just say level 1 owns one property that they rent out. Right? Let's just start there because yeah, most people are going to own or rent a home anyways because they need somewhere they live personally, right? They're always going to need somewhere personally to live. Right? So let's just talk about landlords / real estate investors, right? Where they cross over where, their own home is not considered. That's why even in the becoming an accredited investor, your own home is not factored in because you're not going to get rid of that because you're going to be homeless, right? So owns 2 homes. Let's say owns uh see, so multifamily is all spectrum. So if I mean, well, technically 4 flats not necessarily seen as commercial, but it is commercial in degree because I mean you are kind of scaling up, right? So let's say owns I don't know, let's say a 4 flat, right? This one owns, well, let's just say, yeah, this one owns, let's say, owns 100 doors, right? But let's say 100, well, 100 single homes, because yeah, 100 doors, right? So that might be a mixture of, let's see, because at that point, yeah, usually it's a mix of single family and multifamily, right? And let's say this guy only owns multifamily, right? Now, how big? I'm sure it's going to be a mix of you know, because I mean, you can find all kinds, right? You can find 3 flats, you can find 4 flats, you can find maybe a place that has 10. Now under 10, it's kind of at its own bracket. So I'm saying there's just different levels, right? There's different levels of landlord, but the difference is not that profitable, right? Uh, economy of scale, very profitable. Mm, let's say maybe starts breaking even, right? So yeah, this right here is definitely, you're looking at very profitable. But again, depending on how you structured when you bought in the time of the market. I mean, look at Dave Ramsey, right? Just even though well, what I'm trying to say here is that he's an example where he fucked up on real estate because the way he structured the loans, the economy collapsed, the banks called in on his loans, and that's why he basically failed. If that didn't happen, right, then that would have been a different case. So that caused him to pivot into different things and view the world very differently, and that's why he thinks what it is. But so yeah, so in this range, it is usually when you start becoming very profitable, right? But again, it's a mixture. Did you take those profits and just spend it on dumb shit, right? Like some people are maybe right here, right? They're maybe starting to break even or whatever, but they're not really even investing, and so they're not even gonna get into this place until way later down in the road, right? That's what I'm saying. It's such it's there's so many levels to it, man, and that's what makes it complex. But let's continue.
a house.
But who has
on
the
the
credit?
housing?
Who is on the other side of the debt? So if the average British family
Yeah, the
has
banking
£500,000 in
well, the
debt,
banking license.
does the average British family have £500,000 of credit?
Well, a lot of people have got a lot of equity in their home now.
You think the average British family is sitting on £500,000?
You see how he mentioned a lot of people have a lot of money in the form of equity, but if you tap into the equity, right, they're not just gonna give. Well, or he might also be talking about he's thinking in his head. He didn't say it, but he's thinking about selling their house. But I don't think he's really factoring, as smart as he is for all this other stuff. Maybe in this conversation he just didn't come to his mind. But if you would have mentioned it, like, oh yeah, maybe you're right, right? So watch.
On cash.
I'd love to look at what the actual number is, but
So let's go back again.
That's the credit.
it's anyone who could get their at that particular time, anyone who could get their hands on a loan to buy a house.
But who has the
on the
credit?
housing?
Who is on the other side of the debt? So if the average British family
Yeah, the
has
banking
£500,000,
So yeah, so he's saying who's on the other side of the debt, right? But hold on, let's continue.
Well, the banking license.
does the average British family have £500,000 of credit?
Well, a lot of people have got a lot of equity in their home now.
You think the average British family is
See, a lot of people have a lot of equity in their home now. But that's unrealized gains, right? So let's also put that in there, right? Let's put that in because I think it becomes another thing. So yeah, let's say, see, you got to start coloring all these things different ways. Put it over here. Let me put this in green. Unrealized gains. Realized gains. Okay, we'll put that in there for now.
sitting on £500,000 cash?
I'd love to look at the
See how he's defining. He's like the average person sitting on £500,000 cash, right? He's just kind of drawing a line, yeah, just making a kind of like I wouldn't say as arbitrary, but you have to quantify, right? So he's quantifying by saying let's just say 500,000, right? Is the average family holding 500,000 in cash? The answer is no.
what the actual number is, but it's a couple of $100,000 worth.
See, I don't know what the actual number is, but he just said cash, liquid, right? Let's go back.
Other side of the debt. So if the average British family
Yeah, the
has
banking
£500,000 in
well,
debt,
the banking license.
does the average British family have £500,000 of credit?
Well, a lot of people have got a lot of equity.
Oh, sorry, £500,000 of credit. Okay, hold on. Yeah, see, so it's always good to go back and he might have misspoke, but let's see. Hold on. Yeah, £500,000 of credit. See, because credit is a very loaded word. How to explain this? So you may be credit worthy, but are you credit worthy for £500,000? Is it half a million? Yeah, £500,000. Are you credit worthy? Chances are you are not. I'm in the business of funding people, so I know this for America for a fact, and I know the UK is a little more is not as crazy as America, so we can really reduce that. So in America, you have to have some of the most stellar credit profiles to have access to that kind of money, right? And you're going to need lots of liquidity to even tap to that levels of money, right? So, so yeah, what he's saying too is most people do not have the ability to get that credit. I see now why he's talking about the credit, because we're talking about, again, the government lowering the interest, which makes capital cheap, and therefore it attracts a lot of people, right? Which again we explained about the 80-20 rule, but let's go on.
Equity in their home now.
You think the average British family is sitting on £500,000 cash?
I'd love to look at what the actual number.
Okay, see now, oh yeah, so now he said cash. See, he can't be mixing those two words. Again, I know sometimes in these situations we're not thinking, we're kind of getting emotional, stuff like that. And of course, see, I like to work like this, right? I like to work visually. Oh, damn, really? I'm already zoomed out all the way? Fuck. Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm gonna have to. Sorry, 1 second here. Let's select all this shit and we're gonna make it just smaller. because, all right. Because, I mean, I wish you guys had my 49-inch screen as well at home. That might have been different, but yeah, now we can really zoom out and see what's going on here. So we can really see these other pictures. Okay, so yeah, he went from using the word credit to cash. So I think he meant to say cash first because credit and cash are different.
Numbers, but it's a couple of 100,000 worth of equity. 78.
What about
Okay, okay, worth of equity. You see? Okay, so let's put those words in there, right? So let's put here. Cash, credit, equity. Okay.
credit on the line?
But it's
Credit on the line.
very
Who
much-
owns the credit on the line?
very much disproportionately older. It's well, a lot of people have got a lot of equity in their home now.
You think the average British family is sitting on £500,000 cash?
I'd love to look at what the actual number is, but it's a couple of 100,000 worth of equity. 78.
What about credit on the line?
But it's
Credit on the line.
very
Who
much-
What about credit on the line? Credit on the line.
owns the credit on the line?
Very much, it's disproportionately older people. So
So you
78%.
think the average
See, that's a misnomer because in a sense, this is a credit line. You can, and a line of credit. Okay, let's put that in there too, right? Because line of credit is different from revolving credit or installment loan, right? An installment loan could be, again, car loan and a mortgage loan and a student loan, right? A business loan, right? And then there's a business revolving line of credit, right? And then revolving credit, right? Which is usually credit cards. Let's just say no, lines of credit is a revolving line of credit, so that's more under a bracket. So credit cards, okay. All right.
British old person is sitting on millions of pounds of cash?
Not millions of cash, no.
Okay, so there you go. See, that's another point, right? Again, he's talking about he wants to solve the problem of hoarding wealth, right? Which is what I agree with him a lot, right? But let's continue.
Well, someone is on the other side of the
Just one second. The difference is if you inflate the value of a house, you don't have cash. You have a house that's worth a lot of money. So 78% of home ownership wealth is in the hands of people over 65 now. It's maybe
Yeah, exactly. So that's a different type of wealth. That's what he doesn't understand, right? And to tap and get those realized gains, right? You have to do it through a form of equity or selling your house, which, right? Equity, right? Which is a line of credit actually. It's actually under the, sorry. Yeah. Well, it's on the revolving credit, right? That's okay. So there we go. So we got credit, right? And so credit, because a line of credit can be equivalent to cash. You see, that's where I was saying. That's what I'm saying. It's a loaded word, man. Like, and I don't want to waste so much time kind of giving you guys a economic or financial education here. That's not what I'm trying to do here. You're gonna have to have some kind of certain level of financial education to even understand this. I know the people with great financial education are going to understand me, but the average person, which I know does not understand finances, and that's why they're broke, will not. But here we go.
boomer generation. And they got a great gift from the government, which is the government said, we're going to just give free loans away. If someone previously could have only afforded to take out a 200 grand loan with low interest rates, they can afford a 300 grand loan.
Do you think it's okay that the average British or American young person will never own any wealth?
The issue is not whether it's okay or not. The issue is what do you do about it?
Do you own wealth?
I've got wealth,
Do
yeah.
you own wealth?
But
Yeah.
it depends what you
I
call
do.
wealth.
I do.
Yeah.
So do we, three multimillionaires, do we think it's okay that the average Brit or American young person will never own any wealth?
To me, that's
Because I don't think that's okay.
To me, that's not the
Okay, see now he's saying own any wealth. Okay, I can kind of see where he's trying to mean, but since we were just coming off the topic of the homes, I think that's what he's talking about, right? Because remember, Gary, you defined financial security, the ability to raise a family and buy a home, right? That's kind of been the American dream is over here, right? Like, hey, the American dream is to buy a home with a white picket fence and blah 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 blah, have a family and white picket fence. In the suburbs, obviously after World War II, when that was starting to to boom again, back to the baby boomers, right? So yeah, now it could also mean own stocks, right? Maybe that's why he's being more expansive now. And that again, this is where plotting these things out, as you can see, is me trying to play out the conversation. Imagine them trying to do it in real time and really start looking at to these words and loaded statements that they're making, right? They need to really get down and put their definitions right here. That were like on what I'm doing, and maybe and some of these I'm going to be wrong, right? Because I'm assuming, I'm trying to assume because I'm not there to ask them directly. If I was, it'd be a totally different question, and hopefully this does lead to Me, you know, I definitely, so obviously, I'm going to be more on Gary's show, probably more because he has more time because the way he makes his money versus the other guy, he runs a lot more businesses. Even though I know he's delegating a lot of stuff, it still takes a good amount of your bandwidth. But because he is delegating stuff, he does, Dan wouldn't have an excuse to sit down with me. But again, he was like, "Well, who are you? You're a nobody." Okay, so I got to make wealth, get famous on YouTube, and now I was like, "Oh, okay, Dan. Now I'm ready to sit down with you." Oh yeah, now because maybe I'm surpassing your wealth and I'm much more intelligent than you in so many in more broader aspects than you are. Now maybe you want to sit down with me, right?
Debate. Because it's not, well, it's not okay. No, we want widespread affluence.
Would you rather the people who currently are multimillionaires, would you rather that all of the wealth was owned by their kids?
I think that the way you see the world as a trader is that the world is a zero-sum game, and that there's basically the pie is a fixed pie and it gets sliced up.
How fast is the pie growing now?
There's something like this.
Okay, so that was a great thing, right? Because so in a sense, Dan is assuming that he believes that there is a fixed amount of money, right? So let's say here. I guess it would be under here, points, solutions proposed. We got to probably bring this down. See why you need an expansive kind of thing here. So, okay, so he assumes that, but now the way he's rebutting he obviously knows that that is not the case, right? So again, I don't even know if I should belate this berate.
What's UK GDP growth at the moment?
Yeah, it's not high.
1%. How much did your wealth grow in the last year?
Exponentially.
Okay, so if our wealth, my wealth probably grew about 20% last year, maybe 30. Okay, if our wealth's growing 30% and the economy is growing at 1%, where's it coming from if it's not coming from our viewers?
So I'll tell you.
Okay, so there you go. So he thought that he was believing that the pie is fixed, but he's like, no, it's not, because it's it's growing by 1%, right? That's the GDP, which is again measuring the collective. But just like the whole women get paid less pay gap bullshit, it's not a good way to it's, don't get me wrong, it's a metric that can help you measure other stuff, which is what he is using, but he's also trying to put it into perspective and like, okay, now let's zoom in to us, right? Us, the exceptions, how much crazy our wealth is growing. So it would be different if it was if that number 1% was reflected at a higher number, or kind of maybe let's say not maybe even close to theirs, but just like half. I think half would be good, because then you can kind of see how the money's circulating. But that's the point Gary's trying to point. The money's not circulating as much as you think it is, right? So here we go. So new money, right? So let's say new money's being created, right? Boom, 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 right? New money's being created, right? The money printer, right? Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So this money, again, if we go back to the 80-20 rule, right? Because again, is can you access the new money? Okay, this is the new money, right? Again, let's say magic money. This is a magic money printer, right? Because money back in the day was gold, and you cannot magically produce that, right? And therefore why we went to magic, let's call it magic fiat money printer. Okay, so it prints this new money, right? Or it can be printed as demanded, right? So 20% are going to get this new money, and the rest of the majority of the money is going to go to the 80%. Okay, so then okay, they consume, right? They consume, but who owns the companies? Ding, 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 the rich, right? Here we go here. Oops, where do we go? Where's the size of it? Here we go. Is this really all as high as we can go? Motherfucker. Damn, I guess that means I really got to shrink some stuff down. Okay, goes to the rich. All right, so money comes in. Boom, boom, boom. right? Goes back to the rich, right? So let's say let's put it over here because they haven't put it to work yet, right? So now the rich, what do? They buy assets, right? So they consume, but yeah, who owns the companies, right? So they consume. What do? They buy assets. Okay. So the money, oops, I don't know, let's do that. So yeah, so now the money they get again, this is they call leverage, right? So they get leverage, they're leveraging their liquidity, good credit, right? And they can get way more than what these 20% that are accessing the cheap capital as well, right? Hopefully a few of these people, let's say 1% of these people, are actually going to do what the rich do and eventually become in that class, right? Where they're buying assets. Okay. But in general, the 80% of this new money will go to the people who already have money, because that's what banks really love to give it to more, and rightfully so, in a sense, right? It's just rightfully so. If you have a track record of making good decisions, why wouldn't we give you more money, right? Because we still, you're still going to have to pay it back for this new money, right? It's not free money, right? Not even to them, but it is leverage in the market. So what do? They buy assets, right? So, and these people consume, right? So let's say buy assets, i.e., homes that the poor slash working class will rent because they can't afford a house, right? I would say to finance a house, really, you can afford a house because you really never technically own it, right? I real homes and businesses of products and services the poor and working class needs or wants. Okay, because there's a big difference, people. Okay, so let's
Tell you
continue.
where my wealth comes from. My wealth comes from building technology companies. And the way it works is pretty weird, which is that I invent something out of my head. And I go to investors and I say to the investors, here's what we're going to create. I give them a spreadsheet. And then they say, we'll give you a couple of $100,000.
Okay, so here, okay, now we're gonna get into yeah, investors, right? Okay. Investors. Okay. Now there's different class of investors, okay? There are uh stock investors and accredited investors. All right, accredited investors. All right, so when we're talking about just investing money to make money, okay? So yes, there's stock investors which buy, this anybody, you don't have to be rich to buy stocks that are gone public, but to buy private stocks, private equity, okay, let's put that down. Private equity, and let's see here, public equities. And by the time a public company goes public, for the most part, the rich have already basically, that's just their way of extracting the retail money. Okay, so we got stock investors and see there's a okay, so there's different subclasses, right? So you got retail, they call them retail investors, right? That's what you have, but you also do have some well, see, the retail investors, I would say, are like, I think it's like 10%, if I'm not, if that's what's being touted around. But again, whether it was 20, who cares? It's the Pareto rule again, okay? 90%. So whether it's 20, 80, 10, 90, it's still pretty much the Pareto rule, right? 90 is uh upper upper middle class and higher, right? They're the ones who own the majority of these public equities. Okay, so and then over here, it's basically, you know, yeah, it's still 90. I know I would say more like 99%. Okay, there's like 1% of people who are not necessarily credit investors, but it's a, you know, it's their own families, so they're not going to bitch, you know, they're not going to moan, and they allow them to put in the money because this is not really, it's not heavily enforced, and even if they try to enforce it, they wouldn't be able to enforce it 100%. So you're going to have people who are going to inherit money, they're going to put it in these private equity deals, they're going to do good, and yeah, and they're going to come up faster than these people who don't have exposure to this for many different reasons. Okay, and one of them
to get
just
started, which is called seed
and one of them is just being an accredited investor, right?
capital. But that on paper makes me
Okay, so there we go. So we have investors, right? He's talking about accredited investors, right, that are willing to take risk in private companies, right? That's what's called private equity. You know, private investors, aka yeah, rich people, uh, get told about an opportunity, and if they see, hey, I think it's worth the bet, they're going to give the money. And like you said, now he's gonna hold on.
worth a couple of million. Right? Say we'll give you a couple $100,000 to get started, which is called seed capital. But that on paper makes me worth a couple of million.
Okay, so now he's talking about the phenomenon of you know, the assessed value, right? So if you guys, people who watch Shark Tanks, you know, will understand, like, you know, what a company becomes evaluated at based on how much capital, you know, people are willing to give them and have given them, right? So what would we call that? Hold on, let's see.
We'll give you a couple $100,000 to get started, which is called seed capital. But that on paper makes me worth a couple of million.
Okay. So it goes back to net worth, right? So we got, okay, so that's the point, right? That's why, again, I put it here. This is, we go back to this factor. He's talking about net worth. We got liquid cash and assets, right? So he says on paper. So he's talking about on paper, in stocks, right? Primarily stocks, private equity stocks, right? Because that's what you issue, basically stocks from you know, developing your C corp. I mean, you can do it LLC to a certain degree, but it's not necessarily the same, right? You actually, sorry, you need to be a C corp to raise private equity. So yeah, so he's talking about on paper now. Now on paper you are worth that, right? But the company's still going to have to turn profits, and if they can't turn profits, all that evaluation goes up in smoke. But banks are willing to basically sometimes. That's why we saw that movie with what was it called, the WeWork guy, the founder, how he went to a bank. He's like, I'm worth this now, right? Even though in his bank account he had nothing, because they can turn these stocks, these private equity stocks, basically into you know, into, and basically they can collateralize it. But we're not going to get into that too deeply.
Right. But there's nothing has been taken from anyone at this point. The investors have said, okay, we'll invest the money. Then as the business succeeds, some more investors come along and they say, we'll give you a little bit more money to keep growing it. And I'm innovating something new. And let's say investors come in and give me £1 million, and for 10% of the company, the rest of the company is worth £9 million or $9 million, right? So I'm not stealing something from the existing economy. I'm bringing something from outside of the economy into the economy. And my quote unquote net worth is growing exponentially because investors say, we'll give you a little bit of money that values the rest of the pie at a lot of money. But
see, what I'm going to explain to you guys very, very quickly, the disconnect is because Gary is talking about hoarding of wealth, people who already are rich in liquidity, especially liquidity, right? Assets are speculations. It depends. There's a lot of variables, all right? It depends. Like, let's say all of a sudden, you know, they need cash for whatever reason, right? And they start liquidating these assets, right? The less time you have, the quicker you need this cash for whatever reason, right? The more you're probably going to lower the price so that the market buys it faster, right? That's why you're gonna see a lot of house prices go down, as basically the owners have to you know, the ones who can withstand more of the pressure for whatever reason are the ones that are going to hold out the longest, but eventually they probably will cave in, right? Or they may get lucky because, okay, they can be on the market longer than somebody else who, again, for whatever needs a fast cash transfusion, right? Then the person who's going to need cash transfusion. So the person who's going to need cash is probably going to sell it at a greater discount than someone who doesn't need the money as badly. Okay, so let's continue.
But
So
there's
everyone's getting richer.
in the wealth there's wealth extraction, which is what traders do. They extract from the existing economy, and they bet on the economy. And then there's wealth creation, which what on?
Oh yeah, and so and now okay, so now we're getting to that topic, right? So I'm not a big I don't I think traders should not exist, right? And even Gary even said it as well, but see, Gary did not, he awoke in the middle of this, right? But again, he has to make money to survive, and he's using that money though to start talking about this. So even though in a sense he is part of the problem, right? Him giving up is not going to solve the problem anyways. So, okay, might as well play the game to get money to do what he's doing, which is to bring awareness of this money hoarding. That's the problem basically. The rich have become like a cancerous cell that is hoarding all the glucose, right? All the APT or ATP or whatever.
Entrepreneurs do. They come up with new ideas, better ways of doing things, and they build wealth.
So do you think the reason our viewers, the average Brit or American, are getting poorer is because they don't know how to create wealth?
No, the reason people
Okay, so see now you're saying the average Brit American, right? So again, they're really just focusing on British and America because for me it's obvious reasons, right? Even though he's Australian, right? Well, where do y'all what's the history of Australia, right? I think it was the British, right? Basically using it as a prison, and they took over for whatever reason, and they say fuck you, we are our own thing, but they imported a lot of the exact same corporate law structures over there, common law and corporate law. So anyways, we're not going to get into that aspect.
are getting poorer is because economic freedoms are being eroded.
Okay.
When we have high
And you
economic
associate that
freedom,
with taxes.
well, anything that it could be anything that impacts economic freedom. So taxes and regulations are big.
Was economic freedom higher in the 50s?
50s was okay. So 50s was a interesting time. We were in food.
Yeah, see, oh God, where do we go, right? Where do we go with this? We're already an hour in, but what they're trying to explain here is that in the 50s they had a higher tax bracket. There was higher taxes, but yet why did the 50s have such an explosive growth? And of course, you are gonna have to factor the war and a bunch of other stuff. But yeah, this is what he's gonna talk some good points here.
Food rations in this country till 1956. So we had 10 years of food rations after the war. We had a labor shortage because only really men worked. Women hadn't entered the workforce in mass.
Yeah, so he's trying to put it into perspective in the timeline. He said 56. So okay, so he said the 50s, but okay, if he said okay, in the late 50s, tell me what was going on there, because he probably understands that in the late 50s they did have a higher tax bracket, but America was going through again the baby boomer, right? Boom. That's why they call it the boomers, because it was the boom time of America.
There had been 300,000 or 400,000.
Or at least the starting of it, because then he starts talking about the 60s, right? The roaring or the raging, well, that's raging 20s or roaring 20s, but the 60s also saw a boom, and that's why you saw so many hippie, kids, and again, those were the boomers, right? Their parents were kind of just the tail end of it, right? Starting to come up, and they started spoiling their boomer kids around the 60s. And so yeah, and then of course that wealth compounded because of that aspect. But anyways,
men killed in war. So we actually had this big labor shortage. The whole country needed to rebuild because of the Blitz had bombed it. So we had this huge need for economic activity and not enough people to do it. We only had 2% unemployment. People who had their legs blown off were put to work at that particular time. So we had this boom, this post-war boom, and we also had the post-war baby boom, which drove consumption. And then when we got to the 60s, we had the roaring 60s or the swinging 60s, right? Pretty amazing time in Britain. And along comes high taxes. And they put up the taxes massively at the end of the 60s. And it pretty much crashed the economy. One of the things that happened.
So what was the tax rates in the 50s?
Well, they went up as high as 80 to 90% for the top end. I think it was in the 60s.
You sure about that?
Okay, hold on. In 1950s, 60s, the UK. Well, see, he's talking about the UK. See, so again, this guy's from the UK too, right? And that's why he's probably focusing on it. I don't know if he changes it for America, but yeah, we sometimes got to stick to one country, because sometimes there are parallels, sometimes they're totally. You gotta take them for the different markets that they are. You won't be able to compare.
But I think the 50s are unique.
What's the answer, Gary? I feel like you know.
They went up after the war.
They went up after the war.
Well, in the US, actually, tax rates started up before the war.
But also the size of government as a percentage of GDP was like 30%. It was a tiny, like we are now 45% of the UK economy is government spending. We have got a
Who funds that spending?
debt. The Bank of England allows them to print endless amounts of debt, which it does deflate
taxes.
Gary, I want to get your opinion here, because
Yeah.
you're asking a lot of questions, but I actually don't know your opinion.
I just want to know what Daniel thinks, and I want our viewers to be able to respect Daniel's opinions.
How do you disagree with those opinions?
Listen, Daniel's a businessman. He's obviously a very successful businessman. I've not been. I'm not a businessman. I'm not going to pretend to be a businessman. I'm an economist. I make money by being right in the economy. Daniel's a good businessman, and I'm right on the economy. It's as simple as that, basically. I'm not a good businessman, but I've got 15 years of being right on the economy. And look, I know you're probably a wealthy man. You probably don't want to pay my taxes.
Yeah, and what he's saying is true, right? He's giving kudos where kudos is, but we are talking about the economy. And just because you're good at business doesn't mean you understand the overall economy. Again, so in business, you're kind of really on the boots, on the ground stuff. But again, it's like he's in the ivory tower, right? He gets to see the grander view, right? Where when those entrepreneurs make money, how does that money move? That's what he's seeing, right? He's seeing the ultra high, right? He worked for the biggest banks, right? In some of the biggest markets in the world. So he has, in a sense, a better view than this other guy does. Even though the other guy's probably richer, it's just not about money, people.
You probably don't want your kids to pay high taxes, but we exist in an economy where wealth is being extracted out of the middle class, out of the working class, very, very rapidly. It's benefiting people like 3 of us at this table. It will benefit our kids. You know, our kids will be rich, their kids will be poor. And I just think we should be honest with them. Capitalism's finished. We will.
Okay, so where I disagree with Gary in a sense, he's talking about taxes, right? Maybe he addresses it later, but basically, let me put it here. So so solutions is here. Financial securities. So proposed solution, financial security definition. Hold on, that's his points. Okay, proposed solution is tax the rich, right? So let me put it over here. I disagree only because the government doesn't have a good track record of using the funds wisely. Whether using or distributing, basically same shit. Wisely. Okay, so let's put that in red so that way it's nice and poppy. Why does it look more salmon this time? That's weird.
Won. Well done, Stephen. Well done, Daniel. Well done, Gary. It's over now. Our kids will be rich. Their kids will be poor. They'll pay the taxes. We won't pay the taxes. We'll avoid it. I'll make money betting on it year after year. Why are we lying to them? Why are we lying to them?
Yeah, I think that's an overly simplified view of things. I don't think
a simplified view of things that has made me a multimillionaire.
Yeah, well, look, entrepreneurs take bets on the economy as well. We take bets differently. When we start a company, we're betting on how
Do you
the
think
economy
the average
will be.
British and American worker at the 50th percentile, do you think their kids will be richer than they are?
It depends if we have economic freedom or not, right? We're going to have a split test.
Do you think we will?
Right? We're going to have a split test. We're going to have.
Okay, so yeah, his solutions, yes, less government, less taxes, which I agree, but for different reasons, which we'll see. Less, and I think that also applies to everybody in general, right? But less taxes overall, not just the rich.
The UK seems like we're going to have more taxes, more regulations, and it seems like the US is going to have less taxes and less regulations. Here's what I've noticed. I've noticed that places like Singapore that have small governments have got widespread affluence. There's not a lot of poverty in Singapore.
Yeah, except for the cleaners living in the closets, yeah.
You know, look.
But we don't count them in the statistics, just like we don't count our viewers.
That's not.
Yeah, see, so he's not factoring that. Okay, yeah, they on paper per se and what's being reported, it's a very wealthy country, but they're living in closets. They're meaning they're just very small little dinky ass homes. Well, I guess it's better to have a home than not a home, of course, right? I guess you people say, well, at least they should be grateful they have something, even if it's small. But again, it's like, okay, yes, but does that mean we should just not actually work in a way where people are not also kind of living in a confined small space because of the real lack of wealth? But anyways.
Widespread in Singapore.
Well, there's a lot of people. I've seen them in the closets. I've seen them in the closets.
There are some,
but they're not Singaporeans.
Well, also
they only count the rich ones.
The issue is
yeah, see, yeah, exactly. And most of the countries are only really counting the rich ones, right? Oh, the America land opportunity. Oh yeah, because you're only really focusing on the rich ones, but
that they've come from even worse conditions in many cases. People move to Singapore for an increase in lifestyle, right? You could take Ireland or Switzerland, right? Economically free places. Ireland was economically in a disaster.
The average Irish person lives well.
Well, their economy almost collapsed in 2011, and they went down the road of lower taxes, lower regulations, and they attracted all sorts of businesses into the economy.
Do you think that works well for the average Irishman who doesn't own a home?
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. See, my God. So it attracted the people who are fleeing the taxes from other countries, right? And of course, created a whole game to basically the countries that they're fleeing from now are going to suffer because the government is not collecting enough money, and so they have to extract it by the people that are actually who can't afford to leave the taxes. So that's why Dan's rebuttal to that is basically, and which they're going to get into, why companies register. Just look it up into how big corporations avoid tax, and Ireland is one of them. Like Apple's in there up their ass like no other because of this bullshit, right? So, but that's why he's saying the average Ironman is not living well. So the money they're saying, oh, how rich Ireland is, it's all funny money because of the fucking tax avoidance and all this other bullshit. But again, you always got to look at the average, right? The average man is like the canary in the coal mine, right? If more of the canaries in the coal mine are starting to die, right? Yeah, some survive, but if you start seeing a bunch of them are dying, the average ones are dying, right? On average, a lot of them are dying, right? Oh, well, just because this one didn't die, so everything's fine. It's like, yeah, but look at the majority are dying. Eventually those are going to get affected, right? If they can escape, well, they'll live, but they had to escape, right? But then they're going to cause problems in other places because let's just continue.
I'm in Dublin.
See, if you measure everything by home ownership,
I'm measuring people by the average. I want to know average man.
Okay, see, so he's measuring. So he's like, okay, yeah, let's. If you're measuring by home ownage, then okay, you might get a certain perspective, but okay, but again, as people say, now there's a video called "House Poor," right? Okay, yeah, they are affording the house, but they can't afford to have any savings. So any emergency, boom, that shit is fucking gone, right? You're gonna have to tap into your equity if there's any equity into it, if you can even access the equity because of the banks are gonna analyze you, and yeah, so yeah.
A woman in
also,
Dublin today lives like.
by the way, I'm also furious about the home ownership thing. Everyone is. I think it's utterly ridiculous the way like the idea that homes are now worth 10 times the average wage, all of that. The difference is I blame government for that. I blame high taxes where because of high taxes, they can take out more debt. They can then inflate the
So
economy.
do you think if we shrink the
No, the government, again, so that's the thing. So that's the blurred line between the government and the money making, right? So the government, yeah, can control in a sense so it's not even this. Well, it's that, again, if we're talking about the UK and the US, I get totally different systems. I'm not completely sure about the UK, but in the US, right, the Fed chairman is appointed supposedly by the president, but it cannot be fired by the president, which is funny as fuck, right? And yes, that private entity controls the interest rates, right? But that's what people like. The government supposedly printing money, right, is not the problem. Is where does the money go to? It goes to the rich, as we explain here. Where'd it go? Most of it goes to the rich, right? And what do? They buy assets, and so they inflate the price. That's why assets go up. What are primary assets? Right? Real estate, stocks, and well, businesses, they're just gonna raise the price, right? Because like, well, this business was inefficient, and they're not really aggressive in raising their price, right? Even though they were profitable, but now it's like, well, we just bought it. We want to make more profit. We want to show, stock shares and private equity owners, whatever, that we're doing a good job. So we're gonna increase the price, and oh my god.
government, if we start to slash government spending, do you think that would improve living conditions?
Well, the UK government is 45% of the economy. Like, that's a huge government.
So do you think US living conditions will increase in the next few years because we have a US government now that's planning to slash the US government?
Well, that's what the US voters have asked for.
Do you think it will improve living conditions?
Do I think it'll improve
for the average American?
If there's smaller government? Yeah, I trust.
So you think the average US American will be rich in 3 years?
Here's what I trust. I trust economic freedom. If people have freedom, they create better decisions for their own life. There's two ways to make decisions, right? There's two ways.
Freedom.
I've got less freedom than I did when I arrived. Just
because my sister can't pay the rent. Is that freedom?
If you're living in a country,
she can't afford to live in the city that she was born in.
I agree. You agree on the problem. You keep bringing back to the problem.
I keep bringing it back to people because the people who we're millionaires. Okay, the people who watch us are mostly not millionaires. Is life going to get better for them?
Life will get better if you are connected to the most productive parts of the economy. If you pretend that it's 1955 and you recreate the post-war era conditions, if you try to go back to 1955, I don't think that's going to work.
So let me ask on that then, the point about if you're connected to the most productive parts of the economy. I was quite surprised when I was doing some research on this to find that there's quite big differences between the UK and the US in terms of GDP growth. In Q4 2024, the US economy grew by 0.6%, while the UK growth was 0.1%. So they're doing significantly better in that regard. US GDP per head stands at $82,000 per head, whereas the UK stands at $49,000 per head. And stock market performance, which is an indication of, I guess, whatever, rose by 300% in the US, whereas the FTSE 100 declined by 20%, which is the UK stock market. Productivity growth since 2018, productivity increased by 30% in the United States, which has outpaced the UK. And lastly, income growth. Since 2007, American income per head has increased by 72%, while it has decreased by 2% in the UK in dollar terms. So they seem to be doing better if you just look at the economy. Why is that? Is that because they lean more into technology and to innovation and entrepreneurship? And is it because of the things you were saying earlier about their attitude towards the government, like reduce government spending versus tax the rich? Why? I'm keen to hear Gary's view on this because I understand yours because you've just said it.
Yeah, I think these are great statistics. And of course, the US has a strong reputation for being very free markets and being very small states. In the last 5 years, 10 years, 15.
Okay, so the other thing they're not factoring in, right, is America. Check out just how big America is. The land that America basically is, that is America, right? Compared to just the UK. UK is basically a fucking little island. But the reason they have so much power because it's a financial hub. But like he's trying to say here, only a few benefit from that financial hub, right? So that's why you really can't compare them. I mean, you can't compare them, but of course the reason you're gonna have that huge difference in numbers is just, I mean, just the population alone, right? Because they could have the same population, but then the land would be even more crowded, right? So let's even Google that right now. What's the population of the UK? 68 million, right? Let's just say 69 million, right? Come on. What's the population of America?
In 2024, the population of the United States of America
that.
was 340 million.
So what is that? That's like what? Let's see. That's let's see. Let's say just say 50. What is it? That's like, let me say, I don't know, 5x? 5x, man. Of course you're gonna have these numbers, man. Just
15 years.
oh my god.
We've had a UK government that has been aggressively slashing the state. And
The
the US,
state's bigger than ever. It's 45% of the economy.
and the US, we had a government in the last 4 years which has been running a massive, massive deficit. So in that period of time, it appears the government which has been aggressively increasing its deficit has massively overperformed the government which has been aggressively slashing the state. That's what it looks to be from the last. I mean, Joe Biden enormously increased the deficit, enormously. And the Conservatives were austerity government for 14 years. Which one seems to have given them better numbers?
Well, I mean, they were austerity in name only. They went from 30%, the state was 30% of
Do
GDP
you
to
think
45% of
government
GDP.
services have
The government is terrible at doing most things. That's the problem. You don't want
You don't
government.
think that spending on government services has been slashed?
Let me zoom out a
Do you
little
think
bit.
police spending has been slashed?
Oh, police spending is
Do you
definitely.
think education spending has been
Do
slashed?
you know where it ends up? It ends up with like big corporates.
Okay, so there we go. Now we're getting to another loaded statement. Government. Let's get into the minutia, I guess, or the details, right? All right, so here in America, you have the federal government, federal, state, and local. And guess what? Local has two subsects. So let's put that in there, right? So now let's get that here, move it here. Okay, now local, okay, has county and municipality, city/municipality. Okay, so yeah, so not only do you have the county government, but you have the city and slash municipality. Okay, so you technically have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 aspects of government. So Gary was referring to the local government, right? Which is the county and so there's county police, and then there is city or town or village police, or the police of the, police of the village of somewhere, so whatever. Just say name any. Again, the difference between, let's see how to put it. Let's say city, what is called municipality, right? So that is let's put it here, right? So we got towns, villages, and cities. That's what we have, right? The city of Chicago, the town of, I don't know, Notre Dame, I don't know, the village of I don't know, something, right? Just yeah, that's what we have. We have towns, villages, and cities, and usually that's determined by the number of populations. But yet, even then, they don't have a definition of what a city is. Some people have thrown out definitions that if the population is 1 million and above, then it's a city, you know. But yeah, so anybody who's traveled quite a bit can see the different size in cities, and yeah, so we're not gonna get too crazy into that.
It's big.
But all I'm trying to say is this is where they're getting caught up, right? Are we talking about federal or are we talking about state? So state, Gary brought it down to this, sorry, to the local level, talking about the police. right? But of course, there's state police as well, right? So you know, is he, you know, how granular, what to what levels of the police is he talking about?
Consulting, who get paid $50 million to produce a report to tell government something. Right? All of these big, I won't name names, but all the big consulting firms, they're all bloodsuckers to government. They know that the money's in the government, and they set
Well, that's because they get kickbacks. Okay, so that's why. So you got government, you got private companies, right? But then you have big corps, and all businesses are corps at the end of the day, and then small corps, right? And then you also had, let's say, mid-size corps, right? Let's just break it down to 3 different sizes, right? So let's break it down like that. All right, let's actually get these things in order here. All right. So yeah, so uh in so big corps, right? They give money, sorry, so hires the government hires big corps, right? But then the big corps give kickbacks to the government, right? So employees, exactly that. So you ever hear about the revolving door of employees? That's what's going on. So employees from big corps go to government, and then government employees go to big corps. Okay, they should make that illegal, but you know that's so making shit illegal or unlegal sometimes takes forever.
set up business models to extract that money from government. And it also is in the financial trading side of things. One of the issues that we've got, right, and this is a big issue as well, because you care about wealth inequality. One of the biggest issues I see is that during the pandemic, we all learned to work remotely, and remote work became the norm. And what I see at the moment is huge amounts of what would have been normal British jobs are going to the Philippines, going to India, going to Vietnam, people who work remotely now. We now have 1,000 millionaires a month leaving to go to Dubai. We have 120.
Wait, I think okay. If I'm interpreting what he's trying to explain, in a sense, he kind of it kind of like it's like he was trying to say, well, if the UK people would just get with the times, the jobs wouldn't have gone to the Philippines and all this other shit. It's like it's gonna go there anyways because these entrepreneurs are trying to cut costs so they can make more money. Right now, again, do they have an altruistic motive for the end of it? That's a different story, but most likely probably won't. That's 20 years ago. Yeah. Anyways,
20,000 British people living in Dubai in that economy, the world's become incredibly mobile. And one of the things that's happening is that what would have previously been good British jobs are getting moved overseas to lower cost countries. And that's technology that drives that wedge. The US is very smart in that they've built a technology powerhouse, and the UK has completely lost our technology industry. Our tech industry is in decline, same across Europe. China and the US know that the game.
America's still off shifting a lot of that stuff, right? He's talking about, okay, how do I even explain this? Yes, it may be created in just like Apple, right? Designed in California, produced in China. So, so yeah, just because it's being designed in America, right? It was designed in America, but when you offshore some of the, the operations overseas, that so-called creation over there doesn't matter because the wealth is only going to be concentrated to those small few by the labor arbitrage they're going to get by being able to go global.
Is tech, and they're basically pulling all the tech company into their borders. And what's happening a lot is the erosion of good jobs and the erosion of just normal, well-paying jobs because they're going. And it's a bit of a self-fulfilling loop that the more we lose millionaires, the tax burden falls on everyone else. So they put the taxes up, and then the millionaires say, "Oh, the taxes are too high," so they leave. I've watched some of the most incredible entrepreneurs that you would want here that would employ your sister at a high rate, and they've picked up and left because the taxes are too
So
high.
are you saying we should tax working people less?
Well, the overall government has to be smaller.
Okay.
You can't.
So
Whoever's
what do you want to cut in the government?
if you
Okay, so this is where we get to the crux of it, right? So this is my solution. Okay, let's just boil it down here. My solution proposed. Okay. Government takes back the power from the banks and can create debt free, wait, we'll put interest free, interest free money. Therefore, the government is no longer in debt and then does not need to collect taxes. Okay. So government, I'm going to say government, and of course it's going to be we the people, because government is made up of people, so it's ultimately it is we the people, right? I mean look at America, right? What did they say? The original founding, members of America, government, they were the government. They said we the people, right? So government creates a blockchain, government creates a blockchain, blockchain for money. That's one aspect. Everyone gets a copy of the money they have in the everyone gets a copy of the money they have in the old banking system. Now, of course, those who have edit privileges, like Elon would say, who are can kind of fuck this shit up. But I think if somehow the system can detect, oh, this money was just recently created. But again, if they have edit privilege, they can say, oh yeah, this money was created back in 2012 and it routed this way or that way. But let's just say, for sake of argument, right, that everyone, they can really see what is out there, and then now it all gets put on the blockchain. So now we have full financial visibility, right? Let's get a copy of the money old system. Okay. New money is only created when a product or service is being voted. But this is new money is only created when people vote through placing orders for products or services. New money is only created when people vote through placing orders for products and services. Then money is deposited into those companies' accounts. Then money is deposited into those companies' accounts to produce the new or existing product or services. Products or services. Okay. Someone, I would say the government.
Change seating or check your posture.
Yeah, someone creates a ERP for someone creates a ERP that all companies use, so we can track costs in real time and pinpoint the root of inflation, because inflation is just companies getting greedy, and because sometimes they don't have the data, so sometimes they raise the prices just on speculation. It's a root of inflation. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, so that's we're already an hour and 33 minutes. Probably gonna go to 2 hours. Just fuck it, 30 more minutes. Because I'm gonna have AI review all this, make the clips. I'm gonna test it based on this video that I'm making here, and yeah. So again, I don't have the time to map this all out, but you guys will see why eventually when I finish all these. It's gonna be a series of videos because it's gonna take a couple videos for you to wrap your heads around it. So, anyways.
Yeah, well, I mean, you'd have to.
Child services.
We'd have to. No,
Police.
no, well, no,
Education. NHS,
All I know is this:
pensions.
you go to Switzerland, they spend
welfare
20.
So exactly, yes, that's the hard conversation. How much do the government do we cut off? Because again, back to the 80/20
Activate parasympathetic.
as it stands right now,
Activate parasympathetic.
as it stands right now, sorry, that's one app that I'm developing. So, well, as it stands right now, let's just say the government right now is doing 20% good and 80% harm. So basically it has a net negative, right? Of yeah, it has more net negatives than net positives. Now, obviously, in the time of Washington when they were escaping the government of the UK, right? Uh the exact same thing, right? So in a sense, or sorry, the UK government was doing, let's say, 20% as well. Well, let's say at that point 10% good and 90% bad, right? So then when they started new government, the American government, basically the new one, because again it's new, there's going to be problems, whatever, but they overall were doing 90% good and 10% bad. Because again, no one's ever perfect, right? Because let's say the 10% bad was killing the Native Americans, in due time, right? We're talking about, I guess, further down the line, um, but yeah. So, and according to the Native Americans that were being conquered, well, of course, that government, that people was doing, 90% bad, because some of them obviously were cooperating with the Indians and living in peace, but 90%, 80% of them were not, right? They were conquering their lands and all that shit.
Single mothers,
25%.
disabled benefits. What do you want to cut?
Hold up. All I know is in Switzerland,
I'll tell you what,
the government is
cut the taxes
25%.
on those entrepreneurs and raise the taxes on the billionaires.
Yeah.
Because I worked my tits off.
How many?
Okay, so there we go. Now this is really good, right? Tax the rich. So now he's saying, right? That's what here he says. Tax the billionaires and reduce taxes on entrepreneurs. Okay, tax the billionaires. Let's see. Tax billionaires. Okay.
Billionaires,
Cut the
25%.
taxes on those.
We'd have to no,
Police,
no, well, no.
education, NHS,
All I know is this:
pensions,
you go to Switzerland, they spend
welfare, single mothers,
25%.
disabled benefits. What do you want to cut?
Hold up. All I know is in Switzerland,
I'll tell you what,
the government is
cut the
25%.
taxes on those entrepreneurs
Yeah, so reduce tax on entrepreneurs and tax the billionaires.
and raise the taxes on the billionaires.
Yeah.
Okay, it says raise the taxes.
Because I worked my tits off.
How many billionaires are in the UK?
There's a lot of billionaires in the UK.
150.
Yes, so tax them all. What do they pay? Listen, I worked my tits off, and I paid, it was 50% top rate tax, 50% top rate tax, plus national insurance, 60%.
So a million a year.
To bring my family out of poverty.
Mm.
At the same time, the Duke of Westminster inherited £10 billion and paid nothing. Do you think that's fair?
That's not true,
Okay, why is it not true?
because the Duke of Westminster is one of the highest taxpayers in the country.
What does he pay?
Well, on the trust, the Grosvenor estate, they don't pay inheritance tax because trusts can't die. They pay something called periodic.
Okay, so now we're getting into the fancy financial stuff, so they can avoid taxes. And that's okay. So that's the other thing about, right? Again, did I put it here? Let's see. Nope, I haven't done it yet. Okay, so ways of getting rich, right? You got, as I say here, from the mud, right? Rags to riches, riches to riches, right? I.e., in inheritance. Okay, so yeah, you got this, right? Now, of course, you don't have to be complete rags. Meaning, rags can also be like dirt poor, or even just middle class or lower class, right? So you're not poor, you're not broke, right? As I'm saying, that's why I kind of create this, right? There's levels of broke here, right? Because especially if you're in a country that has a lot of government system, a lot of government safety nets, compared to being Africa poor, yeah, you ain't poor, but you are poor relative to these guys, right? It's all relative. It's all a spectrum. So yeah, you know, um, let's see what he breaks down. Again, he's saying this is how it works in England. So let's say trusts are subject to inheritance tax, which are rather than a 40% upon death. Yeah, okay, yeah, involves a periodic charge of 6% every 10 years. Okay, every 10 years, additionally, taxes apply when assets are added to and removed from a trust. Okay, but again, the in a sense, you're saying the effective tax is 6% every 10 years. Okay.
taxes,
Which
which
how much?
6% every 10 years.
6%, so they pay 0.6%.
So
So I pay 60%, and this guy pays 0.6%.
Apples with apples, inheritance tax is 40% across the course of your life. If a trust is, if a person lives who owns a trust for 70 years, then 6% times 7 would be 42. So they actually pay more.
So he pays 0.6% a year. You're telling me 0.6%.
But that would be the same as.
What percent did I pay per year?
No, but that's
60%.
Hold up.
So you're saying I pay 60 of 0.6.
No. You're not comparing apples with apples.
Why is it not apples with apples? This
Because-
guy pays 0.6% a year. I pay 60% a year.
That's inheritance
I
tax.
paid that 60% every year.
Okay, so regardless of this too, right? That's another thing, right? Let's say, yeah. Did we have that in the field here? Traders, entrepreneurs, working class, net worth, taxes. Okay, let's look at taxes, right? Taxes. All right. So what are the subsects? There is wage tax, or let's just say, well, yeah, basically here in America there's two tags. There's active income tax and passive income tax. Okay. So we got these two subsects. Now there are certain things that are, how to put this here. Let's how do I explain this here? Let's see, active. I should show you my chart where this counted made of. I don't want to import it here. It's gonna make it big. Fuck. All right. So yeah, you have. So here, let's say you have it. What do you call it? Taxes on wages. Wages, right? Capital gains tax, right? So you're taxed differently, right? And this, right? Let's see. Well, that's the point, right? So the capital gains is usually you buy stocks, and then, so that's in a sense a form of passive income, right? Whether it's a dividend stock or just you're holding it for however long, right? And it increases in value, right? In a sense, that is passive income. Now, of course, if you do not take any profits, then you're not going to have, again, where is it? Let's put it here. Capital gains tax. Again, you have to understand. Yeah, so let's say, yeah, so you got passive income tax, right? And if you have, so these are the subset of this, right? So again, if you have if you don't take profits, then then again, I'm so tired now. My brain's starting to be tired. See, tax on wages, capital. So yeah, sorry. So if you take profits, then you realized your gains, and therefore now you're subject to capital gains tax. Okay, that's what I was trying to say. So let's get closer here.
Daniel,
Income
every
tax.
year I
You're
pay it.
paying income tax.
So why have I
The
paid
Duke of Westminster pays
more than him?
The Duke of Westminster pays income tax. He probably makes your bill blush.
Yeah, he pays income tax.
Yeah, well, if he's going to live, he has to withdraw money to have his income. He also, let me give you a list of all
Okay.
the taxes he would pay. He'd pay income tax, corporate tax. He'd pay stamp duty when he buys a building. He pays any of the other taxes, VAT when he's.
Hold on, let's see. In addition to inheritance tax, trust pays capital gains tax and an income tax 45% for non-dividend income. Yeah, but see, that's the thing. What he understands that at least here in America, if you do an S corp and you fill the papers the right way, in a sense, you can lower your effective tax rate. So even though these rates are there, there's a lot of variables that they're probably not going into, especially if they're kind of equivalent to America, which they probably are. They're not truly paying these taxes. So yeah, so 45 on non-dividend income. And this is even if he's correct per se, right? So I don't know who this is from, DOSCA. I don't know. It's probably their IRS equivalent, but 40% for non-dividend income. Okay, so that means you can put that. I guess you can call it active income tax, right? And 35 cents for dividend income. All right, so passive income. Okay, so that's your money making off of money, right? Capital gains. Yeah, capital gains tax. However, there can be some loopholes. See, however, there can be some loopholes. See, there you go. That's where it gets all grayish.
Spends money. All the same taxes apply to a Duke as they apply to anybody else.
So you think he pays income tax on the income money?
Same tax, but he has these other formed because he inherited money, right? Or again, yes, maybe he was successful with business, but that doesn't mean that, again, just because these things allow these things to happen doesn't mean it's gonna make things sustainable. And that's where he's right. This shit is on its own trajectory to fucking collapse.
Any income he draws.
Okay, well, I'm using research on basic income tax on his income.
Yeah. How could he not? He's a trust. But the only difference with a trust versus income is that the trust pays periodic tax versus inheritance tax.
0.6%.
But we're only talking inheritance. That's just one type of tax.
Do you think he's paying 60% on his income?
He's one of the highest taxpayers in the UK. I'm not like his big fan club, but the truth is he's one of the highest taxpayers in the UK. He's one of the biggest employers in the UK. He's one of the
biggest landowners in the UK.
landowners.
But so what? Again, he's missing the fact that, okay, but he's got money coming from a trust. Again, riches to riches, i.e. inheritance. Okay, so what if he still works and he's making some great passive income and he's paying a good chunk of it as well, right? Having all this extra money gives him more leverage, right? And again, there are loopholes, as the guy just said. So yeah, I'm sure he's taking care of those. He's using those loopholes as much as possible, or even just, who knows, maybe even breaking the rules. But because he's at a certain level, he's got connections, they're not going to prosecute him.
It is in the UK, right? The issue is does he pay tax? All the same taxes that apply to you apply to him. If you want to set up a trust, you can also pay periodic taxes as well, which would be on top of all the other taxes.
So what would you say?
But it's just not true that he doesn't pay tax.
No, what would you say? This guy's inherited £10 million. So he's worth £10 million. What would you say with the total amount of tax he will pay in his lifetime?
Well, I know that just the smallest.
If I make £10 million, I pay 60%.
Just want to say, you're talking about income versus the transfer of an estate.
So why is it? That's because
So yeah, so that has to be definitely has to be clarified, right? You making that money versus inheriting it is taxed in a different way. So yes, and so ultimately, yes, even though he wants the government to tax, we do got to fix a lot of tax rules if we want to play this whole stupid tax game. But like I just showed down here, if you understand that these banks make money out of nothing and the government, has the actual power to make money if they wanted to, especially here in America, right? They just outsource it to the Federal Reserve, which are banking families from Europe, right? You would see that we don't need that. And with the internet and everything else, we can make everything traceable so that there is no fuckery, right? On many different levels.
You're comparing your income versus the amount he inherited, which is not a fair thing. That's
his income.
Inheritance is not income.
So wait. So if I get given £10 million,
Yeah, which is true. Again, if you're going to get technical, right, income is, well, again, that's why the IRS, in a sense, created there's the IRS breaks it down to two brackets. Okay, you got active income and passive income, right? So that's why in the video with the accountant, what he showed me is that, okay, you may think this is passive income, but the way it's written in the IRS rules, it will be seen as active income. So knowing that, how do you move within their system to pay the least amount of taxes, right? And that's where he structures he does have a trust and he also has an S corp, right? And yes, he allocates a certain portion of the income that the business generates to pay the guy a salary. And then that salary is subject to the self-employment tax. All the other stuff is seen as a dividend, so therefore becomes passive income, and therefore only taxed at capital gains tax, which is way lower than taxes on wages on active income. Which you would think, common sense, it would be reversed, because if you're making more money without any real effort, right, you should definitely be taxed more to level the playing field. But the rich wrote the rules, right? Let me correct this. The ultra rich wrote the rules because they bought they bought these fucking politicians. So the politicians are corrupt. Oops. Come on. Ah, fuck. Don't tell me it froze. God damn it, man. Come on. Really? All right, 38 minutes. Let me pause this for a second. All right, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but luckily I can pause this OBS. Shout out to OBS.
Income versus the transfer of an estate.
So why is it? Because you're £10 million.
You're comparing your income versus the amount he inherited, which is not a fair thing. That's
his income.
Inheritance is not income.
So wait. So if I get given £10 million, I don't pay any tax. But if I work for £10 million, I pay 60%.
If you inherit,
this is the tax system that you want, you can end up in a system where kids of the rich will own everything.
Just saying,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And that's fine because that's our kids.
You're not telling the truth about his.
Let's have a tax system where your kids and my kids and Steven's kids are multimillionaires, and these guys out there can't afford to feed their kids and put the heat in.
That's not what I'm saying.
But that's what you will get. That's what you will get. Listen, that's what I'm betting on. That's fine because I'll make money in the markets. It's fine. And you'll make money and you'll make money. It's our viewers who will be poor, and that's fine. That's fine. It's fine for us.
Let's explore the other alternative, right? So let's say tax the rich, right? So let's play the game of tax the rich.
Tax the owners,
Tax
not the workers.
Yeah. So,
The owners.
so,
the owners.
so the issue that we have with the rich is that the number one most valuable assets in the economy now are intangible assets. So there's this chart called the S&P 500 of the 500 richest countries in the world, in the US. Sorry, in 1970s, 75% of the value of the S&P 500 was physical assets like property, and today it's less than 10%. It's closer to 5%.
So you think that housing is not particularly important?
Just let's stick with what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's less than 10%.
That's actually a
500
good.
richest countries in the world, in the US. Sorry, in 1970s,
All right, so I want to take a picture of that because I'm going to use that. This is important to have this. There, fucker, man. Seriously, what is going on, man?
25%.
Bro, fuck you, Apple.
Of the value of the S&P 500.
What is going on here, man? Like, man, what the fuck? Come on, there we go. I don't know what is going on. All right, there we go. Let's paste it. There we go. All right.
500 was physical assets like property, and today it's less than 10%. It's closer to 5%.
So you think that housing is not particularly important?
Just let's stick with what I'm saying.
Okay.
The powerhouse, the engine room of the economy is digital assets, and that's reflected in the S&P 500, for example, which is 95% intangible assets. One of the issues that we have is that the richest people are completely mobile now, so they can be absolutely anywhere in the world. So if you come up with this idea of let's tax richest people 1%, if a tiny proportion of them leave, we're all in trouble. So
These really rich guys, what do they own?
companies,
And why are those companies worth money?
because investors say they are
And where do the revenues come from?
globally. The
Okay.
issue is that these companies operate globally now.
So if
like
I'm a millionaire,
take my company, for example.
yeah.
My company has 8,000 customers in 100.
See, again, so let's put this in front of ourselves, right? So there are internet based, say, tech business, businesses, and there are brick and mortar. So yeah, he's right that a lot of the wealth has shifted to these tech companies, right? But as Gary's gonna point out to him, is like, okay, but where are most of their customers from, right? America and UK. So that, because that's in a sense where the wealth is, but the wealth is being again hoarded and sucked out of the economy faster than it's being, I guess, given back to them. So they, and of course with the robots being replacing them soon, and the AI and shit, yeah, it's gonna get even more crazier. As Gary's right, he's predicting a big problem. But sometimes that's kind of good. Let it all melt down so that we can finally, we can no longer avoid the issue. It is right in our face, and there's, maybe, just riots and economic. Hopefully we could avoid that, but he's not, these people are not listening. So internet-based, and there are brick mortar based businesses. And so, yeah, we're going to get into the issues in that.
50 countries.
Okay.
We could be anywhere. If you push a
Which country
country,
is your biggest single revenue source?
probably the US now.
Let's say you move to Cayman Islands and the US says we're going to tax your revenue at point of sale. What can you do?
Well, that's different, right? Because that's not taxing billionaires, that's taxing companies. See, when you say tax the rich on their wealth,
See now maybe we're getting to closer, whatever. But I don't know why I have to put this in front of you, but I might as well, just so that there's some fucking retards out there that don't understand, right? So yes, you have businesses, right? You have a business or businesses, but you have owners, right? So the owners own the businesses, right? So what he's saying is that the system will automatically take. All right, so let's put it in there too, right? Might as fucking well, right? So you got customer, product, service cost, and you got I guess, revenue revenue for the company. Revenue for company, right? But remember, I'm gonna say for business, right? But again, businesses have owners, right? So what he's saying here in this pipeline, right? So yeah, in between this step right here, automatically take some of the profits. But the problem with that though, and there is a problem here, Gary, is that it depends on the company. Is the company cash flow positive yet, right? So that's another thing you have to distinguish this, right? Uh, how to put it? Uh, let's see. So okay, so let me just put it here, right? So there are debt-free companies, right? And there are companies with debt. Okay. So, but in these sub brackets, right? Hold on. So, debt-free companies, okay, they're debt. So, companies with debt, there's two subsects. Companies company fucking tired. Companies that have the cash to pay the debt off. Companies that don't. And companies that don't. Okay, and then the other thing is even if they pay off the debt, right? So let's say let's also put here debt-free companies, and then there are also, let's see here, there are cash flow positive companies. And let me recheck that one more time to say, what does cash flow positive mean? Cash flow positive means a business has more cash coming in inflows than outgoing, outflows over a specific, period. Over a specific period, is actually indicating financial health and the ability to cover expenses and potentially reinvest or return value. Exactly. So, so there's cash flow positive companies, right? Other ones are just, they're basically just, well, and then there's levels to this too, right? There's levels to this. So, you know, how to put this? Yeah, so there's companies are, let's say there are 10% cash flow positive, right? That after all, okay, so they're really earning like a 10%, margin, right? Some are earning 90%. That's what he's talking about. The tech companies are earning. That's why this image here, right, is basically saying how, why this shit has switched, because the reason why there's so much wealth now is because their actual net profit margins are way higher than all these highly physical intense ones, right? Well, I don't know about IBM, but I mean, but IBM, because they did build the first physical stages of it, that's why it's intensive. But now this is all software, right? Because IBM is still dealing with hardware, that's where they lose. That's where they lose a lot of their net profit margins. But let's continue.
That's different to saying tax companies are consumption tax.
Oh, but you just said the rich own companies. You said that's what they
Yeah,
own.
but you're saying, how do you tax them, right? So do you tax their wealth, which is what they own, or do you tax the companies where they trade? Typically, consumption taxes get passed on to consumers.
Oh, so, consumption tax is the tax on the ownership.
Yeah, but if you simply say when you're doing revenues, then that's
if we start to tax, if we start to tax
by the way,
profits,
I'm not exactly against you on companies. I think it's disgusting that a British company can take out a Facebook ad to sell to a British consumer a British product, and Facebook pretends to be in Ireland on that transaction. And Amazon, you can buy something on Amazon in Britain from a British supplier from a British warehouse, and Amazon pretends to be in Luxembourg in that situation. And that sucks, right? Like that does not seem fair. And it strikes me as very strange that the government is okay with that. Right now, the government is chasing down mums and dads who sell a few things on eBay and chasing them for taxes, but they don't talk to eBay. They're paranoid about someone doing a little bit of a side hustle on Facebook, but Facebook's fine to pretend to be an island. So I don't agree with all of that, right? Like I think we're missing some serious tricks here. But the idea with taxing billionaires at wealth, billionaires will just leave. They just get up and leave, and not just billionaires.
Oh yeah, sorry, no, it's more like how government goes after small biz versus big companies versus big biz that use tax loopholes.
But what do billionaires own? What do billionaires own?
Companies,
And where do companies get their money from?
revenues,
And where do the revenues come from?
purchasing. People
Where
purchase
do those people live?
all over the world.
We can tax them at that point.
That's consumption.
This is the thing.
That's a consumption tax.
No, it's not. It's a
VAT is a tax on
we
revenue.
tax these guys on profits based on where the revenues come from.
So it's very easy to
Okay, so that's the other thing that we're again, we're gonna have to say the difference between, let's see here. Oh yeah, we already put it here. Let's see, where is it? Is it no. Where is that damn thing? Did I put it in there? Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, duh. Okay. So what he's talking about is and it could include mid-sized corps, because again, depending on how the government defines that or how you define it, would be different. But so yeah, he's saying okay, so what I'm trying to say here, the difference is he's talking about let's charge the big corps that are doing these funny loopholes, that which he agrees, right? That it's
30
basically
minutes.
because it's easier to tax the small business person versus the big companies, obviously, that sometimes are bankrolling these fucking politicians as to get into office, right? He's saying, yeah, he's saying we should tax them, right? But he thinks it might apply to small corps as well, right? The ones that are not necessarily cash flow positive, and so many other factors.
to move profits internationally. See, Stephen had a Starbucks cup. When he buys that Starbucks,
Yeah.
it's bought from a British company
Yeah.
who licenses the Starbucks logo
Yeah.
from Luxembourg or somewhere like that. So
Yeah.
15%. So here we are saying, oh, we're going to tax their profits.
Yeah.
They say, oh, I wish we were profitable. Sorry. Unfortunately, we had to do that licensing deal with that international
I
corporation.
know how profit shifting works. Okay, so are
I
you
don't think
telling me a company is selling to
Like-
the UK, the US, enormous amount of profit in the US, and they turn around and say, actually, our profit's not in the US?
The
Do you
difference-
think the US is incapable of going and looking if that's seeing where the profit is?
I'm not saying that you can't do this. I'm saying that the benefits of doing it, it's so hard to tax wealth, for example, or it's so hard to tax millionaires and billionaires that you end up cutting off your nose to spite your face. For every, like,
I like Gary's response, and shout out to Gary again. I know you're gonna watch this eventually, but yeah, it's hard, but so what, right? Let's let Gary say it.
for example, and we build a brand which is that we're anti-wealth. We don't want you to ever have more than 10 million. If you've got more than 10 million, we punish you. Every young entrepreneur who comes to me and says, Dan, do you think I should start a company here in this country? I'm going to say, well, if you do, they'll take it. As soon as you start to make it, they'll take it.
Again, we could eliminate that with my solution. When you accept the fact that banks make money out of nothing. Once we disassociate from gold, right, and especially stop using gold in the actual everyday commerce, that's when everything can switch to this. And of course, it's much easier now because we have the internet and blockchain technology as well, right? The encryption and stuff like that. So you won't have hackers fucking shit up and creating whatever, so. And we don't need to waste all that electrical energy to fucking create the money, right? We just use the energy to manage the money, right? To manage the encryption, the blockchain, so that there is no one can bypass the system, right? You're gonna have to produce a product or service to get that money, right? And yes, so that basically, yes, since the government can make money out of nothing, you don't need private investors to risk any capital on a risky startup that may not work, right? And again, Mondragon, you guys gonna have to watch Mondragon experiment, a documentary from the BBC, and that business model is basically, that business model scaled up will make capitalism sustainable.
As soon as, if you're successful, if you get investment, they're going to tax your wealth. If you sell the company, they're going to take it off you. I'm going to.
Whoa. I don't know if that's going to be the case, because that's not income, right? Again, that's why some of the rich people use that loophole where they take their assets and they use them as collateral, therefore, right, giving them the cash that they need, the liquidity, right? Without having to pay taxes, right? Because they're not selling their bond, they're just using it as collateral. So therefore, they can't be taxed because they're not realizing gains, right, by selling the asset, and therefore they can't be taxed. But they can say, hey, bank, do you wanna use this as collateral? The bank says, yeah, sure, here, we'll just write this promissory note that if you default, we'll take your stocks, But depending on who that person is and how successful they are and how good they are, right, that probably won't happen. I mean, look at Elon Musk. The chances of him losing, so much money they won't be able to repay that, and they're going to confiscate his stocks is probably slim to none.
I'm going to basically say to that young entrepreneur, don't build your business in Britain. Go start it somewhere that they're more proactive and positive towards entrepreneurs.
Are we seeing that now with this? They call it the millionaire exodus, which is, for people that don't know, the UK is set to lose the greatest proportion of millionaires in the world this parliament. I'll put a graph on the screen, which is this one here, and that little red line here is us losing all of our millionaires
Yeah.
at the moment. And in 2024, it's estimated that 10,800 high net worth individuals left the UK, which is a 157% increase from the previous year, which means that 1 millionaire is departing every 45 minutes. The UK millionaire exodus is equal to losing 530,000 average taxpayers. And another stat, the top 10% of earners in the US account for nearly half of all consumer spending. The top 1% of income taxpayers in the UK are projected to contribute about 30% of total income tax from 2024 to 2025. Why are all these millionaires running away?
Well, it's not because they're taxing their wealth, because we don't have any wealth taxes.
Why do you think they're leaving?
I think the reason they're leaving is because the UK economy is really, really weak. Because the UK consumer is really, really weak. Because we've absolutely crushed the spending power of your average British family.
And where are
The
they
average
going?
British family can barely afford to feed the kids and turn the heating on. So why are you going to start a business here when the customers are absolutely impoverished?
Look, it corresponds with a new tax that we brought in, which was we ended the non-dom scheme. So the non-dom scheme basically said if you're living in the UK, but you've got businesses all over the world, then we only tax you on what you've got in the UK. And if you die in the UK, we'll only tax you on your UK assets for inheritance tax if you're a non-dom. But if you die in the UK and you've got wealth in India, once that non-dom scheme ended, they basically said we will tax you on everything globally. If you're if you're a tax resident in the UK, everything you've got globally, we want 40% of it. So unfortunately, every wealth manager contacted their clients and said you can't stay here. You're going to have to get out. It's gotten really bad. 1,000 people a month are leaving, and in the UK, 1% of people pay 30% of the taxes, 10% of people pay 60% of the taxes. And you imagine if we're sitting out at dinner and there's 10 of us out for dinner, and one person says, "Hey, I've got this. I'll get 60% of the bill tonight." We say to them, "No, it should be 70%. It should be 80%." And they say, "You know what? I'll get up and leave." So they leave. Everyone else's bill just doubled. So what's going to happen is if we drive the millionaires out of this country, every ordinary normal person who pays 10 grand a year in tax will now have to pay 20 grand a year in tax
So the reason they left is because we used to allow them to not pay tax. And
on,
now we ask
on
them to
their
pay tax.
global incomes, on their global.
So isn't it a bit more like if we were to us at dinner and there was one guy who came onto dinner on the condition he wouldn't pay, then leaves? Because these guys weren't paying tax anyway. The reason they left is because they weren't
No,
paying tax.
it's like saying, hey, I'll pay 60% of this table, and they say at the table, hey, wait a second, we also want you to pay for everything that's happening in other restaurants as well.
Isn't it a bit more like these guys
We're stretching the
here
analogy.
on a condition? You yourself said.
Yeah, see, so at least Dan said that he's stretching the analogy, and that's what I usually say. Now, I know I'll probably be using that because I was like, okay, how do you express that when the analogy only works to a point, and sometimes it actually does a disservice to making the point. But yeah, so stretching the analogy, yep. So that means, yeah, he's stretching the analogy, and it's not really. In this case, it's really not basically not a good argument point. It won't hold the water basically.
You're 100%
The
right.
reason why they left is because we let them live here on the condition that they didn't have to pay taxes.
On their global, yeah, taxes matter, right? So why is everyone going to Dubai? Dubai, they're going there because there's no tax.
These guys, they live in Dubai. Their money comes from the West. They
See, and then Dubai can handle that no tax stuff because they have so much oil and energy is such. It's just might as well be money, right? I mean, yeah, I'm not even gonna get into that.
are making money from the West, while your average Western ordinary person watching this show now cannot afford to buy a house, cannot afford to have a family. We can tax those revenues at the point of sale.
That's
Why
called
do we allow these guys?
It's called a consumption tax.
No, it's not. It's a tax on profit.
You just said at point of
Okay, so I think what he's trying to say, the only way that would work again if you're taxing the big companies, right? Because yeah, you're gonna have to distinguish, right, the big companies. Now, of course, again, these companies are smart. Maybe they'll start doing like, oh, we'll create a new LLC. Oh, but this LLC is only this big and this and that, right? There you can always again buy these politicians to fucking do these fucking funny things, and we'll be back to square one. But again, at least for a while, right, until they figure out, okay, we have to break up these big corps, right? Because we're under the big corp thing, and when we charge a customer for a product, you know, they're already going to take this amount automatically and give it to the government, so the government can so-called give it to the poor. But again, you don't need that if the government takes the rightful duty to make money. But again, most of them are incompetent, so I don't even want to give it to them. I'd rather create a system that is outside of the government, right? And obviously it can be scaled up for the world.
of sale, which means it's a consumption.
Based on the profits. You look at how much profit
Well,
there is,
that's
and then you work out where the profits. Exactly, it's not consumption tax.
So if you tax profits,
Yeah.
right, then those profits have to accumulate in that country. And because of the digital ecosystem that we now have, the world we now live in, I can lease the database off of my company in Luxembourg. I can license my logo from
I
my
understand
company.
the profit shifting
Go
one.
on.
Okay, so listen, these guys are not Gandalf. You just say we don't accept profit shifting.
Yeah, profit shifting. I think that's what he was trying to say here. So tax loopholes, aka profit shifting.
We don't need to accept profit shifting. China does not accept profit shifting. We did not accept profit shifting 50 years ago. We do not have to accept profit shifting. But you have a government class who are extremely wealthy and a media class who are extremely wealthy saying it's impossible to tax rich people. And you have to say, I will agree 100%. It is difficult to tax rich people.
Yeah.
It is very, very, very difficult to tax rich
So the
people. I don't come here saying I want to tax rich people because it's easy. I know it's hard. I know probably I'm going to lose. I know our viewers, kids, will live in desperate poverty. I know that. I do this because it is hard. If we are a country which says to ourselves, we don't try and do things which are necessary to keep our kids out of poverty because they are hard, then our kids will live in poverty. I don't need to be here. I'm a multi-millionaire just like you. I could be in the Philippines drinking pina coladas. I come in here because I come from a poor background and it's ordinary families like my family, like the kids I grew up with, whose kids are going to be in poverty. It's difficult, but it is necessary. Sometimes we have to do things not because they're easy, but because they are hard. That is what makes a rich country rich, and that is what protects ordinary people. Listen, our grandparents lived in poverty. Did they say, let's not change it because it's hard? No, they didn't. They fought and they demanded healthcare, education, housing, food, and they got it. They got it.
Yep. And so this is where I come back to, okay, how is it that we got a big ass government? Because these private companies, right, the private market, as they say, was not really giving back in a way that it was sustainable. So the people had a bitch to the government to be like, hey, go fucking, yeah, fix this issue. Right. But then the problem is that the government eventually gets corrupted, and that's why it's not really a good route to go. You want to fix it at its point, which is, again, the collective culture of what it is to be, sorry, of what we think capitalism is and how it should actually be practiced, not the theory, but but how is it actually being practiced versus the theory that's being taught around like it is fucking being practiced, and it's not.
Do you
That's
think
why
when
my parents.
Yeah, so that's why that's why basically the government sometimes, again, it at times it does do great things. At times we do need it when the private market sector or whatever does not want to do the right fucking thing.
Could live a good quality life. They got those things. They got those things, and they were aware that in order to do that, you could not allow the super rich who have been living lives of luxury for hundreds and hundreds of years to eat everything, while ordinary families couldn't afford to feed their kids. I know it's difficult. I know it's difficult, and I know I'm probably going to lose. I know that. I know I'm probably going to lose, and that means our viewers will be poor. But I do it anyway because I do not want this country that I grew up in to fall into desperate poverty.
I agree with you on the passion and I agree with you on the problem. I don't agree with you on the solution because in 2019,
we will get our kids
in 2020, and that's not what I'm saying. In 2020, we made a decision globally to shut down the economy and we taught everyone that they can live and work from anywhere. The biggest threat to everything you're saying is remote working. The fact that we can live and work from anywhere. Our grandparents, if their boss owned a company, that company had to physically be in the country and the boss had to physically be in the country. If we look at today, there are plenty of fitness trainers who work for a gym and the owner of that gym is somewhere overseas. Plenty of people work in a restaurant and the owner of the restaurant lives overseas. You can run a business from anywhere in the world right now. So the problem that we face,
Yeah, see, so he's saying basically, again, his solutions, right, is people should become, basically he's kind of saying all people should, right? But as you can read in the comments, you can see a lot of the comments were basically pro Gary, right? Like this guy, even though he came from poverty, now he's kind of disconnected from the reality of the world. Like I would say this guy, because he's made his money on, he is blinded by the digital side, which is relatively new. Sure, it's great profitability and all this other stuff, and it's a great way to create generational wealth. But just you got to accept, trust me, as long I agree with him. I wish more people were like that and would do that, but they're not gonna do it. You're not gonna, and even though it's for their own good, if you put a gun to the head to do it, that's you're it's not gonna be the same as them doing it out of their own way. So you're gonna need you need a lot of Indians. You can't have you gotta there's a balance of chiefs and Indians, and so if you try to make all these Indians chiefs, it will not work. It will not work.
is that you're describing on one hand you say we need to tax it at the point of sale, which is a consumption tax, and then
Not
and
if
then
it's a tax on profits.
okay, and then you say a tax on profit, and then you say but then we'll stop.
Yeah, I think what he's saying here is that if they put, in a sense, that tax on the owner, well, the owner says, "Well, I'm just going to raise the price." Therefore, it cancels itself out, in a sense for them, but not for the consumer, right? So where is it? Yeah, not for the consumer, right? That's the thing. So that's why I said you got to have some kind of price control, right? Again, it doesn't have to be from the government. It could be from the people who voted it and coded into the blockchain.
Profit shifting. By the way, I'm also actually all for this idea of stopping profit. I've already said I think it's utterly ridiculous the way that many of these global companies are treated. And if we don't stop that, then all the money just flows out to the tech companies. So I'm with you on that. But when you say tax the rich, the actual people who own the companies, those people can just be anywhere right now. So
But their revenues can't. Their customers are where their customers are. Their customers are where their customers are. Listen, Amazon doesn't pay any UK tax, doesn't pay any US tax. We're the customers in the UK
In
and
the
US.
UK, US.
Do you really think it's impossible for us to tax that?
Well, you're talking about taxing people at 10 million plus, right? So this is a lot of startup
Well, Jeff
entrepreneurs.
Bezos is a lot more than 10 million.
Yeah, I'm not-
Jeff Bezos is worth a lot more than 10
But
million.
you talk
Okay, so I never heard that. Maybe they had a conversation before this one, but okay. So let's say that is true for now, right? Let's say tax the rich. Now, see, now we can define the star, right? So the star is, well, if he's talking about revenue, that's not well, that's not a good number. That's not a good way to gauge it, right? So that's why even in America we have tax brackets, right? So it would be tax brackets. I think they do get into that, but yeah. So 10 mil and above. Let's see. Did he say revenue? Hold on. Let's see.
about, right?
In the UK
In
and
the
US.
UK, US.
Do you really think it's impossible for us to tax that?
Well, you're talking about taxing people at 10 million plus, right? So this is a lot of startup
Well, Jeff
entrepreneurs.
Bezos is a lot more than 10 million.
Okay, so yeah, he's not differentiating. Are we talking about gross revenue? Or are we talking about net profit?
Jeff
No,
Bezos,
I'm not-
Jeff
no,
Bezos is worth a lot more than 10
But
million.
you talk about anyone above 10 million is on your radar.
You don't
right?
want people worth 11 million pounds to pay more
I'm
tax.
not just talking, it's not that.
If you're worth more than 10 million pounds, so if we tax people on,
45 minutes.
as Gary says, that have more than 10 million, what are your options to avoid? Say if your objective was to avoid that, what options do you have?
Look, if my objective was to avoid it, I pass a board resolution that we're moving the head office somewhere else.
Yeah.
We move the intellectual property.
Well, again, this is not taking into account, I think, basically he's kind of speaking as if, okay, he's made 10 million before, or he just made 10 million right that year, and and maybe moving forward, look, because he knows he's going to be taxed because now he's in that bracket, right? He's like, that's what he's saying. He's going to do this to avoid to basically avoid slash minimize his taxes as much as possible. So, but again, that's different from you were given that 10 million off the rip because your grandfather died and built an empire long ago, whatever. Just hold on.
Be somewhere else. I pick up and move my family somewhere else. And within about a week or two, we've got a WeWork office somewhere else. I've got a new house on Airbnb somewhere else. And I cut ties with the UK and I'm non-tax resident here. And I have a digital business. I can literally make my head office anywhere in the world. If there was a particular country that turned hostile towards our operations, then I'd have to withdraw service from that thing. So that's possible, but it's unlikely that would actually happen. But ultimately, if I choose to get up and leave, then I get up and leave. Now, the bigger issue is, would I have even come here in the first place? And then there's another issue. And here's the other issue, Gary, for you. You've just had 750,000 subscribers to your YouTube channel.
It's 820, right?
It's 820, right? So it's going up fast. I could have one of my analysts at a consulting company do a valuation of your brand and do a valuation of your YouTube channel. We could say this is a fast growth media company and it's worth 11 million, right? So we could come up with a forecast and projection and we say Gary's Economics is actually a new fast growth media brand. It's worth 11 million. Now, your channel, now you have to pay 100 grand a year in extra taxes because you're a millionaire.
Well, sorry, 1% on wealth above 10 million on 11 million is going to be 10 grand tax.
But you're saying only on the part above.
That's how 1% on wealth above 10 million on 11 million is going to be 10 grand tax.
But you're saying only on the part above.
That's how tax
Okay,
works.
so it's not on everything. It's okay. So it's a
Yeah,
marginal tax.
that's how taxes work.
It's above. So okay. So but is it fair that who gets to decide what wealth is wealth and what it's worth? Because wealth, let's just hear me out. Wealth is a technical term for unrealized.
Yeah, see, they're getting caught up in the semantics, right? Now he's talking about now they're trying to get into, well, here, let me explain. Let him talk, I guess.
Gains, right? It's not real. Someone buys a house for 20 grand and it's worth 200 grand. They've still got the same house, but now they've got wealth. If someone starts a business and a tiny little seed investor.
So again, that's why I said here, right here, what are we talking about? Oops. Well, net worth / wealth, right? So I think Gary's talking about people who already have that liquidity, right? But again, when you get really rich, you actually don't keep a lot of cash. You put it into assets, which is real estate and stuff like that, right? But again, now that it's actually tied to real estate. Now again, if the real estate is being used for rental income, then that can be taxed, right? If you're living in a house, that's different. You're not making income from that. It's consuming your income so that you can have a place to live. Assets are theoretical, again, unless they sell it, right? And they sell it at a profit, then that can be taxed, right? Business, well, he's proposing to tax through the revenues, right? But it is an asset if someone passes it down to you. But anyways,
puts in a little angel investment. Now they've got wealth on paper, but who gets to say what is wealth? For example, if you introduce wealth taxes, theoretically, that will actually reduce the value of wealth of things anyway, because the things inside that economy are now subject to a disadvantage. So therefore, investors will be unlikely to invest in them to a certain point. And also, people start cutting and dodging and weaving and ducking and weaving. So they say, oh, our UK operation's worth 10 million, so we're now going to start a second company over in some other country and make sure that's where the wealth accumulates. So it's incredibly difficult because it is just unrealized gains.
I know it's difficult.
Yeah.
I know these guys, the best accountants. I know it's difficult.
So if there was an easier solution.
Yeah, but I don't know, Gary probably could answer that better because and differentiate because yeah, taxing just like the government here in America, right? You're the only thing that's subject to tax, really, right? I'm not even getting into that whole you really it's voluntary, but playing by the blue pill fucking matrix world game, right? Uh, you're only taxed on your net profit. So you have to generate revenue first, and then you see what your expenses are, and then what remains, right, is what gets taxed. Okay, not okay. We're gonna tax you based on a perceived potential future and all these funny games of evaluation because oh you got this amount of seed money, oh this is how much you're worth, blah 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 blah.
If there was an easy solution, I would support that. You know what I mean?
It's called economic freedom. The economic freedom index.
Okay, well,
It's-
let's
can I
tell the
show
people
this?
that. Give them more economic freedom and then they'll be rich.
Yeah, so this diagram here basically says the most free countries have less than 10% poverty, in fact, less than 7% poverty. As soon as you reduce economic freedom, it jumps to 30% poverty. You reduce economic freedom again, and it jumps up to huge amounts of poverty. So these countries here are the least economically free, and these countries are the most economically free. The countries that get in the way of your economic freedom have more poverty, and the countries that let people make decisions for their own life.
What you're saying is, if the governments of our countries cut taxes on us, the 3 multi-millionaires sitting at this table, that will improve the lives of the ordinary British and American.
I'll give you a real life
example.
example.
To feed their kids.
I'll give you a real
Okay, so now this reminds me. Okay, so the thing here, right, apart from my solution, is companies. Okay, and again, we're talking about big companies here, right? Not small mom pops, right? The big companies that have shown that they can basically scale up, But again, a lot of the reason why they're so profitable is because they're fucking people over. So big biz, and more importantly, profitable, very, very profitable biz needs to pay their workers more. But potential problem is the workers will blow the money, right? So you have to find a balance uh, by creating a system to reward those who will manage the money correctly. Now the issue is, okay, who gets to define how what is money managed being correctly, right? Because you're like, hey, I make this amount of money, I can afford 10 kids. It's like, yeah, you can afford them, but let's say 2 of those 10 get sick, and they get this level of disease, and the healthcare right now is not really solving disease. It is really hard, but we are gonna have to define lines at least define one, and then adjust as needed as we experiment with certain systems and we start seeing potential flaws because of unique situations that we couldn't imagine beforehand. That's how we arrive to a better system. Just like most products are not perfect when they, the first ever products that when they're released, they, yeah, they're not perfect and they go through many iterations as they get feedback from the market.
real life example. I know of a company that was going to give pay rises to its employees, and then national insurance went up, and instead of
National insurance is a tax on employment.
Yeah.
I'm saying to reduce that. I'm saying to reduce tax on. I want your viewers, the viewers here, to be paying less tax,
Okay,
whilst multimillionaires pay more tax.
it's good in theory, but if you could tax rich people 1% of their wealth above 10 million, I did a back of a napkin calculation. You might be able to get 20 billion.
Yeah.
Right? That's if they don't leave. That's if they don't respond to it. If they just happily pay it, you get 20 billion. That's less than a week worth of current government spending. So the government's out of control. 1.2 trillion a year of government spending is now what they spend.
Okay, so let's cut that, get that 20 billion and cut the taxes for the viewers. Cut their income
So that
taxes.
works out about 250 a year.
Okay, so let's do more. Let's make it 60 billion.
So then you tax 3% above wealth.
Yeah, do that.
Right? And then you also bring it
Bear
down.
in mind,
This is what governments do.
you make 5 or 6 billion. Yeah, and then that's what they
You know what
did.
they do?
That's what they did in the second order.
So yeah, you definitely okay. If we're gonna keep the government again, if you just remove the fucking or again give back the government the job that they outsource to the banks to make money, they can make debt interest money, so they can fund all the programs without having to tax anybody. So this whole tax thing just disappears, and these companies you know can now avoid having to do all this. Oh, I got to live here and move here and do this and this private trust and this fucking company in this island and sell the IP and blah 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 blah, right? But let's just say again, now we're viewing it in their perspective, right? Okay, fine. And let's just say the government actually all the government spending is justified. Okay, well, then yeah, then increase it to 3%. Increase it to whatever it needs to continue the government programs that are actually good. Again, let's just say again, we're just going to for sake of argument to say the government is really doing, let's say the 90 is doing 90% net positive and only 10% crap, right? 10% is actual waste and fraud or whatever. Okay, again, it's not perfect, but it's better than let's say what we have now or what it was before, or sorry, what it is now, right? Like you have 90% corruption and 10% actual, functional good things that the government is doing from the federal to the to all the way to the local municipality, right?
And that's why my dad could afford a house.
Well, that's not why you could afford a house.
Okay, all right, well, who's buying? If ordinary people are losing their houses and the wealth, which they are,
Yeah.
and we're getting richer,
Yeah.
who is it who is now owning the houses if it is not?
The government used to own the houses, and then they sold the
Government wealth is collapsing.
No,
Government
I
wealth
know,
is
but
collapsing.
what they did is they sold the houses to the people.
Okay, but
Right?
ordinary
You
middle
can only
class
do that
is
once.
also
You can
collapsing.
only do that once, and they did it for the baby
So
boomers.
you think it's our viewers who have got my houses now? Where is the wealth going, Daniel? Where is the wealth going? Who?
Okay, yeah. So even though the government did that in the past, but it still doesn't change what Gary's saying. It's okay. Sure, that was the past, and that's part of the reason why his father could afford the house and stuff like that. But again, in America, I don't think they did that per se. So so in America, that excuse is not again, and that's the problem when they switch back and forth from analyzing America and the UK. Yeah, you really start mudding the waters very 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 much.
Who has the wealth now? Who's getting richer? Who's getting the wealth that is lost by our viewers?
I'll tell you where the biggest amounts of money are going. The biggest amounts of money since the pandemic, 11 trillion went just to the value of 7 companies that own technology. So the biggest 7 companies in the USA, 11 trillion has
And
got
you don't want their billionaire owners to pay more tax.
Would that help?
Wait, in July to make sense? Yeah, of course. Okay, so okay, but who most likely the investors that invested in those companies already came from fucking wealth. So they just got even way richer. So I don't know why he's just focusing on these companies, but who's behind the companies? Who got the money in the early stage, right? And what did they do with it, right? When these companies went public, guess what? The retail owners, right? The retail market, which has increased more, right? But yeah, there's so much. Okay, so here, watch. So what happened? This is perfect explanation right here, right? So let's just say there was a mixture of the upper class and the rich, right, invested in these companies. Now they become the ultra rich and uber rich, right? Um, well, okay, so yeah, that's part of it. So yeah, and of course there was people who are already ultra rich and uber rich, right? So basically, oh sorry, yeah, so that's how it goes. Okay, so a mixture of these guys, right? Here we go. Watch. Let's see. Let's put it here. Mag 7. Okay. Public IPO. Okay. So these people, right, pretty much, let's say the upper middle class is the accredited investor class, right? These people pre-invested in these companies. Okay. Okay, then they went public, right? Mag 7 go public. Okay, so now some of these people that crossed over into the rich area, right? And even some of the uber rich, right? If they weren't part of this, right? If some of these uber rich did not get we're not privy to this, right? So all they can do now is buy after the fact, right? So you're still going to have a mixture of these people, right? And then you can say now the middle class, because usually, again, now going public allows you to, because you don't need to be an accredited investor, right? So let's say from this point on is accredited investor, right? So you have now these people that can that buy, right? And basically they provide the liquidity for these pre IPO people. Okay. So so what's it called? So yeah, it's basically, as I say, the stock market really is just for the rich. That's who owns most of the equities in America and probably the world and every other stock market.
The UK.
Well, if you use that money to reduce tax on
Okay.
people, then it would help, yeah.
They own shares in the USA. They're US citizens. So that doesn't help us here.
And it will help the American consumer, and then we can export the American consumer, and it will mean the American consumer has money, and then it will show rich people how much you can achieve by taxing super rich.
You asked
We
for
can raise tax on the super rich here. And then what I want is these guys to be taxed so much that they start to sell assets, and then ordinary rich people can buy assets again. Because what I want is our viewers to be able to own things, to be able to own their own homes.
When I hear this, I admittedly don't know as much.
I don't think you can tax them so much that they're going to start selling assets, you know? So, I mean, there might be some situations, but yeah, hold on. We'll finish this today. I got to take a shit. I got to pause it. All right. So where were we?
About these issues as you guys do, but when I hear that there's these 7 tech companies in the US, my brain goes, can't we have one here?
Yeah.
Can't we start? And then so my brain goes, what conditions do we have
All
to
one of
create?
the ones that we had. Yeah.
What conditions do we have to create to have one of those 7 tech companies here, especially in this sort of AI world we're heading towards, where when I was reading through the stats, most of the investment in AI, which is good.
That's probably not going to happen because we don't need another Google. You know, that's the thing about tech. You do it right pretty much the first time, and you really don't need another one. You know, it's not impossible that something else can emerge and it becomes a new Google because people just say fuck that, we're sick of Google for whatever reason, right? You know, basically trend. It's like a trend type thing, but because it's so sticky product, that's probably not going to happen. But anyways,
going to be hugely destabilizing across every industry, from driving to any form of knowledge work, even podcasting. Play your podcast now, which sounds exactly like me, which has a 4.6 star rating on Apple, which was written by AI, in my voice, published by AI.
Wow.
And who's accruing the value there? Well, it's a company in America called 11 Labs, and it's bloody OpenAI. And I go, why can't we have those companies here?
We need them here.
Because China and the US are dominating this next revolution. And I worry, as a bystander, that if we don't create entrepreneurship-friendly environments here, we are going to become India.
So if you want businesses to thrive, you don't need just a good environment for entrepreneurs. You also need people to have money that they can spend. And we are in a country where increasingly most of the people out there have almost nothing left over at the end of the month. So they barely pay the bill.
Those companies are selling globally, right? So they don't need any particular company to do well. They sell to anywhere. So like OpenAI, ChatGPT, we're all using that bloody product and paying our $20, $30 a month.
Yeah, where do they actually get their money from? They get their money from selling data to the rich, right?
My point was making the environment more friendly for entrepreneurs. Because when I start a company, I can't explain the disadvantage I'm at the moment if I start that kind of company here. There's no investors, and then all the talent seems to flock over to San Francisco. So the guys that built, the British guys that built an AI company called Fixer, which I was going to invest in, all British lads from London, they went over to San Francisco. They're like 25-year-olds. They've just raised at a 60 million valuation. They're in this room, this building in San Francisco full of entrepreneurs, and they're pumping knowledge and capital into this room.
With all due respect, Stephen, you're not a great example for the fact that it's impossible to start a successful online brand in the UK.
Facts. But I also realised
the problem of
he started when things were different.
But I also realised I don't like using personal examples because there's a huge amount of privilege. And
okay, is there a ChatGPT in Germany?
Okay, so we did somewhat touch. 1 second, I spilled my tea over here. They did touch on a very thing that's very little touched upon, is that sometimes part of the luck in having success is where you were born and what time you were born, right? So as he's saying, right, he observes that most of the capital is in Silicon Valley, right? So he could have said America, but no, it's really in Silicon Valley, right? That's really where it's concentrated for a tech company based, right? That's just where they're all at, basically, right? And China, because of how they raise up the kids, especially obviously the boys and all that stuff, right? Yeah, and of course, all the intellectual property and the actual machines were the factories were imported or exported, sorry, to China. And that's why they have such a level of wealth that they can now experiment on these tech companies that most of them, even non-tech companies, go bust. Okay, so it's just, yeah, oh my God, I'm not even going to get into that.
No.
Is there a ChatGPT in France?
No.
Is there a ChatGPT in Australia?
No.
Is there a ChatGPT in China?
It's China and...
One second.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
What you have here is an extremely low labour, extremely high capital model, which employs extremely few people across the entire world, that is focused in basically 2 cities.
Yeah.
Good luck competing with that.
How do we create an environment where the UK can...
Exactly. exactly. You know, it's just it's one of those weird. It's like people talking about, oh, you know, all these companies, you know, they get all the government contracts. Okay, but even though they you know you can bid for these contracts, can you actually fulfill it? Well, compare to a company that's been around for hundreds of years, whether they pass it down to someone that bloodline or not, right? They basically had a very head start and they were good at what they were doing. So now they're so big that you won't be able to compete, right? And let's say you can compete, you might meaning you can do the job. Can you do it as fast? And the quality is there too. I mean, again, if when you're starting new, you're probably going to learn unless you really did some innovation stuff. But again, usually people who innovate in a certain industry already came from the industry. So if you don't come from that industry, it's gonna be very hard. Like Elon, but he had the money and he had the persona, I guess, the media coverage to go raise that money, right? His branding of himself, right? And so yeah, that's what made him different. But but if he didn't have that, you know, and of course he had that fifth failure with well, he wouldn't have a fifth failure because of that fourth failure or the fourth time actually failed. Maybe it's a fourth or fifth, I don't know. The point is, yeah, there are just certain scenarios that you just, you know, it's just basically monopolies are going to naturally going to form because if a company has the head start and nothing comes around for let's say 40 years, right? Then the newcomer, the ability to beat 40 years of experience in a company and develop to that size, it's probably not going to happen.
And start to build some of these companies which are going to capitalize on this next technological revolution. If you were Prime Minister, what would you do?
I think you need to look realistically about what companies do we have a chance of growing. You know, I'm not an expert in AI, but I think trying to compete with San Francisco and London would probably not work.
Why?
Try and do it, you know, try and do it. And listen, I know that you can get a lot of like saying, let's just invest in AI, let's just invest it. Only one city in the world outside of China has managed it. China has managed it by basically state capitalism. You know, this is very similar in the sense to what we had with microelectronics in Japan in the 80s, right? When you have a new industry, especially these industries which are very capital intensive, don't employ many people.
Yeah, so the thing is with China is that they can create money out of nothing, right? But at least they used it they at least they're spending it in good things. So if China, and what's what it looks like the trajectory is going to surpass America in many different metrics, well, it's because they put the money in the right investments, right? It's like the it's like yes, you have other people that well, I don't know if Trump is actually really successful, but let's just say you have two kids that inherited wealth, but one blows it off and one actually still applies discipline and delayed gratification and builds companies and makes himself wealthier. That is different, right? Again, that's another thing that you would have to map out, right? So I kind of use Trump as an example, but since I can't confirm that, I'd rather not use it. I just rather, use a theoretical version of it. So, okay. So you got uh one blows the money on whatever, another invests the money in many different ways themselves, which is their knowledge, and then of course the business if it needs any kind of investment, invest the money, another invest the money, right? Um, types, two types of money. I guess money inheritors. All right. Yeah, you're gonna have okay, so yes, they have privilege. Again, they were given this great boost, right? But again, now they have the option. They can blow the money. And let's say Hunter Thomas, let's use it as an example, all right? Or you have Trump that, okay, I mean, whether again, I mean, he's had to have some kind of success to get to the fucking that level and have all that stuff. That stuff is not cheap, you know? So what if he had to do restructuring, bankruptcy to restructure his debt? That's a business. That's a different thing. But hey, the debt got restructured, and if it actually still become, it basically just got restructured. That's it, right? So how to explain that? That's nice that exists. Okay, so he's using it. You can't blame him for using, like you said, to the Hillary. Okay, you don't like that, then change the law, but you won't because you all benefit from it. So she was trying to basically she was a big ass hypocrite, and that's I guess you can say why he won the popular vote.
People you get a first mover advantage. They tend to win. Eventually, often they get undercut by cheaper rivals, and that does happen. That does happen. You might say in AI. I don't think AI is going to become a massive employer. Of course, a lot of countries are going to be like, because basically it sounds good. We're going to invest in AI. We're going to invest in AI. Personally, I think we should be looking at what does the British person need. We live in a country where the housing stock is falling apart.
If we say AI, when we talk about AI, I think we're actually talking about technology, because even a podcast like this, you don't think of this as an AI company, but actually now the editing process, the scripting process, the transcription process, even YouTube itself is an AI company. So it's really technology we're speaking about here. And I'm wondering why we can't create a better environment in the UK to start launching and building some of these technology companies. We've even seen
I think we should. I think we should be looking.
Okay, now if you're gonna put AI under the technology category, which obviously it is, but that's not. Yeah, let's just say AI. It's in its own realm, right? It's under the category technology too, but a pencil is technology, right? Like for the longest time, we had to use a feather and a fucking ink whatever, right? Ink reservoir, right? Where you dipped your fucking shit every couple of letters or whatever. But now we have a fucking pencil, right? So technology is such a loaded word.
We should be looking at reducing taxes on people who work and make money. It's what I've been saying for the whole time.
What about people who start companies?
I switched from due dates to due dates, and it made me go from weeks behind to weeks ahead of my deadlines. You see, I used to just bed rot all day getting nothing done. And you know that feeling of anxiety where ticking off items on your daily chores and to-do list is quite overwhelming? That was me. That was until I was told about this one secret. You see, it's called time blocking, and it changed.
Yeah, we should reduce their tax on the income that they make. But then if they start owning a £50 million company, are you telling me, if you come to me and I say, all right, you want to start a company, we tax you very, very little on a company that you start. If that company becomes worth 20, 30, 40 million quid, then we're going to start taxing you. You're going to come and say to me, oh no, sorry, 50 million is not enough for me.
So can I ask a question on that? So
Exactly. That's why I love you, Gary, man. Cause yeah, man, this whole like, but but what's gonna incentivize someone if they know they're gonna they're gonna be capped at 25 million a year? Who gives a fuck? Let them I guess stop and maybe enjoy the money, right? Which means now they leave meat on the bone for somebody else to capture some of that market share, right? And basically not monopolize, right? That's where certain of these men that get, yes, okay, you're great at doing this, but then you get caught up in a mental virus, right? That's not good for them in reality and society ultimately.
my company was valued at X 50 or whatever 100 millions. And I still had, because I hadn't had an exit event.
Yeah.
I still had £10,000, £20,000 in my bank account. Are you saying at the point when I sell the company, or are you saying just because I have shares in the company?
I think you can structure it a number of ways. My preferred way is to stop people from hoarding enormous amounts of wealth for enormous amounts of time. That's basically my preferred method. There's also the wealth.
Exactly. Yep. That's what we have to deal with. Hoarding, again, that's a key word. For a long amount of time, right? You gotta have that energy be released back into the economy instead of it being basically hoarded like a cancer cell hoards fucking sugar.
Tax method. There's also capital gains as a method. There's a lot of different ways here. But you have to deal with the problem of, if you do not tax very wealthy individuals and very wealthy families, their share of the pie will obviously grow over time, and they are, as we are watching.
Okay, so as again, my solution actually where I disagree here is you don't, again, beyond the whole taxing thing, you can have uh uh um where is it? Right? Very big business slash very profitable businesses. Let's see, businesses need to pay pay their workers more. But again, a good shepherd, a good parent, right? Let's say Bezos, right? So instead of Bezos, you know, uh, uh, well, I g- see, because he's extracting wealth through collateralizing his things. So that deals more with just, again, the funny money called the stock, right? So that's you gotta understand the difference between that kind of funny money and actual like cash. So let me give you an example. All right, let's actually max this out. This is very important. Okay, so you have you have let's see here. Okay, yeah. So you have net. So you have revenue, right? This is what most people understand, because especially non-business people who have never attempted to run a business, and even some that have, sometimes won't even get this either. You got to have a certain level of entrepreneurship experience, right? So you have revenue, you have expenses, right? They have all kinds of funny, names like capex and this and that. It's like, listen, look, there's money, income, right? There's income, or actually, better yet said, again, revenue is a better word, right? There's revenue, there's expense, and then we got profit. Okay, but that profit is usually divided, right? Let's see, profit split between owner or owners, right? Um, and then basically labor. And I also includes management. So I made this other thing long ago, but hold on. So technically in a company, you can break it down into owners, managers, and labor, right? That's usually the structure, or owner slash ownership, owners, right? And management and labor. But ultimately, there's only there's only management and labor because the owners are technically the higher level of managers. They manage the managers, right? Because it's their company, right? So they manage the managers and the managers manage the labor. Okay. But of course, when you look at how the pie is split up, usually the owners take a good chunk of the pie, right? Rightfully so, rightfully so. But owners change over time. So now the difference is, right? Did the kids who inherited the owner's business, did they even participate in the business, and to what degree? You have business or next generation business owners that worked on the floor from the floor to the mid to everywhere, in every branch, right? Just like the father, a good owner would, you know go from the bottom to the middle to the top and back, and just go in circles to make sure everything's, make their presence. Basically like what Elon does, right? That's why he's so successful. He's just doing what a lot of owners don't typically do sometimes when they get to that level. He's doing the opposite, right? So there's a big difference there. So anyway, so now here's the thing, right? So this is a let's actually quantify this better yet. So this is a non-public company. All right, then we got a public company. Okay, so thing the so you still have the same shit. The difference is you have well, the owners are aka stock holders. But we know there's different, say, majority uh, um, uh, owns majority of the stock. Now, of course, a company can buy another company's stock, and it's like, okay, well, no one person truly owns it. But hey, the buck stops somewhere usually. Of course, usually it's between the CEO and the members of the board. But again, usually the C I mean, again, depends on how they structure themselves. Sometimes their bylaws can allow the CEO to have the ultimate say, because ultimately you do got to have someone that may have the ultimate say, whether it's the board members, or the CEO. Someone has to make a final decision, right? So anyway, so own majority of the stock, right? Then you got so yeah, basically you're talking about preferred. Um, Forgot all the there's preferred common stock, preferred stock, common stock. You see, this is all the stuff. That's why it gets so complicated, because of all these stupid games we're playing. Okay, so there's a difference between these companies, and how what was he saying here? Hold on.
Squeezing out ordinary families. You have to deal with that.
My friend saw this company in the UK. It's a company everybody knows. And he
We are tax very wealthy individuals and very wealthy families. Of the pie will obviously grow over time, and they are, as we are watching, squeezing out ordinary families. You have to deal with that.
my friend saw this company.
You can structure it a number of ways. My preferred way is to stop people from hoarding enormous amounts of wealth for enormous amounts of time. That's basically my preferred method. There's also the wealth tax method. There's also capital gains as a method. There's a lot of different ways here. But you have to deal with the problem of, if you do not tax very wealthy individuals and very wealthy families, their share of the pie will obviously grow over time, and they are, as we are watching, squeezing out ordinary families. You have to deal with that.
My friend
Fuck, I forgot what I was making this all for. No, I remember. Okay, trying to explain. Oh yeah. The profits. no, wait, I was talking about the solution is part of it is for companies to pay their workers more. Shit. Oh, there's so much more we can get into this too. Okay, I'm getting tired here, but
Friend sold his company in the UK. It's a company everybody knows. And I remember him saying to me at the time, it was in the middle of the pandemic, he'd got this big exit event. I think he'd made 300 million. And he goes, I'm off. I go, where you going? He goes, I'm going to go to Dubai and Monaco and live between the two. And I said to him, explain to me why. He goes, well, the amount of tax I have to pay in the UK is equivalent to me paying 20 million rent in the UK for the next 6 or 7 years, which you have to stay here for. So he went and he pops back in every now and then, but it meant that he could keep that 150 million, whatever tax he would pay, never had to pay it to the UK. He's living this high flying life now in Dubai, drops into Monaco every now and then. And I remember him saying to me, well, Steve, I have to pay 20 million rent a year to live here. And he went on to say, the UK product, it just isn't worth it. He goes, crime, I'm going to get my Rolex robbed off me. He goes, the healthcare system isn't the best. The education system isn't necessarily the best. And particular one was crime, which is I'll get mugged walking through London streets.
Stephen, if you allow British people who own 300 million pounds of British assets to technically live in Monaco and not pay tax, then you will get crime, and you will have dirty streets, and you will have a bad healthcare system, and you will have education. Because
exactly. It's because the government or the system allows for that to happen. Again, the way I keep saying this, I'll keep saying it more on and on. You gotta leave meat on the bone. That's the point. The rich are gobbling most of the meat, and there's not enough meat for the rest of the people to have a peaceful, non-crime, non-crime and high trust society.
because if you give all of the wealth to a group of people who do not tax, there'll be nothing left to provide things like healthcare and education for ordinary people. It's not unconnected.
These people are not technically living there. They're moving out. My friends have moved out of the country. They don't come back to the UK. They've left and they leave with
So
their
they built a
companies.
company here,
And
we let them leave and pay no tax.
They typically do globally business.
Okay.
It's not that they
Yeah, it was,
Okay, see? Yeah. So yeah, you got to put in things to context, right? Yeah, global is kind of different, but it's still even East Gary still has a point is that okay, yeah, but you still have a company in the UK nonetheless. The point is you are sucking money out of the UK. Yes, you're providing a service, right? But it's not like you're doing it to break even, right? You're generating a profit, and then that profit is not really going back to be reinvested into that society. So in a sense, the money can keep going in circles. You're actually reducing the amount of money. But if you can go global, then okay, well, all this country is emerging and stuff like that. But eventually, those countries are going to deal with the same problems. And yeah, I mean, again, I said it. Just watch. Like I tell people, I'm just going to let time show you what is up.
it was a global
Also,
business.
they
That,
don't pay no tax. They pay extortionate amounts of tax, right? Anyone who's here is paying extraordinary taxes, more than they've ever paid before. 1% pays 30%, 10% pays 60% of 1.2 trillion a year.
So this guy who owns 300 million, how much tax have he paid in his life?
I have no idea.
But you see, again, this all disappears when when the government stops borrowing from private banks. It's that fucking simple.
Yeah, I have no idea. His business was global. His biggest customer was the US.
His guy pays 60%, and our viewers will pay 30, 40, 50%. Do you think it's fair that your 300 million guy pays his 2 or 3?
I have no idea what he pays.
Well, it sounds like he didn't pay 50%.
Well, he dashed when before he got the tax bill.
Why do we allow it? Why do we allow it? I'm not allowed to not pay my tax.
What could you have done
You
to?
are allowed to. When you were in Japan, you wouldn't have paid UK taxes.
Yeah, because I was working in Japan and didn't pay Japanese taxes.
Because you're living in Japan. This is the thing. People can live wherever they want now. So
But we're talking about this is. I think we should stop obfuscating tax on people's work from tax on the outside.
so I'm talking about entrepreneurs' work generates wealth. So when
If I own £1 billion of British houses,
Yeah.
and then I say I live in Dubai,
Yeah.
and I'm getting the rent on £1 billion of houses, which would probably be something like that's going to be something like £50 million a year. So
Yeah.
I'm getting 60 million pounds a year of rent from British people.
Yeah.
And that gets paid to me from British people.
Yeah.
And I don't pay tax to live in Dubai. Do you think that's fair? All right, so let's change that. Let's make people pay tax
the-
on
the-
their wealth, regardless of where they live.
The question would be though, how would you tax people, right? And how would you actually structure it? Because regardless of what you feel like is fair, this is the thing. It's not about fairness. It's about what you can pragmatically and practically do in the modern
Yeah.
economy.
Yeah.
You might say, oh, actually, like for example, if we said what's fair, a lot of people would say a flat tax is fair. You make £1, you pay 20%. You make £1 million, you pay 20%. You make £100 million, you pay 20%. So a lot of people would say the fairest tax system would just be a flat tax on everything, right? That would be a fair thing. It's pragmatically, can you do it? Is it actually good for society? Should people be excluded from that? So it's not about fairness. It's about pragmatically, what can you get away with?
All right, well, pragmatically, what we can get away with is desperate poverty for our viewers' kids.
If you want to have, can we zoom out just a minute, right? I want to zoom out.
Let's zoom away from our viewers'
Zoom-
kids.
zoom out.
Forget about them.
No, I'm a dad, right? I've got
Yeah,
three
but
kids.
you are a multi-millionaire dad.
Do you know?
You probably don't have the same problems as our
Do
viewers.
you know that
Yeah, exactly. This is again, he's smart in his own regard, given how society defines things about, what is smart is, and especially in the context of money. But what he's kind of describing is basically, God, how to put this? yes, he doesn't have to worry about it because it will not affect him for the most part if he does the right moves with the money. It seems like obviously he's not going to be one of those guys to make dumb moves, so he'll be fine. But again, that's why I tell people your definition of family is not my definition of family. Most people's definition of family is very limited in scope, and that is the problem with our society.
Do you know that kids born into the top have a 60% chance of dropping out of the top, right? 60%. That's the number. It's called persistence. You can Google it. The persistence rates is actually only 40% for the richest, so which means 60% drop out in the second.
Do you think your
And
kids
then-
have a 60%
I love this. I love this part.
chance of living in poverty?
Also, not poverty.
Do you know what's interesting? We're all trying to aim at this.
See, exactly. That's what Dan doesn't get. Okay, you're going to drop 60% from the top. What is this top? Because he might think, oh, maybe 30 million, but now you're worth 10 million. You drop down. It's like, but you still have 10 million. Even if you drop down to 5 million, it's like, yo, you still have 5 million. Like, okay, yeah, that from 5 million to 30 million, what the fuck happened? That you definitely fucked up that bad, but you still have 5 million. Ugh.
The same goal, I
Yeah.
think, here.
I'm not sure we are, boss.
Well, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe we're
I
not.
suspect some of us are maybe trying to protect our kids'
No, I
wealth.
want widespread affluence through the technological revolution that's happening, and I don't want the people who create that to want to go somewhere else.
So you agree with me that we should cut tax on wealth creators and raise tax on wealth hoarders?
Well, broadly.
Okay, so let's do it.
But if
Let's
you-
cut
no,
tax
sorry,
on people who
sorry.
are making income.
So
Let's cut tax on people who are working hard, creating a good product, making a good income, and let's raise tax on people who are sitting there on 20, 30, 40, 100, 200, 500 million pounds of assets that they're going to give to their kids and they're going to use to dominate society and squeeze out the middle class.
Who's an example of someone who's
Exactly. That's who I guess you would have to tax. But again, my system, you would avoid that. I mean, they're still going to obviously use that wealth to manipulate different economies, just even in the trading, man. Like my buddy's trying to get into $1 million because, it's just, yeah, I mean, once you have $1 million and you have that skill set, you basically you can definitely move the markets. And basically what he's saying, you have to stay in the markets way lesser time. And because he's not greedy, it's like, okay, let's say he makes 3% of $1 million. What is that? That's basically 30 million in one day, in like 5-10 minutes. Again, put that into perspective. 30 grand in like 10 minutes. That's fucking crazy.
hoarding wealth?
She's Sunak.
So his family owns a tech company.
His wife's dad owns a tech
That's what I mean.
which he will inherit and his kids will inherit.
His net worth that is
Yeah.
quoted is based upon his wife's.
Yeah, but that company already exists.
Yeah.
It's created now.
Yeah.
It's worth billions.
They have to reinvent that business every 2 years. Like it's a
So
company.
you think that if Rishi Sunak's father-in-law stopped managing the company, it would be valueless?
No, I think it hires hundreds of thousands of people, and it's it's a big company. I don't know a lot about that particular company, but I know it's a tech company.
Steve Jobs died.
Yeah.
Is Apple valueless?
Exactly. See? So what he doesn't get, right? He's like, oh, they're assessed on the value of the company, as if that kid's actually even gonna have to work it. The kid doesn't have to work it to still benefit from all the value that someone else created long ago. And to give that power to that basically kid because the dad died. Okay, he may not be a kid, let's say maybe he's probably 40, but the dad spoiled the kid and the kid fucking like if you were to put him in charge of the company, he would fuck the company up. And obviously, the smart companies were like, yeah, we're not going to do that. And even the dad might see that too. He's like, yeah, you're not touching the company, but we're still going to give you access to stupid amount of money that you're going to do some stupid shit that's going to distort all our economy, right? So yeah, this is
Let's not pretend that these creators are the sole reason these companies are valuable.
Sure.
And what we're talking about here,
exactly. So again, don't get me wrong, I'm an entrepreneur, so I would love to take that side, but again, I'm not greedy, so I'm like, the reality is the wealth is really being produced by the majority of the workers, right? So let's take let's see, let's do this, right? Let's How many employees does Walmart have? Okay, Walmart employs the fuck 2.1 million. Okay. How many employees does Google have? Yeah, look at that. 1.2 million workers versus, dude, like I don't even want to do the number because it's just ridiculous anyways. But yeah. 1 million compared to 182 workers. And guess who's making more money? Google, because it's a different business model, right? So what was the point here? Yeah. So if all those workers walked out on Amazon, sorry, on Walmart, guess what? The what's it called? The Waldens or the what's their last name? Fucking the what's it their name? Alberts? No, I forgot their name. Whatever. The fucking the family of the starter of Walmart, right? The Waltons, I think it is the Waltons, or I don't know, whatever, right? They would no longer have any more income. Now, of course, since they already made profit so many long, and they can take that money now and put it in. I'm just saying they wouldn't be having any more income coming from Walmart, right? They would just now having income from the stocks that they bought, the fucking fixed income bonds from the government, and so forth and so on.
In many cases, I was a trader, okay? And I'm worth millions of quid. And, now that is just assets. I just own assets. I own the assets. And that will grow and it will grow and it will grow and it will grow. And that will squeeze out and squeeze out and squeeze out and squeeze out our viewers. And I'll give that to my kids. They don't even need to work. They wouldn't even have to work. They could just live on, I could live on off the wealth. Is that what you want?
Do you think there are any opportunities for people today? Like, if you're born into a poor family,
Yeah.
do you think it's possible that housing being shit, and we can both agree on that,
Yeah.
but do you think there are new opportunities that didn't exist for our parents or grandparents, but they do exist for people today?
I think the reality is for kids from poor backgrounds,
There are, but the way the money is moving, it basically it's the possibility is there, but it's being reduced that you're gonna actually have again, well, see, like, okay, I mean, it's relative to if your goal is to say, I'm gonna be a billionaire, right? Okay, how to put this? Yeah, basically the if your goal is to hit a billion, given the way it is, right? The way I'm saying the money is moving, your chances are maybe like, let's say, yeah, let's say they're 10%, right? Let's say they're 10%, right? But you say, my goal is to have 5 million, and that's basically, any more than that, if I have to create more business to make more money, I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to, whatever I have to do to get a good sustainable 5 million a year, okay, I'm going to cap myself at that, right? So I can enjoy the wealth, right? Okay. Well, that has, let's say that has more of a let's say that has more like a 50% chance of happening, right? But again, the way the money is moving, whether you're trying to shoot for a billionaire or that 5 million, they're taking so much of the market share, right? By passing all these laws that create all kinds of hurdles, whether it's money or regulations, and of course they got they bought these politicians, and so they're using lawfare against you, right? That's what's being reduced because there is no checks and balances when it comes to that system. You have to put a cap on things, just like nature puts a cap on certain things, right? There has to be caps on income and asset ownership.
it is almost impossible to realistically get even financial security, never mind wealth.
But why do you think you could do it, I could do it, he could do it, but you don't think other people could do it?
Well, the first thing is I'm 38 now, so I'm not a kid nowadays. Listen, I won every maths competition I've ever been in. You know what I mean? Since I was a little kid, I didn't even have a desk in my house. I was one of the top students at LSE. And I still had to win my job by cheating in the card game. That's the world that we live in. I don't think that's a very replicable strategy. And it's very easy for people like us who made money to say, oh, we did it, aren't we great? Go out and, you've said that you think if young people go and work in tech business, they can get financial security. If it was that easy, they'd all be doing it. They're not idiots. Our viewers are not idiots. They're trying. They want to find good opportunities, and they're working. Listen, they're working so hard.
Yeah, again, they're both right. The opportunity is there, but okay, not besides the fact that most businesses, business fail, more than 90% of businesses fail, primarily because, okay, lack of experience, but basically, again, I know how to get capital, right? And well, even if you do get a good amount of capital, let's say you somehow were smart, like this one kid, right? His dad is a fund manager, and so he learned funds at a very, very, very young age. I'm sure you'll find him on YouTube or whatever, but uh so since he learned that skill from his father, he was able to raise money at a very early age, right? At a higher level where you're dealing with institutional investors that have to sign a PPM, what's it called? Fuck, I forgot the name of it. Post, no, not post. Oh, sorry, private placement memorandum, which is just a fancy way of saying, hey, I'm a smart money man. I know this is a risk and I may lose it all. That's all it's saying, right? They're waiving the right to sue you and collect on you, right? Basically, it's like a non-recourse loan, right? Basically, that's what it is. It's a form of a non-recourse loan. Okay. So uh, that's a different level versus the level that most people have the advantage of, unless again people like him. He was born into that family, right? You all you can do is perfect your credit and then go get business credit, right? And there's ranges to that, right? So if you happen to able to get some kind of liquidity, even if it's temporarily, okay, you can raise more. But I'm just saying you're basically capped. And depending on what you're trying to do, even at the highest, if you have the ideal thing and you can raise on your own personal credit on the business side, and let's say even max out your personal side, you're looking at maybe okay, maybe 500,000, right? But 500,000 it ain't shit now in the world of the money that we have now, right? And it's very, like I said, it's very difficult for most people. So most people, I would say only 10% of people are going to be able to do that. That's it, right? So the rest are being pretty much regulated to about maybe 100, maybe 150, right? And that's even more, that's even ideal as well. That's not your typical profile. So I would say, given most people's profiles and everything else now, yeah, they're looking at about maybe 90,000, 80,000, right? So, anyways,
You're the one who says that they can't do it anymore. I see people do it all the time. Like I'm working in entrepreneurship.
People from poor backgrounds, but then why are our viewers? You think all of our, if it was that easy, why is everybody not doing it?
I'll tell you why people aren't doing it. We went through a schooling system that taught us how to get an office job.
Okay.
Right. We went through a schooling system to prepare us for a world that doesn't really exist anymore. Which is
so yeah, so this is where Dan does have a point, but right, um, if everybody was now going to be a business owner, right? Basically, business is economic warfare, and so we're going to end up fighting and competing each other, whatever. And of course, in fighting, there's always going to be a victor for the most part, right? So someone's going to be victorious. Someone's system's really going to work. It's going to take off, right? Sometimes justified and unjustified. What I mean by unjustified is that they had enough capital to be the loudest, and basically they put enough marketing to be the loudest and be known, and people basically find them, and then they make some profit, and hopefully they fix the from the feedback that the people give them. But some people will never get that market share to that profitability to even be able to do that. And basically, the basically what there's an expression: the best product is usually not the most how to put it, known product, right? It's usually, again, the loudest, the one that can kind of, how to put it. That's basically the saying, that sometimes the best product is never, or the best service guy is never really the big guy. Because also, yes, you kind of lose certain things especially when you grow very fast and maybe your systems suck, you know.
which is the industrial revolution world, and you have to go through a process of figuring out how it really works. So what I see is that most often the people who do really well financially, who are young, they dropped out of school, they dropped out of university, they started learning how to do things by doing their own research, they start their own business or co-found a business, they take a very alternative path. None of that was taught to us at school. None of it's taught to us in normal society. We have a school system that manufactures people for a set of skills that are not particularly valuable anymore, and we also get them in debt for those skills. When people sidestep that and say, okay, I'm not going to get into university debt, I'm just going to go off and actually figure out how the world works, there's actually loads of opportunities.
Okay, so I guess we've sorted it then. All of our viewers need to do is go and buy Dan's book, become an entrepreneur, and become a millionaire. It's that easy. Why weren't you guys doing it to begin with? They're idiots. The viewers are idiots. They should be just being more entrepreneurial. It's as simple as that. More entrepreneurial, start a business. Listen, I come from East London, okay? My friend.
Yeah, man. Yep, exactly. Like, again, he's talking as if first of all, like I said, as if everybody wants to do that. And no, we can't. We have to have Indians. The problem is that the chiefs are not treating the Indians properly, and sometimes the Indians themselves are not treating themselves properly, they're disrespecting the chief. But again, usually because the chief did pretty much a bad job, right? Again, yes, I want the chiefs to pay the Indians more, but the Indians have to, if if the Indians are going to blow through the money where the money is actually being reused. You see, it's different if the chief puts a lot of that money that he could technically give to himself back into the company to maybe, I don't know, buy more, open another place, right? Buy another warehouse or whatever, right? To expand the company, right? And of course, maybe hire, well, you may, it's a delicate balance. You don't want to hire more than you need, because then you have to, you're trying to avoid layoffs, for the most part. And then and that's the other point. Okay, might as well keep some of that profit for when there's potential issues, so you don't have to lay anybody off, right? You can help them, especially the ones that show, hey, I was doing everything that the society told me, but because the society is having this crazy inflation shit, like, okay, here's some extra money. So okay, maybe I do have to increase your wage, right? So that you have a livable wage, but you must demonstrate to me that you're not fucking off this money, right? Again, you're never going to build a system that's going to please everybody, but you know, as long as again you're pleasing at least 80%, that's you can't always shoot for perfection, because again, perfection is subjective, and you're always going to have a few that are going to disagree.
Can't feed their kids, okay? And if it was as simple as going out and being an entrepreneur, I can bet you they would do it. I can bet you they would do it. I'm sick of multimillionaires telling kids who can't afford to turn the heating on, you just need to be more entrepreneurial. It's sick, Dan. It's sick. This gives people mental illness. It gives people mental illness. Tell them the truth, okay? Your older generation, we took the opportunities, and now it's almost impossible to get out of poverty. And don't just stand up and wave, you know, your millions of pounds in front of them and say, if you're entrepreneurial like me, you could do it, you could have it. Because it's sick, because they can't. They can't feed their kids, Dan. They can't turn the heating on. Don't tell them to be more entrepreneurial. Fix the system that drives more and more and more of them into poverty every generation.
I find it very strange that you think it would be easier to fix the entire global economic system than to start a business and fix your own personal economics. The thing that I know that gives people mental
No.
health issues is feeling that they have no agency in their life, that they can't do anything. Your video where you talk about if you don't have a rich dad, you're screwed. There's no such thing as meritocracy. You're never going to be successful.
God
To me,
bless.
if I had come across your content at 19, 20 years old, I would have been screwed.
It froze again. God dang it. Okay, so yes, again, so where I agree with him is because yes, you got to be realistic. The chances of, and even, you know, even Gary, you said yourself, right? You said okay, we're 114. You said that
If you've been in a car accident,
stop this shit, man. What the fuck? You even said that you're probably not going to win, which is true. Unfortunately, we're probably not going to win. Again, people are going to have, this shit is going to have to completely implode on itself before we can ever start thinking of a new way, and even just trying to apply a new way of you know, learning from the past mistakes, right? Which which humans don't seem to do, at least not completely, right? That's why you got two steps forward, one step back, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, right? But at least, hey, I guess we're making progress. It's still progress nonetheless. So yeah, so since it's not going to be fixed anytime soon, man, the best the or the riskiest thing is to not take any risk, because business is taking a risk. What I'm trying to do with this is like let's de-risk the thing by working together. But then you have all kinds of fucking ego fights and fucking shit like that, and so be it. So be it. You might as well still try and have all that shit. And you know, someone could say, oh, you know, if they disagree,
It's almost impossible to get out of poverty. And don't just
if they disagree, okay, fine. Go to the open market, and if you prove me wrong and I go bankrupt and you succeed, then okay, I was wrong and you're right, and boom, right? So, but yeah, you got to find a way to peacefully disengage each other. And again, we can all compete. Okay, it's unfortunate, but yeah. So if you lose, you lose, right? You know, if you fought tooth and nail and you guys couldn't come to an agreement, okay, split up, and whoever wins was the one that was actually correct, right? So you may leave thinking you're correct and you may fail, or you may leave and think you're correct and you are correct, and your business partner fails, right? And yeah, the market in a sense will show you. Again, this is not factoring any potential, you know, true sabotage in whatever degree, right? By you know, maybe your competitor, which might have been your former partner or whatever, right? There again, or other companies that you're competing already that already existence, right? So yeah, these are all the factors people don't factor in, and they're real, man. Some people do some crazy sabotage. Some businesses have failed because they were literally sabotaged, and the founder couldn't get any more capital for whatever reason, or maybe he didn't even want to. He was just so devastated by the sabotage that he's just like, fuck this, fuck it.
don't just stand up and wave, you know, your millions of pounds in front of them and say, if you're entrepreneurial like me, you could do it, you could have it. Because it's sick, because they can't. They can't feed their kids, Dan. They can't turn the heating on. Don't tell them to be more entrepreneurial. Fix the system that drives more and more and more of them into poverty every generation.
I find it very strange that you think it would be easier to fix the entire global economic system than to start a business and fix your own personal economics. The thing that I know that gives people mental health issues is feeling that they have no agency in their life, that they can't do anything. Your video where you talk about if you don't have a rich dad, you're screwed. There's no such thing as meritocracy. You're never going to be successful. To me, if I had come across your content at 19, 20 years old, I would have been screwed. I'm so glad that I came across people who said, Daniel, you weren't born into a rich family, you don't have any bank of mum and dad, but it's cheap and easier than ever to start a business. Start by working for someone who's got a business, then figure out what's your opportunity. And there's a way. There is a way.
Yeah.
I've actually worked with a lot of teenagers from poor backgrounds. And one of the things we do is we tell them if it's
But the thing is that, again, another way of saying this, that cannot scale up. That's why the expression, you can't have too many chiefs and not enough Indians. All right. It just cannot scale up. But yes, I agree with you in that, yes, because this shit's probably not going to change. okay, this is my best shot. Even though it's a low chance of success, I still rather take it. Give me freedom or give me death. In this case, financial freedom or give me fucking death. Right? I'm gonna get rich or die trying, as 50 Cent say.
Possible for someone else, it is possible for you. I also worked in rural Uganda with a charity that did work with the poorest of the poor. One of the most incredible things I ever saw was a woman who started out literally picking food out of a trash pile. And she was basically, they shared with her how to start a chicken business, which then ended up as a pig business, which then ended up as a cattle business. And she ended up hiring 15, 16 people in her local community. The power of entrepreneurship is that starting with nothing, you can actually make improvements. I'm not saying everyone ends up as a millionaire, and I'm not saying everyone ends up equal, but I'm saying you can make improvements in your life. And the thing that causes mental health issues is the feeling of having no agency or no control over your circumstances until the world changes the whole economic system.
I never told people don't work hard. I never once said that. Never once said that.
You said if your dad wasn't rich, you'll never be rich.
Which is true in 99.9% of cases. I've never told people don't
That's
work
actually
hard.
not true in 99%.
I've never told people don't work hard, okay? And listen, if you think that Ugandans should be more entrepreneurial, I've never been to Uganda, maybe that's the problem out there, maybe that's the problem in Nigeria, maybe that's the problem in India. Listen, I've never said don't work hard, okay? When I brought my book out last year, Hardback, I was at some event and I come out, I was drinking in London Bridge. And I come out late, it was like 1 a.m. And some guy came up to me when I was unlocking my bike. Some guy from Newcastle, which is the northeast of England. It's this quite poor town, there's a lot of working class people there. And he said, I've been watching you on YouTube and I love your stuff. And this guy started crying. This guy started crying on the street, right, in front of me. He's like, I work so hard, Gary. I work 2 jobs. My mum's sick and I'm trying to help, I'm trying to support, and I don't understand why. And I'm sorry that I'm crying. But nobody ever told me that it wasn't my fault before. That's what he said to me, okay? And listen. I believe 100% aspiration, ambition, entrepreneurial spirit. I would never say see a kid that has that and say turn it off, okay? But the flip side of if you just work hard enough, you can make it, is if you didn't make it, it's because you didn't work hard enough and it's your fault. And I would like you to sit and think very hard before you send that message to young men and young women in our society.
Meritocracy doesn't mean that everyone ends up with the same result. Here's what I'm trying to achieve. I'm trying to achieve people who have ambition, who can go for it, are incentivized to do it, and incentivized to build jobs and build companies.
What about the ones that just want to work hard and have a good family and take care of them and have a home and be able to turn the heating on and be able to have financial security?
They need to work for a business, don't they?
They need to work for you?
Yeah, pardon?
They need to work for you?
They need to work for a business, some business, right? If someone doesn't create that business, then where do they work for? We now have, by the way, 11% of working age people are now declared too sick to work, right? We have a huge problem in the UK. We also have 25% of people who are working age don't work. It's 1 in 7 men don't work.
So yeah, again, so yes, in order for what Gary said, which I agree, right? And that's what I'm trying to build in my stuff. Again, you're always gonna you need worker bees and worker ants, and of course they want to work, right? They're happy with that, right? They're not in the mindset of this guy, right? They're happy with that. Just like my sister and my fiance, they're saying that. Again, a lot of people can say that they're happy with it, but of course, when you pop up with your fucking nice Ferrari or whatever the fuck, they're kind of eyeing you or whatever, or they're requesting money from you, but it's like, hey, I gave you a chance. Well, that's a different situation, but yeah. So, but let's just say they really are truly, they really don't care about having anything extra. They just want to have a quote unquote normal life, right? Like basically Gary described. Well, okay, since they're not going to want to be taking on the huge burden and risk of being the business owner, right? But they still gonna need a job, right? So that's what an entrepreneur provides, right? and yeah, so without the entrepreneur, they're not going to have a job because they're not willing to manage their own time like an entrepreneur has to manage their own time and the manage of the workers' time, because the workers don't want to manage their own time. They want to be told what to do as long as you pay me, obviously, right? So
At all.
Do you think they're lazy, Dan?
I think the system is collapsing.
Do you think
the system is
the
changing.
average British American
Here's what I think
is lazy?
What I think is happening is that the technology companies are totally transforming, disrupting everything. And what happened is around the post-war era, we had good jobs. We had you could work in a local thing. What's happening now is that jobs are going to the Philippines. They're going to technology does 3 things. It makes jobs more simple, which makes them.
but okay, regardless of technology, it's yes, the fact that these company owners could have kept the companies in America, but their greed decided to go to these other companies, right? And they probably already made millions at that point. That's the other thing people don't understand, right? If the company already made millions and was making millions, but now it's just like, well, we want to make more. Why the fuck do you want to make more? Again, that's why we have to enforce it through a technology, through a law, whatever, ideally technology, right? So that way it's easy to enforce, right? A cap on income. Okay, so that way it stops them from doing this stupid shit. They wouldn't be able to get away with that. They're like, okay, why am I going to do all this extra shit if it's not going to increase my money, right? So yes, again, they would now they would leave meat on the bone so that fucking the rest of society can have, you know, a decent quality of life.
Placeable. It makes jobs global, where you can move them to anywhere else, and then ultimately it automates the job altogether and gets rid of it through code and software. And what's really going on in the last
But again, as much as tech has disrupted shit too, again, you're always still gonna need your brick and mortar. You can't, you know, farming is farming, you know, you need dirt. You don't have servers that are providing this fucking kind of metaphysical product. Oh my God. This guy's too heavily focused. Yes, it is disrupting things, but you're again, drop a fucking, you know, EMP in across the world or whatever, right? And what are the real businesses that really truly, again, we survived long before there was iPhones and internet, shit like that. The water, the food, the shelter, the energy, and the medicine are the things that will never ever what's it called not be in need, right? All this other shit beyond that is fucking pure luxury from that point on. Again, Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
especially 5 years since the pandemic, is technology has decimated the existing systems that we all relied upon when we grew up. And when I say the education system isn't really working, it's still pretending that there are office jobs available for people when they graduate, and it's still pretending that there's like 1950s scenarios available. When actually, my kids are going to be disrupted by AI. Everyone's kids are going to be disrupted by AI. You know, these sorts of things.
Okay, so in a sense, they're agreeing, right? The system is fucked, right? The system is not sustainable. The system is not sustainable.
Things are the things that really we also need to be talking about.
To all the founders and small business owners listening, I think you need to hear this. It's an update from my sponsor, Fiverr. They've just launched something called Fiverr Go, and in short, it's a huge game changer for you and your team. It's a tool that's been created to help freelancers train and control a personalized AI tool specific to them and in their style, which means that Fiverr freelancers and their clients can now generate unique work almost instantly, purely by combining their own unique style of freelance talent with personalized AI technology. The big unlock for me here is time and getting more of it back. What might have taken me a few days or a week can now be done in seconds with Fiverr Go. You get what you want and you get it straight away. And if you need tweaks, the original talent is on hand for fine-tuning. Fiverr Go is already available across 60 categories, and that number is growing rapidly. If it's something you'd like to tap into, head to fiverr.com/diary now and explore Fiverr Go. Use code DIARY for 10% off your first order. This is the moment where AI superpower meets human talent. I want to take us back to a point you were talking about earlier, which is about personal agency. Because I would like you, Daniel, to give the counter to your own argument. Because I want to make sure, when we talk about solutions to this problem, start a business, be entrepreneurial, you can also understand how that works for people with our brains and our mindset and whatever we had that made us do that, our risk appetite, our trauma, whatever it might be. But not everybody is wired in such a way. So that's not necessarily the best solution for everyone. And also we sit here with a bit of hindsight bias where we were lucky, it worked out for us. When you look at the stats around businesses succeeding, you know the stats, it's like 90% of businesses fail. So most of them are failing. The ones that emerge from that, people like me, then we have a bias where we go, well, it worked for us, you can do it too. I don't come from money, so I have the same bias. Like I watched.
Well, I've built from scratch several times because I got disrupted several times. So I've had to start with nothing several times and build.
But you started,
I'm a certain type of person, right?
and when we say start from nothing, you actually started with a wealth of information. And the whole game in building
intellectual
business.
capital.
Intellectual capital, having been through it before, being around that mentor that gave you the
Also-
information.
Also having access to a great market. Like having access to a free market is a big thing. I was born in Australia and I moved to London at the peak of London's economic freedom.
So this can't be broadly applicable advice, can it?
Yeah. Well, I think personal agency is broadly applicable.
Yes,
I got this friend of mine who woke up one day, he went out clubbing, went out to a night.
That's what I'm saying. It's a yes and no answer, you know, because like you're saying, yes, if the person is of our personality type, then yeah, but the fact of the matter is that the average person is not us. That's why I tell people throughout across time, the rich only being a very small portion of the population and the rest being, whatever, middle class, lower class, poor, whatever, has not changed in quite a while. The internet is somewhat changing it, but it's marginal still. It is marginal because our personality types are rare. That's basically it. We have to accept that most people are not whatever you want to call our personality types. So this solution cannot scale, right? You got to fix the overall money system, which is what Gary's talking about. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, which is what Gary's talking about. Oh, it's a stupid shit. Yeah, which is what Gary's talking about. What the fuck? Disconnect. Okay. So yeah. Anyways.
Nightclub, felt sick, collapsed, woke up and they'd chopped off all 4 limbs, right? So he had quadruple amputee. He was 19 years old. So he wakes up in bed and he basically says, I'm a quadruple amputee. I was fine 48 hours ago. Now I'm a quadruple amputee. And he decides to make this decision in the hospital room that this is going to be the best thing that ever happened to him. And he makes that decision. Right?
Even that is a consequence of him and his wiring. What I'm trying to understand is
He ended up starting a clinic, and it's a multi-million-dollar clinic.
Yeah,
I mean, it's incredible.
and he's
what
the
people can
exception,
do.
not the rule.
It's incredible what people. But you only need a few people to succeed, and the whole economy starts to improve. We actually in this UK, we only at the peak of our entrepreneurial like blitzing it, where we're doing so well.
No, oh my God. Because if those few people are of the mind that is basically the most common mind is, okay, I made millions, I want to make more millions, and I'm not going to share it with anybody except a very few small people, and I'm going to pay my workers, as little as I can so I can have more money for me and my small subset of family. Again, most people's definition of family is very fucking small, okay, instead of viewing the workers that are producing that, right? Again, but of course, again, like I said, you also got to have a way to you got to give the workers an option. Okay, you want to know what I'm doing? I'm offering my workers, listen, you can take my systems and show me, and I will pay you an above market rate. If you don't want to show that you want to improve your life in different ways, right, and don't allow us to measure you, okay, then you're gonna stay. You're not gonna be holding equity. You're gonna be as soon as we can automate your job, we're fire. You're the first one to go, right? We're not investing you basically, right? Because you're not investing in yourself. We only invest in people that invest in themselves. That should be the fucking the dividing line between who's going to get above market rate, right, and more of the value that they're co-creating with everybody else, right? And again, what I see is a lot of companies do not have good ways of measuring who's being really productive. Okay, and then we can get into the semantics of what is who's really productive and who's more important. And I have systems for that, but not right now. We're not going to talk about that.
There was only 40,000 scale-ups. 40,000 companies were creating jobs growth, higher wages, investment into the country. It's only 1% of people who pay 30% of the taxes and 10% of people who pay 60% of the taxes. So you only need 1 in 100 to actually create something that's valuable, and you get an extra 30% of taxes.
So that again is we need this one. That's advice for the people that end up getting into that 1%.
Yeah, this is everyone else work for. Like all jobs growth comes from entrepreneurs.
So what are you saying to the 99% there? Are you saying go get a job?
Well, you need wealth creators in the economy who are building something. Like you take Gymshark. People who work at Gymshark, they're super glad that this guy started the company. They're really happy that there's a company. Otherwise, where would they go? What would they work? Where would they work? So if Ben decides that he doesn't want to start that company in the UK, or if he gets to 10 million and stops, then all of those additional jobs are toast. They're all gone.
So are you encouraging the entrepreneurial? You're not encouraging everyone to become an entrepreneur. You're saying those that have that bias or that.
I'm saying we need a system that encourages the people who can to do.
And what about everybody else?
Well, the flow-on effect is that creates jobs.
Yes, that's where I agree with him, right? I agree with you, Dan. Hopefully I get this video to you, and maybe Gary, you say to watch it because you guys had this conversation. But so yeah, so in my system, right, that's when I say the money, then money is, well, hold on, new money is only created when people vote through placing orders for product or service. If you have an idea, my system will have a way for you to really implement it and get the money, right? You'll have a someone to do your pitch, because your pitch is going to be used in the central app where people are going to see commercials, right? People will literally go and type things up, and if the thing they're searching for falls under the thing you're trying to propose to them, be like, hey, yeah, this looks like a good idea. Sure, here, I'm saying that I would like this product or service, right? Okay, so you gather a bunch of votes, right? Basically, we basically it's like free, it will be free market validation, and because the market validated, right, and the systems that we also have on top of this, because again, this is just the beginning. We need an ERP system, say that we have the resources, right, given the priorities we vote as a people, should be priority. Then okay, cool, you get the green light, new money's created, it gets wired to your bank account, right? Of course, you're gonna have to pay yourself a salary there again, because all the money's gonna be visible, right? All your expenditures are gonna be visible, and we're gonna as a society, we're gonna have to vote what profit margins go where. Because right now, like for example, the fact that Drake can make more money than a life-saving surgeon, I don't think that should be possible. I think a song should be valued at point zero. I did the math, I forgot it was, but it's like 0.00000 like 1 cent, right? So that even if, let's say, an artist were to come around and would capture the hearts of, let's say, every single American, right? 300 and whatever, 330 million Americans, right? He would only be making like fucking, I would say like at max maybe 80K. That's it. you know, and of course, if you made more than that, again, it would be capped because that profession is a non-essential. We would have to divide professions by from essential and non-essential. The essentials ones get a lot more pay until obviously they can be automated if they can be automated, you know. So yeah, we have a massively we have massive misplaced values in our societies across the board.
Jobs that
Yeah.
creates wealth in the economy,
Okay.
and free markets lift everybody up. Free markets just means that everyone's trading with everyone. You know, it starts to like the whole thing. I mean, it's just a tale as old as time. As soon as economies are free and there are entrepreneurs starting things and growing things, everyone's life improves. Everyone's life get better.
And what part of that do you disagree with, Gary?
I think it doesn't work. It doesn't work. The only period, listen, the last 70 years are not normal, Stephen. The last 70 years are not normal. The last 70 years in Europe and the US, where ordinary people like my dad could work for the post office on less than average wage and buy a house and support a family, it's not normal. It's not normal in the world, and it's not normal in history. Most countries in the world are not like that. Most countries have a small super rich elite and a very large group of extremely poor people. That's most of the country, and it's most of history in this country, and it's most of history in the US. You know, we talk about Charles Dickens. I read Hard Times. And this is written in the 19th century when Britain was like the industrial superpower of the whole world. And at the time, the government was talking about, should we tax these industrialists? And the industrialists were saying, if you tax us, we'll throw our factories into the sea. And it just reminds me, you know, the only time we've ever really been able to provide decent living conditions for ordinary working people was the period after the war where we massively redistributed wealth. And now we're losing that holding of wealth of the middle class.
Can you acknowledge, though, that that was a completely different time as it relates to being able to...
It was a different time, but, you know, I could, you know,
Because of technology.
Nigeria today, Brazil today, the UK 300 years ago, France 200 years ago. There is only one specific time that we have ever successfully provided broad living standards for ordinary people. And it was a period of time where we protected a broadly equal wealth distribution and taxed the rich at very high rates.
And you can acknowledge that that's extremely hard to do because the nature of the economy
100%,
is now different.
100%. That's the reason why all of our grandparents and our great-grandparents and our great-great-grandparents lived in poverty. And that's why I know I'm probably going to lose. And that's why I bet on the economy getting worse. And that's why I know poverty is going to increase, because it was extremely difficult to get that unusually fair share for ordinary working people. And I know we're losing the argument. And I know that Farage will win, and I know that Trump will win, and I know that things will get worse. I don't think I'm going to win.
So if you know you're promoting a strategy that is not going to work, and it sounds like you think is incredibly almost impossible, then why would you not be more practical in your solution?
Stephen, if it was impossible, I wouldn't be here.
So you think it's possible?
Of course it's possible. Of course it's possible.
But you believe you're not going to win?
I'm a betting man, Steve. I'm a betting man. My bet's on. You know, I am. If I get okay, so my YouTube channel is growing really, really quickly, and you know, I'm obviously like starting a bit of a movement, and there's a lot of political support. And if it keeps growing, we'll get more political support. At the end of the day, I'm trying to tax the richest and most powerful people in the world. And most of these people will come out and attack me, and they'll try and stop me. And I do not have billions of pounds, hundreds of millions of pounds to use to support my YouTube channel. I'm counting on ordinary people like your viewers to support and share my message. Now, listen, for most of history, that has not worked. And for most of history, ordinary families live in poverty. I don't think it's impossible that we ordinary people can win and get a fair share, but I think it's worth fighting for, Steve. So I fight for it anyway.
He's right that for most of history, you've had the super elite and then everyone else is down here. And it's massive wealth inequality is almost the normal for the last 5,000 years. And almost everywhere, you've got kings, queens, dukes, and peasants and serfs down there. There have been economic situations that have been different. Dubai is a really strange situation. It's a desert. It's inhospitable to live in. It's the last place in the world most people would think or choose that they would want to be. And yet it's one of the most economically rich places in the world right now. They actually didn't start with oil wealth. They were able to borrow money to build Dubai. But the low tax environment has now attracted some of the world's most talented people.
Oh my God. But see, what this guy doesn't see is that if the owners do the right thing, which is what basically the kings of that part is, they give their residents a check. I think Qatar does it. Let's see, hold on. Let's look at it. Does Dubai give residents a dividend? Income determination. See, our regimen automatically exempts dividends and other part of the taxable person. Hold on, this maybe dividend is not the word. Does the government of Dubai give money to their citizens? Yeah, so Dubai government, like UAE government overall, provides various social benefits and financial supports to its citizens, including free education, healthcare, subsidized. Boom. See? That's what I'm talking about, man. Like, oh my God. He's not factoring into that in. He's just, oh, it's because they have zero taxes. Oh my God. It's like, no, because the government actually spends the money properly. When government can be do properly, if you have the right competent people and not corrupt and all kinds of other shit. Now, of course, they may be taking care of their own, but they may be doing fucking, shit outside other people. Like, like I'm never going to drop their name because I know YouTube's probably going to start censoring me, but yeah. Oh
to go and build technology companies there. And if you, I don't know, have you been there recently?
I've been to Dubai, 2 years ago now.
So at the moment, it is the most thriving entrepreneurial community on earth outside of the US, but probably even rivaling the US. That there are investors, there's entrepreneurs, and the wealth is going through the roof. I've got two friends who are personal trainers, fitness trainers. One fitness trainer has decided to stop working more hours because he's hit 50 grand a year and he now gets taxed at 40%. So he's basically decided he's going to earn right up to 50,000 and then stop working. And then the other fitness trainer went to Dubai, launched an online fitness community, and has just bought a $350,000 Ferrari. And one entrepreneur is super pumped and super excited about building a business because he's not overtaxed. The other entrepreneur has literally said, "I'm not willing to do this because of how much I have to
Just
pay."
want to be clear, I've always campaigned for lower taxes on rich people, on working
people.
Always, always. So
But here's the thing, right? If I was asking you, you've just become one of the best-selling authors in the country. If your publisher came to you and said, because you're in the top 1% of our authors, we're going to halve your royalties if you sign a second book with us, you wouldn't sign a second book with them. You would go to another publisher who says, we'll pay you more royalties because you're so successful.
I would have written this book for free then. I would have written this book for free. In fact, the first time I got for the deal, I said, don't pay me in advance.
Then give your royalties away.
Why?
Well, because what I'm saying,
Fine, I'll give my royalties away. I'll shut my YouTube channel down. I'll stop working.
we respond to incentives. That if your publisher, if Penguin came to you and said, book number 2, you get half royalties because you're in the top 1%, would you sign with Penguin or would you go with something else?
Making a £2 million job a year to run a YouTube channel. Do you think I do the work that I do for money?
I'm not talking about that you do it for money. I'm just saying if you had the option to sign between 2 publishing contracts, right, and all things being equal, one's going to penalize you for being in the top 1% and the other one's going to reward you for being in the top 1%. Would you of course you would go with the normal, like if all things being equal, you want to write a second book anyway. It's the same for entrepreneurs. When entrepreneurs start companies, we can either start them in high tax economies or with a stroke of a pen, start them in low tax economies.
I think the rich world is going to have to start rethinking the fact that it allows people to, very, very wealthy people, to own enormous amounts of their physical wealth, go live overseas and not pay tax. I think that has to be revisited, for sure. Because what you're saying is, I want the benefit of being able to sell to the US market and the UK market, but I don't want the obligation of having to pay US and UK taxes. And you are correct that at the moment, the US and UK governments allow that. And I think that's...
The US keeps you on worldwide income.
Well, only a small amount, right? So I think that, realistically, I think that the US and UK governments have to stop that. But the way I see it, the US and UK governments and increasingly a lot of global governments are kind of being brought up by the elites. And, you know, we have Elon Musk is basically the president, right? And we had Rishi Sunak, whose father was one of the richest men in the world. Like, if you're Rishi Sunak, who, for our American viewers, was our prime minister until very recently. His father was one of the richest men in the world. He's got £700 million personal wealth. He's going to be making £30, £40 million passive income. And you're getting paid 130 grand a year to be prime minister. When you're making policy, do you think, maybe I'll ask my father-in-law it once.
Yeah.
You know, the fact is, what you're seeing here is, if you allow the rich, I'm never ever against entrepreneurship. I'm not against people getting rich. If you allow the rich to get richer and richer and richer, they squeeze the middle class and they squeeze the poor class out of things like housing, of things like space in cities, of things like energy, and of things like owning, sharing government, and sharing media.
Do you acknowledge that countries that adopt a anti-rich, big government approach tend to collapse?
Well, like this country in the 60s.
Well,
Like
we needed a US bailout. We needed an IMF bailout in 1976.
But the US did the same thing. The US had even higher taxes than us.
We basically, like, you take all the countries where the government becomes big, they meddle with your life, they're involved in every decision, right? Half the economy. I mean, here's one of the things.
This period is known as the golden age of capitalism. It's the period of time when...
Which period?
50 years after the Second World War.
Oh, it's the golden age of middle class, to be middle class.
You don't care about the middle class?
No, of course I do. But the 70 years after the World War II, where the government sold off all of its houses to middle class people, so we got housing wealth, but you can only do that trick once, right? So you can only sell off all the houses to everyone once, which is why all the baby boomers own them.
Well, the living standards collapsed after the house.
Okay, so I guess that housing thing was in America, but I don't know. It's still, whether in America or UK, there's again like he missed all these other factors. He's not really factoring all the other shit that Gary's talking about that has now emerged.
There was a long period where the houses weren't sold between the Second World War and the 80s.
When do you think living standards collapsing?
Well, I think there's a few obviously big moments. I think 2008 is a big moment. I think COVID is a big moment. I think it's the 80s where you start to see the wealth distribution go. What matters is actually the distribution itself. So once you change the tax system, it takes a bit of time for the wealth distribution to change. But once you start, for me, the big thing is the loss of wealth. I want ordinary families to be able to hold wealth. And once you lose the middle class, and you will not find me a single country in the world now or the history of the world that has provided good broad living standards without allowing ordinary families to own assets.
Yeah, I agree. And take Singapore, for example, where everyone's encouraged to own properties. They've got an amazing system in Singapore. They've taken
a massive government, by the way, enormous government.
25% of GDP.
But they own the houses. They own all the houses.
They don't own all the houses. They have a sovereign wealth fund that circulates houses through.
They own the houses.
They've solved.
Singapore owns the house. They own it. The Singapore government owns an enormous share of the houses.
All right, so let's look at the sovereign wealth fund, because that sounds very similar to, again, the what they do in Alaska, which is, again, in America, right? It's an American country, but what is the sovereign wealth fund of Singapore? Yeah, sovereign wealth fund is managed by the government of Singapore, corporation and government-owned company established to invest the country's foreign reserves for long-term returns. Okay, foreign reserves. Okay. Mission to achieve long-term returns to preserve and enhance international purchase power of the reserves. Okay, and across a wider range of assets, including equities. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Is a global investor. Yep, okay, with investments over. Okay, so okay, hold on. Let's listen to the rest of their conversation here.
The UK,
So do you think we should
pension funds? People, they not force their citizens, but they direct their citizens into home ownership.
So you don't think Singaporean government owned a large share?
I just know the Singaporean government's only 25% of the economy.
Quite a big share of the housing.
So 75% of the economy is.
Say, by the way, just to be really clear, I've never ever.
Okay, here we go. Around 80% of Singapore's residents live in public housing flats. Okay, see, public housing flats. That's fucking basically the Section 8. But because Singapore is just I guess more competent people, right? These flats are not that bad, managed by the Housing Development Board, and about 80% of Singapore's residents. That's damn basically the government providing housing for everybody, with almost everybody, right? Again, 80-20% rule, and with about 90% of those residents owning their homes. Okay, so wait. Around 80% live in public housing flats, with 90% of those resident owning their homes. Now, again, I don't know if they have property tax out there. Let's see. Does Singapore have property tax?
According to Mansion Global, property taxes are calculated in increments, with the percentage owed increasing with each additional band of value. Up-to-date property tax rates are published on the Inland Revenue Authority of Singapore's website, which also offers a digital property tax calculator.
Okay, so they truly don't own their homes. Okay, so yeah. And then what do they say? Own their homes. Like, does he mean, because people say, "Oh yeah, I bought a car." No, you're financing a car, right? Let alone if you're leasing it, right? But yeah, you're financing a car. You don't own it until you actually pay off the whole fucking thing. And when it comes to houses, yeah, you could pay the whole thing off, but you're always going to have property taxes. So you technically are always renting. You're not really an owner.
Ever once advocate for big government. Never a single time. Never a single time. Oh, high taxes on the wealth holders so we can tax wealth creators and working people less. I don't want a bigger government. I want our viewers to have more money. I want our viewers to have more money. And also, I want to tax those super rich so that they stop squeezing ordinary families out of asset ownership.
It seems like an obvious solution. It seems like
it seems good solution.
It seems like hey, who's got the money? Rich people.
Well, the money, I don't, again, well, that's again, my solutions is totally a whole new revamp of the system. They're talking about kind of the legacy system. So I think the problem here is that Dan thinks that, basically he's talking about here, really, right? Dan thinks yeah, Dan's probably, I mean, he's probably talking on behalf of these people too, right? Because again, yes, I agree you shouldn't have government, because again, the government's going to fuck up the money. But yeah, so he's talking about taxing these fuckers because these guys have, as he says, the assets, right? But again, depends on how you define assets, right? And if are they generating income from those assets? Because a stock may not provide you income. Now a dividend stock will provide you income. Having a house but you're not renting it is not providing you income, right? So all these things would have to be, and of course, again, the people would be like, "Oh yeah, I'm not renting it." So now you would have to be like, "Okay, now we got to devise a service, devise a team of someone who goes and periodically checks the house, I would say once a month at least, because to see that nobody's actually living there. Therefore they cannot tax it because he or she's not generating revenue from that asset that they own, which in this case a house. See, this is why you have to make all this, right, to factor all these different things.
The assets, rich people, then let's just take them off them. And
I don't want to redistribute. I am the only person on this table anti-redistribution because the redistribution is happening in front of our eyes. The middle class is losing its assets. Government is losing its assets. Those assets are being accumulated by the rich. I want to stop the redistribution. Please, I am the most anti-redistribution person in this game. We need to stop the redistribution of wealth away from ordinary British and American families.
So the difference is, for me, it's very simple, which is I really truly believe that free markets and low governments and less taxes creates more wealth in the middle.
And freedom for the heron is death for the fishes. If we have complete freedom, multimillionaires like you and me will get richer and richer and richer every year, and we will squeeze out and we will eat the middle class.
Can I ask you though, if wealth inequality could be solved, but everyone does worse, is that a good solution?
Obviously not. The whole reason I do this is because I don't want ordinary people to collapse into poverty. This is about people being able to feed their kids.
So wealth inequality is not the problem. It's collapsing living standards.
Quite contorted. It's quite contorted. The problem is living standards. I am somebody who has made millions of pounds by understanding the simple fact that living standards are falling because of growing wealth inequality.
So living standards, if they were to increase, but they were super rich, is that a problem?
I think you do need to be worried about extremely wealthy elites. Yeah, I think what's interesting, you look at the founding of the United States. These guys, the founding of the United States conceptually is really based on these ideas of distribution of power. And that's why you have the president and the House and the Senate, and you have this independent judiciary. They're like, we cannot allow power to become concentrated because they came from a Europe which had extremely concentrated power and extremely wealthy elites and extremely broad poverty. So I think that allowing a small group of society to increasingly monopolize power and wealth over time is obviously something we should be worried about. But primarily, the reason I worry about wealth inequality is because
Exactly. Again, he's talking about these people, right? Dan thinks, oh, he's talking about these people, right? So Dan's representing these people. He's like, oh, sorry, he's talking about these people, right? That maybe have an ambition to be in this bracket, but he's saying, yo, that causes problems because when you get into this bracket, you guys start doing all this fucking racketeering, basically.
I see and I bet on and I make money on the fact that it causes living standards to fall.
By the way, I actually really agree with you. And the founding fathers of the US, they did, especially around the 1900s, they did want to break up monopolies. And breaking up monopolies was one of the big things that they did trust busting, where they broke up Standard Oil and all of those sorts of things. One thing I do really see happening at the moment is that we have a stupid, outdated definition of monopolies, where we use monopolies the same way they used it when they had the oil companies that owned all the oil. In the technology world, a monopoly is formed through an ecosystem. So Amazon, for example, owning AWS and Audible and this and this and this and Whole Foods, it creates a fortress that's almost impossible to compete with. And Google owning YouTube and Gmail and all this, they create these fortresses through ecosystems. One of the things that I do think we need to look at is compulsory breakup of big tech once you hit a certain time, because it's very difficult. Because do you know, billionaires have two big fears, right? Keep them up at night, having nightmares. Number two is high taxes. Number one is that startup entrepreneur who disrupts their business, and they want to kill that early. You know, Steve Jobs at 24 years old disrupted IBM.
Exactly. Again, so as I was saying earlier, right? The potential of sabotage, that they can do it with lawfare or good old fucking mafia. We're gonna burn this fucking guy's, this competitor's warehouse down, whatever he's building, right? That shit does happen, and it's primarily done through lawfare. And that's what I mean when I say one version of what I mean when I say that they legalize theft.
Yeah. And Jeff Bezos disrupted Walmart. So they are terrified of entrepreneurs in the middle. And they want to create government regulations to say, hey, you know what? Let's cap entrepreneurs at 10 million. You can get to 10 million. It's okay for us. We're way past that point. But Gary's our guy because he's going to cap everyone.
I never said cap anyone at 10 million, by the way.
People stop. As soon as you have wealth taxes, people just give up. They just
our view is if they knew they could build a 20, 30 million pound company,
it sounds
they knew they would have to pay 20. If you're worth 30 million, 1% above, it's 200 grand a year. So if I said, if you can have a 30 million pound company, just bear in mind, right? You make 5% a year on your wealth, right? So if you've got a 300 million pound company, you're going to be making 15 million pound a year. And I'm turning to you and I'm going to say, you've got to pay 200 grand a year on your 50 million pound revenue. And they're going to say, you know what? I'm not going to start a business. I don't want to be worth 30 million quid. This is ridiculous. Nobody is going to say, oh my God, I don't want to be a multi-millionaire because in 20 years' time, I'll have to pay 1% taxes.
But most traders are earning what most people earn in a lifetime, traders can earn in a year. Most traders don't stop. Right? So most traders just keep going. Entrepreneurs are the same, that they're motivated to keep going. But when you have wealth advisors and investors saying, do not build a company in the UK because they're anti-wealth.
Listen, I'm not trying to make the UK anti-wealth. I'm not trying to make the UK anti-wealth. I think the UK and the US need to be looking at a situation where you cannot allow people who own enormous businesses that sell to your country to live in Dubai, to live in the Cayman Islands and not pay tax. And I don't think that's a controversial position.
I've got a question for both of you, which is if you are a young person and you're 18 years old now and that you're listening to this, but your objective really is an individualistic one, you want to get rich and you have a great future for you and your family, like all of us have been able to do, what would your advice be to them, Gary, at this moment in time?
This is such a hard question. I know Dan's angry at me for what I put in my video, How to Get Rich. Somebody came around to my house and asked me this the other day. Obviously, I get asked it a lot because, stupidly, I'm very public about the fact that I'm rich. What I did is not replicable. It's not. I'm sorry, but it's not. People always say, why don't you teach me to trade? Like, it's hard. It's hard trading. It's dangerous. And I think a lot of young men are getting sort of sold into trading and becoming gambling addicts. Work hard. And I wouldn't even say don't become an entrepreneur. I've never ever said these things. Work hard. If you think that you have an opportunity in tech entrepreneurship, go for it. Understand it's risky. I think that sometimes this message, just become an entrepreneur and you make it, is a bit dangerous because I think most people who try to become entrepreneurs fail. And I think it's super, super dangerous. The reality is, and maybe Dan won't like this, maybe you won't like this. I think it is very, very difficult for a young man or a young woman from a poor family to become rich. And I think it's increasingly hard even to just get those basics of financial security. So, listen, obviously reduce your spending if you can. Don't buy into this like Balenciaga bullshit. Stay away from that. But work hard, study hard, try to get a good job. But also understand, we are shrinking the seats on the lifeboat. That's what we're doing. We used to allow 50% to be secure. Then it's 40%. Then it's 30%. Then it's 20%. You've got family in Nigeria. If a young person from like Shantytown in Nigeria came to you and said, Stephen, what could I do to get rich? You would have to say to them realistically, listen, you are in a difficult situation here. You need to work really, really hard. But if you are able to make enough money to support a family, be proud of yourself.
What I would actually say to them, so yeah, I have got family in Nigeria. For people that don't know, I'm like half Nigerian. I would say to them that knowledge is really your life raft. So obviously there's a big tech boom happening in Nigeria, which is liberating a lot of people from that situation. So I would try and tell them to get on the life raft that is like knowledge of this new revolution. So from Nigeria, you can learn to code. And then the great thing now is that we literally have, actually, this is quite interesting. We're building a tech company in San Francisco called Flightpass. It's live. Everyone can go look at flightpass.com. And the lead developer, and Guess Radar, the lead developer of Guess Radar is a Nigerian guy.
But how many of those jobs in the Nigerian tech sector are going to kids that grew up in the shanty towns?
I have no idea.
Because I worked in, people ask me, tell me how to do.
Exactly. See, he has no idea. He uses example, but it's like, bro, you're not balancing with like the realities of the realities. Okay. Yes, you will get. Oh, but this kid, look, he came from a very poor shanty. Da, 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 da. Bro, exception to the fucking rule. The rule is what he's saying. Most of these kids probably that are successful are probably going to come from middle to upper middle class families. And the majority, again, you want to break it down even more, the majority already come from upper middle class families because yeah, okay, even though the father maybe came from rags to riches, well, if he's actually a good father, he's and brings up this kid correctly, and the kid actually wants to cooperate because you can still have kids that will fight you, right? I don't want to live your life. Don't tell me how to live. Okay, whatever, right? If the kid cooperates, then okay, it makes sense why these kids get richer faster too.
Do what you did, right? I worked in Canary Wharf. It's in East London. I could see the building from my house going on. There was not a single other kid from East London the whole time I was there.
Do you know to Dan's point about this remote work revolution where like work now you can work from anywhere? And in our company Third Web San Francisco, some of the staff that we now have are in the Philippines because they just have like great creatives there. It's obviously more cost effective. Isn't this a huge part of what's going on in our economy? This digitalization and this remotification of work.
It is. But I think for many people, I'm sure you pay your workers in the Philippines very, very well. Most of these people, they used to have a half decent wage in an office, and now they're locked in their bedrooms, barely paying the bills.
Yeah.
In the Philippines?
The Philippine guys are balling
Yeah,
out.
the Philippines is booming at the moment.
Yeah.
Like,
So you think the average person in the Philippines is living a luxurious life?
if you what's happening at the moment?
Do you think the average person in the Philippines is living a luxurious life?
There is this thing called remote foreign workers, and this is a huge boom. And the economic
So it's to the Philippines. Then. It's great. You get a great quality of life in the Philippines. When I look at the slums of Manila, they should just get jobs. I don't know why they're not getting the laptops out.
the
The poverty in the Philippines is horrific. Listen, Philippines is a beautiful country, an amazing country. I love the Philippines. I've been a
money's
number of
flowing
times.
in there at a rate that's
But
never
what
been.
is the life like for your average Filipino?
Well, would you agree though that their economy is just getting flooded with money at the moment? Like money's flowing in there.
Money is flowing in, but it's not giving a good quality of life. Your average Filipino.
That's not true. Remote foreign workers.
Well, we can
remote
we
foreign
can
workers.
ask our Filipino viewers to tell us what's like
Foreign workers can
average.
actually
All right, hold on. In 2023, the international poverty incidence amongst Filipinos poverty incidence among Filipino families was recorded at 10 and up, equating to approximately 2.9 families who did not earn enough to meet basic food. Okay, wait, poverty incidence recorded at 10 point. Okay.
actually often support their
I don't know what the average wage is in the
Just to
Philippines.
bring it back to the point though, so I wanted to say from Gary, he said
Okay, that didn't say anything. It didn't say as to whether it grew or oh, what the fuck.
work hard. If you're a young guy listening to this now, I was reading this really interesting article yesterday from I think it was from a major newspaper talking about the lost boys, and it goes to show that I think it's 1 in 7 young men that is at a working age now are out of work. So there's lots of talk around young men in particular and how they're struggling. You'd say work hard, Gary. You'd
Work
say
hard, no Balenciaga. But the big
No
thing
Balenciaga.
is recognize the situation that you're in, and I would encourage them to support my work and follow my channel because the lifeboats are shrinking, and trust me, we're going to get our kids in the lifeboats. And we all know that, right? And if those lifeboats are shrinking, if you don't stop the ship from going down, it is not you and me who are going to go down. We'll be fine. If you don't fight the political fight, I guarantee you, people like Daniel will.
so. You're saying that they should also get involved in the political fight.
You have to. That's what our grandparents did.
And if they want to become millionaires like you and me and Dan,
Oh, it sounds like Dan's got better advice for that than I do.
okay, well I'm going to ask Dan as well. But I'm wondering how your advice ties into sort of like the young person who's trying to liberate themselves from where you came from or where I came from.
You know what? I don't think I'm the guy to say that, man, because I had this unusual gift from a young age. I was very, very, very good at maths, and I just followed that. And my sister, she's a poet, and she wrote a really successful grime and musical about Dizzy Rascal's first album. All right, she comes from obviously the same family as me, poor family. She worked so hard. She worked so hard. 2 degrees. She can barely pay the rent. Right. So I don't want to turn around to our young kids and say, "Well, I've got this talent. Follow your talent," because it doesn't work, Stephen.
Sure.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
Wait. My sister does great work, but
Yeah.
financially, for young people, following your passion, following your talent, unless you come from a rich family, realistically, very, very rarely works. And I know it worked for the 3 of us at this table, but let's not pretend that everyone experiences the same things that we experienced.
What would you say to that, Dan? And what's your answer?
I think there's 2 economies going on at the moment. There's a dying economy, which is the industrial revolution economy, and that is all the office jobs and the factory jobs and all of that sort of stuff, which is very much being automated away and moved to globally. And at the same time, there's this new bubbling up digital economy, which I'd call the entrepreneur economy or the digital economy. Both of these economies are kind of coexisting. One's going like that, one's going like that. And if you want to be economically successful, you need to stand next to the biggest piles of money that you can. Unfortunately, being a poet, doesn't pay a lot of money. We all know that. That's not a surprise. If you came from a very rich family and you were a poet, you'd probably be one of the 60% who fell out of a rich family as well. If you want to be economically successful, you need to say, what is the thing that's economically booming right now? Gary saw the finance industry at that particular time, but if we actually look at the finance industry now, it's in decline, and trading is being replaced by AI robots. People who worked in your career are going to be replaced by IT systems that basically do similar jobs. It's going to be, these things happen. We're going through a massive technological change. But at the same time, it's never been easier to learn skills for free on YouTube. It's never been easier to join communities where you can get mentoring and get support. There are communities of angel investors who do invest in stuff.
Yes, but you're also, it's being offset by the competition. The competition has grown bigger. So it's like David and Goliath. Okay, Goliath has now, and again, this is the change in the story, obviously. Goliath has now grown 3 times. So even though fucking what's his face throws that, has more pebbles or whatever, he can't knock Goliath down because Goliath has grown too fucking big that the story will now be that the Goliath won, not David.
Startups. It's never been cheaper or easier to start a company. There's never been more software and technology to scale and grow. In a short space of time, I would say do what Gary's done. Gary publishes online. He's built a personal brand. He's attached it to a recurring revenue model. He's got.
I also work for free for 4 years. I'm not sure how replicable that is.
So build a personal brand, attach it to a business model that is where money's flowing. These are positive things you can do. We all have to play the cards we're dealt. You can always find someone who's done better with better cards, or someone who's been dealt better cards, and you can always find someone who's been dealt worse cards. No matter who you are on the planet, there's someone better, there's someone worse. You have to play the cards that.
Yeah, so I completely agree with that. Yes, again, I'm playing with the best cards, but I'm also what is also true is what Gary is saying. The lifeboats are shrinking, okay? Because again, Goliath is growing, and David is not yeah, he's been able to, he can accumulate more rocks, but those rocks are now basically, as Goliath gets bigger, I mean, yeah, he can't there at one point David can't swing a X size amount of rock, right? So, and then let's say he can swing maybe this rock, but he can only swing that type of size of rock maybe 3 times. But, fucking Goliath is growing exponentially. That's what's happening.
That you dealt. You cannot sit around waiting for the economic system of the world to be changed. You have to say, you know what? These are the cards I was born at this particular time in these circumstances. These are my strengths. These are my weaknesses. I'm going to play.
Yep, and that is true. So again, that's what I'm saying. Give me financial freedom or give me death, right? I will try to get rich or die trying.
The cards that I've dealt. Personal agency is what gets people to feel good about their life, to make progress. And as soon as you play the victim mindset, as soon as you say, oh, you know what? The answer to all my prayers is Gary's going to change the system. You're in serious trouble.
Can I just say one thing back on that? If we become a society of individuals who think only individually and never consider broader societal problems, we will become a society that becomes unable to fix societal problems.
Yep.
I'm somebody who has made millions of pounds betting on the collapse of society, the collapse of the middle class. I don't want to be giving stock tips on the Titanic, okay? I understand that we live in individualized societies and it's not popular to say, hey, you need to protect your society. If you don't protect your society, society's going to collapse and the British public, the American public, have a choice to make here.
What
I need to protect these views.
What do you want people to do?
I want them to get involved with, watch my channel, subscribe to my channel on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, share with your friends, share with your mum, understand, and then push for change. Push for change like our grandparents did. Push the politicians to tax working people less and tax extremely wealthy wealth holders more.
So vote for the Greens.
Vote for whoever gives you that, whoever gives you your share of the pie.
So basically,
this is not football, okay? I'm not here, Gary Stevenson, of the Green Party. I'm here to protect the working class.
So that's their that would be their social and sort of political energy, would be to stand up and fight. But in their personal lives, are you telling them to start businesses, take big risks, work really hard, go for it, because they can also...
I would defer to you guys on that. I'm not a businessman, I'm an economist. That's what I am. I make my money by being an economist. I'm a very, very good economist. My predictions will be right. People can go and watch my predictions. At the beginning of COVID, I predicted the entire COVID crisis exactly correctly in May 2020. This is, I'm good at this. And listen, I'm never going to come here and say I'm a better businessman than you. I'm pretty sure that I'm not. I'm a very, very, very good economist. This will happen.
Is there something that I can do if I'm sat here listening at home? I understand everything you said. I believe everything you said. I believe that it's going to get worse for me.
Yeah.
Do you think I should still take responsibility of my situation and fight to make my life richer, better, more successful?
100%.
Okay.
100%. Because you know, and I'm sure you know, if you're average British or American, if you don't do that, you're not going to be able to turn the heat on. You have to do it. You have to do it. And I've never once, I think my opinions are often mischaracterized being anti-ambition. You've read my book. Do you think I'm anti-ambition?
No.
I work my tits off to make money. And I want every single young person in this country to be able to make money if they want to, if that's what they want to work towards. But we've created a society where it's almost impossible for young... Listen, I've been there. I've been at LSE. I've been at Oxford. I've been in the city. I've been in the media. I've been in politics. All of the guys at the top are a bunch of rich idiots. We are not allowing these smart kids from ordinary backgrounds to get into those spaces. Why do we pretend we're not doing that? We're not doing
I
that.
disagree with that. You're talking about two types of elite spaces. Elite space of elite universities.
Yeah.
And you're talking about the elite space of derivatives trading. There's the real economy, where entrepreneurs do their work. Then there's the first derivative, which is the banking system, and then there's the second derivative, which is rates traders like yourself, right? These are places that normal people don't want to end up. Most normal people who grow up in normal households don't wake up one day and say, I want to be a rates trader on a double derivative of the economy making bets. Most people want to start a business that employs people and they want to grow that business and be successful.
Do you think that starting a business is a realistic, high success probability chance of ordinary poor people becoming rich?
I know that economies thrive when entrepreneurs are active, and it's not just the entrepreneurs, they create.
Is that something our viewers can do, and most of them will end up rich?
You only need 1% to improve the whole economy.
There's a really interesting stat that says globally around 65% of ultra high net worth individuals are self-made. Approximately 19% primarily inherited their wealth, and about 16% inherited wealth but significant growth through their own ventures. So 65% of the ultra high net worth individuals globally are self-made. Does that not mean that if I want to become an ultra high net worth person, it's going to come down to...
Listen, we are just come off the back of the golden age of capitalism. When ordinary people, like my dad, I grew up in Ilford, it's in East London, it's a very immigrant area. Most of my friends I grew up with come from Pakistani, Indian immigrant backgrounds. They came over with nothing, they worked really hard, they made money, they had their own assets. We had a period where ordinary people could make money and could make wealth. So obviously we are now in a period where there are rich people who made money during that period. But it's over now.
I'm seeing ordinary people making money all the time.
Okay, so you're telling our viewers they're idiots. Why are they not making money?
I'm not telling anyone they're an idiot. I'm saying
if it's that easy, okay, right, fine. Go and buy Dan's book, read it, and become a millionaire. Dan thinks it's easy to become a millionaire, be an entrepreneur. But I suspect, having not been an entrepreneur, that most of the people who've read your book are not millionaires.
Everything you've touched has turned to gold. You turned yourself to academia, you got an amazing qualification. You turned yourself to banking, you became $2 million a year. You turned yourself to being a writer, you become Sunday Times bestseller. You turned yourself to content creating, you get 800,000 followers. And now you sit there after all of that evidence and say, oh no, it's all over, guys. I'm smart enough to do it, but you guys are not smart enough to do it.
If you think you can teach, you've got your book. If you think you can
you say that you're smart enough, but they're not smart enough.
I wonder if we do have a bit of an education problem at the heart of this, because I was thinking about your sister. I was like, right, if I was the CEO of Gary's sister, what would I do? There's two things I do right now. The first is, okay, what marketplace is really valuing an ability to write an impactful way? I go, right, she's starting an Instagram page. Because I've seen what happened with Jay Shetty. This guy's pulling in tens of millions a year because he took nice words that were motivational, poetic, but on that. Also, YouTube needs to get to YouTube, because if she can talk like you, then she's going to do exceptionally well on YouTube as well. But there's not going to be a great economy necessarily for someone who's doing poetry in many other places, other than what I'm saying is the internet. But in school, we don't teach this. There's no YouTube class for YouTube. And it's such a huge part of the economy. I mean, you've seen that. There's been this decentralization of media where the megaphone was
growing at 20% a year.
The megaphone was
people watching, start YouTube.
It's the internet.
It's easy.
I'm not saying it's easy.
For most people, Stephen.
For most people, no, it doesn't work.
Why are you pretending it does?
What I would say is, if in school we talk...
That's the point, exactly. So if we have repeated data showing that 90% of people who are going to try a business, if it's actually probably higher, right? But still, even say if it was truly 90, that's still fucking high, right? So if you have 90% of people failing in business, what, again, I don't know why he's coming back to this, because he kind of already answered this. You got to have a certain mindset, a certain personality type to fucking make it work. But again, since we have all this historical data that has not changed, it just shows that on average, the average person wants to be an Indian, and that's fine. Take care of the Indians. Be your brother's keeper. It's not that fucking deep.
Young kids a couple of new things, and we stopped teaching them about Pythagoras' theorem, which, by the way, ChatGPT is going to do for you with your eyes closed. And we taught them about the new economy of the internet, about the ability to start shop. And it's crazy that the school system was designed in such a way where they put me in exclusion unit because I was so preoccupied with doing business deals at school. And my headmaster came on national TV on What I Lied to and said, yeah, we unexpelled him eventually because he made the school so much money. But the system was punishing me for entrepreneurship, and it wasn't teaching me anything about the new economy, which is technology.
Steve, do you think it matters if the percentage of young people who are able to achieve financial freedom and have a family is shrinking?
So do I think it matters if the percentage of young people that are able to, are you saying, attain wealth and have a family?
Yeah, if I achieve financial freedom and have a family.
I think that's a really big problem.
And listen,
I think that's really big.
I know, listen, and I know you've got this podcast, and I know you inspire young people. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that you inspire young people to go out and work hard and try and achieve something. But I'm an economist, and what I see is the percentage of young people who make it shrinking. And I think if you combine those two things, you reach a really dangerous place, because we go and tell the young people, it's there for you to start a business. And at the same time, the number of people who make it is 10%, 5%, 2%, 1%. And there will always be that one person who makes it. There will always be that Stephen Bartley in every country in the world who's making it through. You know what I'm saying? But the systematic issue matters, Stephen.
Can we not change the education system so that when I was 16 and they threw me in the exclusion unit, which could so easily have made me think that I was a failure? Because my brothers Jason went to LSE and became very much like you, and now works in my company, managing my investments. He, in the education system, was rewarded. So I sat there as a kid thinking, rich and successful, my older brother Jason, because he can do maths. And I thought, I'm going to be a failure because I like this thing called entrepreneurship, and I have ADHD, so I can't pay attention in lessons. What I'm saying is, if the education system was designed in such a way where people like me, who are entrepreneurial, who are interested in the internet, couldn't stop playing video games, were clapped for and said, oh my God, double down on that. I think the net benefit, when you think about what the backbone of the economy is, which is entrepreneurs starting businesses, would be profound for this country here. But I believe there needs to be such a radical overhaul of our education system if we want to.
Oh my God! If we're gonna really implement all this robot shit, right? Then again, like some of the people who are gonna, there's gonna be a lot of engineers that are gonna put effort into that, right? But the market can only be saturated so much. So you're always inherently going to have losers, okay, by default. So that means you're going to have poverty and crime increase. So that's what we're saying. We got to create a system that doesn't allow that to happen. We have to understand that we can't place value anymore on what people do. You got to give them basic level dignity of living.
Stand a chance of capitalizing on what the economy is today.
Yeah, I think you could probably change the education system in a lot of ways that could improve it, but you're kind of changing the education system on the Titanic. What my perspective is, I can tell you with a very, very high rate of certainty,
Yep,
if you
on
look
the
through this
Titanic,
document,
yep.
the world being sucked out of the middle class, 95, 98% of people will be in poverty in this country in 70 years.
I agree with you. This is the thing. I agree that you can't have a group of people at the very top that own all the assets and all the money, or else, I mean, it's going to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
And I remember the day that I printed off the job seekers allowance form when I was stealing Chicago Town pizzas 10 years ago in my room in Moss Side in Manchester. I remember what it feels like to have my parents speaking to me, have all these CCJ letters and bailiff letters on my desk, and really have no answer how to get out of the situation, to the point that I was like shoplifting. I'd call the Just Eat driver and then try to persuade him just to give me the food. That was 10 years ago for me. So I've not forgotten those years of my life. So I understand what it is to be in that situation. And on an individual level, I need some answers, because I'm not going to wait for these people in fucking the parliament to fix my life for me. So I need some individual answers. And then I do also care about the bigger picture. So I'm not like here as someone that just wants to accrue loads of wealth myself. Of course, listen, let's be honest. There's not many human beings that would like more money. So I try and acknowledge that bias. But the big issue I have is how. And from my personal experience, as someone that now employs hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people here in London, up in Manchester, in our offices, there are a set of things that would make me leave this country. If it became increasingly less friendly to entrepreneurs, I reckon if we come back here in 5 years' time, I reckon I'll employ 500 more people in the UK. And actually, as you look around this room, you can see the age of them. These are young people.
Yeah.
There are things you could do to make me not do that.
I mean, it's probably worth pointing out that we're not taxing wealth and you're leaving the country anyway, Stephen.
No, I haven't left the country.
Okay, you're going to
No,
stay.
I'm a tax resident here. I pay my taxes here. I have zero intent in changing that. I'm also on Dragon, so we're investing a lot of money in UK businesses.
But listen, I want to tax only high levels of wealth. Only high levels of wealth. And listen, don't get me wrong, I understand very rich people will complain. And very rich people will say, just like they did in Dickens, I'm going to throw my businesses, I'm going to throw my taxes, my businesses and my factories into the sea. Stephen, your viewers are here. Listen, Stephen, your viewers are here. You are a very wealthy person. They are paying 20, 30, 40, 50%. You should be paying your fair share, Stephen. You should.
I think that I should pay more tax, especially when I don't think my kids should benefit from my wealth. And maybe this is a controversial opinion, but I actually don't. I don't think I should be able to pass down my assets to my children.
You can't. It's 40% tax.
I think it should be more.
It's 40, yeah.
Let's not pretend rich people don't successfully pass their assets to their children.
I'm just telling you now.
Yeah.
I think I'd be robbing my children of something from the background that I came from. If my child gets gets tens of millions, let's say, even when I die, I don't think that should happen.
I agree. People say, when I talk about your sister, people are like, why don't you just give your sister the money? Listen, my sister works hard. She's a smart person. She works hard. She produces good work. I want to live in a society where people like my sister are able to support themselves with the work that they do, but we're destroying that society.
Who would pay her?
The customers, the
So
situation.
you want her to start a business?
She is a business.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I want people like her to be taxed less. So that what I want is ordinary working people to be taxed less, so they have more money in their pocket. Listen, the reason we had the thriving art scene in the 60s is because we had a thriving middle class that could go and buy the new fashions and buy the new records, and then that created this thriving art scene. Now we have a middle class which is struggling to pay the bills, so they can't buy stuff. My sister makes theatre shows. The only people who go to theatre are rich people now. But back in the day, theatre was something that was more accessible. You want the arts? I've got a mate who's a fashion designer, right? Nowadays, there's all of the business is super fast, super cheap, super disposable fashion, or unbelievably expensive high end, because that's the economy we've created. You go to Japan, which is a less unequal society. The restaurants are good quality restaurants for ordinary people, because a good capitalist society will produce things for the people with money.
In the case of theatre, where have the theatre consumers moved to? Where are they getting their entertainment now?
Well, what you have is a very rich group of people who will still go to theatre and they'll pay a lot. But then you have a large group of people who are relatively cash scarce and they will try to get their entertainment in cheaper ways. Of course, you know what I mean? So obviously,
your YouTube channel.
Well, exactly, my YouTube channel, which is free, by the way.
Yeah, but you get paid from it. You get the YouTube
It's only in the last couple of months that I've started to make any money because I don't do my own editing. So, and you'll know, in the first few years, you're paying yourself to do it. You know what I mean? Like, I think people sometimes massively overestimate the amount of money.
This is entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs go through 2, 3, 4, 5 years worth of struggle to get to the point where they're successful. And it feels pretty horrific that you say, oh, finally, when I make it, you take it. And then the advisors to entrepreneurs.
Just £10 million is quite a lot of money. So, you can be worth £9 million and not be paying anything more.
But what if I just raise 1 million for investment into my company?
Yeah.
But that then, like I do, if I'm raising money all the way along and my investors are saying, I'm sorry, I don't invest in the UK economy because it's wealth taxes and all that sort of stuff, it's anti-wealth, and then I just have to move my company overseas.
Well, I want to create a situation where the UK consumer is so strong that you have to invest in the UK.
You don't have to be here to sell to them.
If you're looking to take the next step in your tech career, you'll want to hear about our sponsor, Intuit. I've always believed that if you want to do your best work, you have to put yourself in the right environment. You want to work with the best. You want to work in an AI-driven expert platform that connects people to all the money they deserve. The cutting-edge tech they are developing in products like TurboTax, Credit Karma, QuickBooks, and MailChimp are helping around 100 million customers and businesses put more money in their pockets. Having a mission-driven culture is something I really align at my companies. If this sounds like you, and you want to grow your tech culture with offices in Atlanta and explore their opportunities, I've picked up running, which I very much enjoy every single day. But here's the thing, back my workouts at TR. And it found that 40 seconds while training. Head over to join.we. Let me know how you get on. Worth more than you're saying.
We say 10 million is the line that we campaign for.
Okay, we think that they should pay a greater share of the tax. And then if you agree with that premise, the question then becomes, yes, but how?
Yeah, well, they already do. I said pay 30%.
But I want to be clear, that's the top 1% of taxpayers, which is not the top 1% of richest people.
Mind you,
It's ridiculous.
I'm also not necessarily saying what's fair. I'm saying what's practically possible, right? So like you could come up with the world's most fair on the back of a napkin. This is what's fair, but whether you can implement it is a very difficult thing. The problem is wealth is completely mobile now. It's really, you can
But
live from anywhere.
It's the houses, Dan.
Yeah.
It's land. It's land. Mobile. You can't rip the country out of the sea.
There's very few, I've never met any seriously wealthy people who own a lot of houses.
You honestly think that
So
the
we just-
entire housing stock of the UK is not valuable?
Yeah, no, it is. But
somebody owns it.
78% is owned by baby boomers. They just own. They bought a house in 1992. And they own the house.
Personally, I think that house ownership, especially when you consider mortgages, is relatively unequally distributed. That is, by the way, the most equally distributed.
Young people have now had
The commercial property, the land, the natural
owned by
resources.
pension funds.
So the viewers own it, do they?
No, they're owned by, if they own pension fund, most of those commercial.
And what's the distribution of pensions? What is the distribution of pensions? What percentage of pensions is owned by the top 1%?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head, but with pensions. But I know that obviously wealth concentrates at the top. But here's the one thing to keep in mind: wealthy group are not necessarily a static group. There was a study of the richest people in 1900, and most of those families are poor today, or they've gone down in value today. If the richest people in 1900 had just simply kept their wealth, there'd be 16,000 more billionaires. But they don't. In wealth management in banks, they have this thing called the succession planning. So succession planning is where they try and figure out how not to screw it up across generations, and they're notoriously bad at it. It's very hard to keep wealth in generations.
And in the 20th century, we had 2 world wars and a Holocaust. That redistributed wealth. I would prefer not to have that again.
Yeah. I'm with you. I want an affluent middle class. I really
So
do.
where's the wealth going to come from? You're going to create
economies that are friendly towards wealth creation and entrepreneurship.
When was the last time we had a government that wasn't, let's grow? Right, it's not working for the people, Daniel.
No, the problem is that they need to step back. They need to let shrink.
Our viewers should point to Donald Trump and Elon Musk because they're doing what you're asking.
It'll be interesting to see what happens, right? It's too soon to tell.
If you were trying to grow the UK economy, would you not take America's approach? Because they seem to be much more successful at growing their economy.
Of course, when we talk about slashing of the state, they're going to use these examples like, oh, there's this wasteful government building. Everybody wants to slash government waste. Of course, I'm not going to fight against slashing government waste. I'm from the UK. I saw the austerity years. I've seen what's happened to local services. I've seen what's happened to things like the police, like education, especially things like youth services. You slash the state, you fire a load of people, what does the state? Okay, yeah. If you can get rid of state corruption, yes, 100%. If you can get rid of state waste, 100%. This is how single mums feed their kids, Stephen. You want to stop that?
No.
Slashing the state, I don't think it's going to work. To be honest, I think tariffs is not an uninteresting discussion. I think, yeah, of course, tax avoidance is something you need to get rid of. Really, I would like to take a step back, look at the country, and say, what is the state of the country? What do people need? Now, we have a country here where the housing stock is falling apart, and we're letting it fall apart because those houses are owned by ordinary people who don't have any money. If you want the country to work for ordinary people, you need ordinary people to have money. I'm always reminded of Mr. Beast. He goes to places in Africa, and he spends 500 quid, and he gives a kid eyesight who would have been blind for the rest of their life. 500 quid. Why are kids in Africa blind who could be given sight for 500 quid? Because they don't have any money. This is what happens when you drain your middle class. This will end up like that. I've got a friend who went to India last week. He said there were people lying on the street outside with rotting limbs. That is what happens when you disempower, when you take the money away from the middle class. You've got to protect the middle class. If the middle class had money, then there would be unbelievable business opportunities for selling goods and services like your business to the middle class.
So would you tax Daniel more?
I don't know if Daniel's worth more than £10 million. It sounds like he is.
He is.
I want to make it clear, right? You make 5% on your wealth. So if Daniel's worth 100 million, he's making £5 million. We're only trying to tax you 1%. I think if you are worth 100 million, you're making £5 million passive income. You can afford to pay £1 million tax a year. You're going to still keep getting rich. The truth is, even if we were to tax these billionaires 1% a year, they would still squeeze the rest out. This is not about morality. This is just cold, hard economic analysis that I have made a lot of money betting on.
So closing arguments then, chaps. I'll start with you, Gary. Based on everything we discussed today, I'm going to ask you to give me 2 perspectives, which is, if I'm a young individual in this country right now, what should I do to protect myself and my family and to feed my family? What kind of behaviours, what strategy should I adopt there? But also then from a government level, I know we have some politicians that listen because they message me. What should politicians be doing to fix the issue that we're all clearly identifying, which is the collapse of the middle class, the collapse of sort of working class people and the increased wealth of the rich?
I think what I would like young people to understand is that this gets worse. This gets much, much worse. It will get much worse relatively quickly. Poverty will increase relatively quickly. It will become increasingly difficult, almost impossible to make any serious money. Prepare yourself for that. Prepare yourself when you consider your finances, when you consider your plans for having a family. This gets worse and it's going to be really, really hard. It's going to be a big mental health problem for a lot of young people. So speak to people and understand that. My YouTube videos are there, Gary's Economics, for people to understand what's happening. After that, you've got to do all the right things. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. You've got to work hard. You've got to study the right things. I think it's a great shame. We have made subjects like the arts, I think, which you're not allowed. If you come from a poor background, you cannot work in art. I'm sorry, you can't pay the bills. You can't. So you have to go and study AI and computing and maybe social media. Although we have to be honest, social media doesn't pay for most people. You have to realize the reality of your situation. It's very, 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 very bad. That doesn't mean you don't work. That doesn't mean you don't aspire. You work damn hard because you have to. But if you manage to make enough money to even support a family, you should be proud of yourself. That's the number one thing. But recognize this can be changed. This can be changed. Our grandparents, our great grandparents fought for a bigger share of the pie and they got it. They got healthcare, they got education, they got housing, they got food. Our young people can have that as well, but they won't get it unless they fight for it. So I would encourage people to educate themselves, support my work, get involved politically, but also work hard, support your friends and family. Try and make money because you'll have to. If you don't play politics, I guarantee you the other side will play politics. And that means your kids and your grandkids live in poverty. So you have to do.
Yep.
With regards to politicians, I've got mixed feelings about a lot of politicians.
It's funny because you're gonna be like, but Dan, I heard you say fuck politics and stuff like that. When you make a lot of money, inherently you're gonna. I mean, okay, let's look at Elon, right? Elon was trying to do business. Like he even said it himself. I don't want to do this political shit, but I have to because of just how it's all interconnected. At one point, when you get to that fucking level, you can't avoid politics. You can try, but politics will politic you. So, yeah, the reason I say fuck politics right now is because they're not listening. They're super corrupt, and it will take away your time from focusing on money. But if you get the money, right? So again, the people who are rich in time, right? Because that's part of the reason why they're poor. That is definitely not the rich's fault, right? They definitely don't know how to manage their time well. Well, he's saying, hey, you should go fight for basically for that UBI.
The truth is, I think a lot of politicians are very rich and ultimately they don't care. They're protected. A crisis of inequality looks fantastic from the top. And I think that's why the three of us can sit here and say things will be fine. Because for us, they will be fine. And for our kids, they will be fine. But for our viewers' kids, they won't be fine. Politicians are not going to try and save you. I'm going to try and make sure they do it, but I don't think they will. Listen, my plan is not to get concessions from politicians. My plan is to get 5 million followers on the internet and bully the politicians so that they have to give us what we need. So I would support people to get behind me, get behind my campaign, but also understand what's happening, educate your friends and your family, and just crucially to understand.
Exactly. I was just gonna say you do both. You do both. You do what Gary is saying, and you also do, what Dan is saying as well.
It's going to be a long fight. So be strong, keep the people around you, but be ready for what's to come.
I see hints at some of the things you said recently of you going into politics yourself at some point.
Steve, I'm in politics.
I mean,
politics.
actively.
Listen, I do not want to be an MP. I do not want to be Chancellor. I do not want to be Prime Minister. If we get to a point where I feel that that is something that is achieved and it's the best way to fix this problem, I will be open to it. This is not plan A. This is not plan, would you like to be Prime Minister?
No,
This is not, I'll be honest, I'm quite uncomfortable with even the level of public profile that I have at the moment, which is, it's much less than what you have, but it stresses me out. It's weird, we spoke about it before we were shooting. I don't want to, can you imagine? I don't want to be Prime Minister. I don't want to be an MP.
Exactly. That's what I told my friends too. If I have to go public and put myself in jeopardy to bring about a better system, then I will. But I'm gonna try first. My plan A is to not be public because you become a target to those that you basically will see you as a threat, right? But at one point, if there's I think enough momentum and stuff like that, and we will. Well, first of all, I'm always gonna say, listen. The ultimate thing is, don't view me. The idea comes first. I come second. All right. But of course, as the idea is manifesting through me and channeling through me, the lines are kind of blurred. But ultimately, if I do get taken out, whether just by accident, right? I mean, I just go on a ride and I actually die by accident. There was no actual, conspiracy, whatever, or they do conspire. Again, the idea is way more powerful. That's what I hope to do. Is like, hey, listen, you can kill me, but hey, I designed this idea so powerful, so clear that even if you kill me, guess what? Somebody else will replace me. Like this system is what will replace me. That's what I'm trying to talk about when I talk about removing. We don't need politicians anymore. If we have the right app developed, right, that I'm working on, I'm not going to really present it here. You can watch other videos later on about it. Yeah, yeah. They, I will not be the threat. It's the ideas and the systems that I will leave for people to implement that will be their threat, and therefore, like, well, fuck, we lost. We can't, we can kill Dan, but that won't stop. That won't stop the idea whose time has come.
But I'm serious about this work that I do. And if we reach a point that I think that is the best way to do it, I will consider it. But I would much rather be able to influence the MPs from the sidelines, influence the politicians from the sidelines.
And for that person you just gave advice to, who should they be voting for?
Well, we don't have an election for. Listen, politics is not football. Politics is not football. Okay, this is not about I'm Labour, I'm Conservative, I'm Republican, I'm Democrat. You're losing your houses here. You're losing your houses. Your kids will be in poverty, and you're going to see both Trump and the Republicans and Keir Starmer and Labour, who are supposed to be on the opposite side of the political spectrum. They will both fail because they will not take action on growing wealth inequality. And I'll be right on that. Bring me back in a few years, I'll be right on that. And that shows you it's not about. I think this factionalism is unbelievably damaging to our societies, especially in the US, where there's so much hatred behind it. Where suddenly I'm on this side, you're on that side. We're going to shake hands after this. I'm nothing wrong. We will. There's no hatred here. But if you allow yourself to be divided from half of your country, and we're seeing it growing tensions, racial tensions, gender tensions. If you allow yourself to be divided, they will win. They will win. So you need to vote for whoever is going to protect your houses. And if you want to know who that is, come and check Gary's economics before the election, and I will tell you who it's going to be.
Daniel.
Nice.
Closing arguments, personal and social.
A few things. I read Gary's book and it's brilliant. And regardless of regardless of whether you actually like economics. It's a brilliant story. It's a really good, I read it in about 2 or 3 days, and it'll eventually be a good movie as well. I agree with a lot of what Gary's saying. There is a collapse of the middle class, and it probably will get worse. And the traditional middle class jobs that came out of the back of the industrial age, mature industrial revolution system, those are collapsing, and it's globalizing. We're seeing technology move opportunities all over the world, and wealth inequality, it has a cause. Wealth inequality itself is a scoreboard, and there's a cause for what led up to wealth inequality. And the cause, in my mind, is technology. Technology is moving those opportunities around and it's changing things. We already have big governments. We have huge amounts of taxes. We're at record levels of taxes. Wealth has never been more mobile. It's not about what's fair. It's about what you can practically get away with. It's about what you can actually implement. It's going to be very, very, as Gary said, it's going to be very, very, very hard to tax people who have digital businesses, who can live and work from anywhere. I know that firsthand, that it's incredibly mobile. With that said, at a macro level, big picture, we do know that there is a correlation between economic freedom, where the government gets out of your way, and low poverty rates. And we know that as soon as governments become big, high taxes, high regulations, it actually drops down a category, and we see poverty goes up from 10% to 30%, so triples. So constricting economic freedom is never a good idea if you look at the data. At a micro level, there's never been a greater opportunity for anyone who's ambitious and entrepreneurial to go and start a company. It's cheaper than ever to start a company. You can do what Gary's done, which is publish content, build a following, figure out how to monetize it. You can create products and services and sell them to anywhere in the world. You're an example of someone who started with nothing and became a millionaire in your 20s and then again in your 30s with a completely different thing. He became a millionaire in his 20s and then again in his 30s as a best-selling author and a content creator. I did it in my 20s, my 30s, and now my 40s, starting from scratch. So it's not normal that 3 guys our age could have done that over and over again. It's because we are living in a time where there is incredible opportunities, but you have to be tapped into those opportunities. You never heard about it at school. You never heard about it at university. You're going to have to learn the skills to get tapped into those opportunities. But there are definitely ways that you can succeed in the world that we're living in.
On that macro point, who should we be voting for? Because some of your thinking and policy suggestions through this conversation align more with Trump, Elon, the American mission now, where they're welcoming millionaires. They're trying to create a really entrepreneurship-friendly environment. They're doing the Doge, dismantling of sort of government waste.
I agree with Gary. It's not football. You don't have a team. You swing. You should be a swing voter. You should vote every single election. You should make them work hard for your vote. And
is Trump going to succeed, though?
It's too soon to tell.
He made a prediction. So I'm inviting you to make a prediction. He said 5 years when we come back here, we're going to see that Trump.
I think a lot of very wealthy people are going to move to the USA. You're going to get a lot of people from all over the world. He's playing to win, and he wants rich people and entrepreneurs and investors to come into the US and be based there. He's creating golden visas and open visas.
And the success metric here is the middle class get richer and more affluent.
And what I actually think will happen as a result of all of that, you'll see rising living standards in the USA, and you'll see a detriment to the places where those people live. It's not a good thing to have the people who pay.
Okay, you may see a rise, right? But again, with the AI and automation coming, again, because okay, yes, they will what Trump, let's say Trump is doing will attract, let's say it works, right? Because I mean, he is saying it's too early to tell, right? But let's just say, okay, let's say the concept really does manifest in practice, right? People come in there and create these companies, right? Okay, the companies will need certain workers, but because of the AI revolution and automation and robotics and all this stuff, they're going to need less, and they're going to need less to compete with the ones that already have established, a good share of the market, right? So, and as those new companies take over the share of those other market of those people who had, I guess first mover advantage, right? Because they're innovating or whatever, the people, yeah, who take over some of that market share, well, those people are gonna be fired, right? Because they're like, oh, okay, well, this company's implementing that, so now we're gonna fucking implement AI. Sorry, Becky. Sorry, Tom. Figure it out on your own. And that's why, again, my ultimate system is another way is also of giving everybody a dividend from all the profits that are being generated. Again, I'm not going to go into because I can go on and on. It's already almost it's 4:20 right now, 4 hours 20 minutes, and it's 2:44 a.m. I just wanted to finish it. Fuck it, I just got addicted and might as well just finish it. But yeah, to be continued. But yeah,
the majority of the taxes, which is 1% of people paying 30% of taxes, if those people leave, the bills get spread across everybody else.
Well, we'll have to do a part 2, and we shall see. I want to thank you both for the work that you do, because I'm a big fan of both of you. I watch Gary's videos all the time. Helps me to understand another perspective on what I'm typically hearing out on the internet, or that I hear on Twitter about what's going on in the world. And I think I really respect and admire people that can do what both of you have done today, which is to exchange and listen to ideas in the pursuit of answers. And that's why I highly recommend anybody, regardless of whether you agree with everything or some things, or just a little bit, to go and follow Gary's channel on YouTube called Gary's Economics, because it's a great source of information from someone who has done it, understands the world from another perspective, but also someone who's providing a narrative, which I actually think as we kind of talked about before we started, there's a big gap in the market for. There are a lot of people like me and Dan out on the internet that are talking about entrepreneurship and finance and how to make money, but there aren't enough people talking about wealth inequality from the perspective as Gary sees it, and that are providing more sort of collectivist and sort of society-wide solutions and answers and sort of explanations as to why that's ultimately happening. I do think, because I know you, Dan, I hope I know myself, I do think that we all want the UK to survive. And I think we all believe that the way that the UK survives isn't necessarily a couple of ultra rich people getting more money. It is sort of social mobility, and it's allowing people that are at the very bottom to create opportunities and to succeed. We all agree upon that, even if we disagree, on the causes and the solutions to that. I'd also highly recommend everybody to go check out The Trading Game, because everybody's talking about this book, and I think it's 4 weeks at the moment on the Sunday Times bestseller list.
4 weeks number one.
Number one, 4 weeks number one, which is an incredible achievement, but it speaks to what's in this book, the way that the story is told, but also the timeliness of this message. So I'd highly recommend everybody go check it out. I'm going to put a link below so that everybody can go and do it. If you just look at some of the testimonials for this book, it's profound. I hear people describe it as like unforgettable on one end and then sad on the other end, because that's the nature of the reality it speaks to. And I highly recommend everybody go check out Daniel Priestley's Entrepreneur Revolution, but also your website has all of your resources and tools on it. So I'll link that on the screen. What's the
At danielpriestley.com.
at danielpriestley.com. Thank you both for your generosity. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for bringing us together.
No matter where I am in the world, it seems like everyone is drinking matcha. And there's a good chance that that matcha you're drinking is made by a company that I've invested more than 7.
All right, so there you go, people. Okay, this is this is kind of what I do, and I think this is how future conversations should be made. Okay, so they should have another conversation, and it would be nice to actually if they addressed my questions. I know the chances of that happening is probably slim, but hey, you never know. Again, I'm more about scientist. Yes, statistically speaking, the chance is low, but hey, again, with the internet, you never know. Like I was telling my mom today, you're one video from going viral, and from there it's just it's easy peasy for the most part. I mean, relative to again being a nobody, not having any views, and then of course monetizing anything or just making like what I'm trying to do is a greater vision. So that's it, folks. Good night.